Ένα, δύο. Ακούνε. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues. Welcome to the first day of the 5th ICM Forum, co-hosted by the European Commission and HEREMA under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy. My name is Despina Palyarouta, and I serve as the Secretary General of Energy and Mineral Resources at the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy. It is a pleasure to welcome you to Athens for a day dedicated to one of the most essential pillars of Europe's path to climate neutrality, industrial carbon management. As the EU advances toward its 2040 climate target and lays the foundation for the long-term climate neutrality, carbon management is becoming a vital enabler of industrial transformation. One that requires coordinated policy, technological readiness, robust regulation, and active cooperation among member states. Today's program brings together policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, researchers, and storage operators to explore how Europe can build a fully functioning CO2 value chain. From political commitment and public engagement to storage deployment, permitting, regulatory framework, and risk management, each session of the day highlights a different dimension of this emerging ecosystem. For Greece, this discussion takes place at a particularly meaningful moment when the draft law on CCS is currently under discussion in Parliament and is expected to be voted on Thursday, in 3 days from now. In recent years, the country has taken important steps to establish the foundation of a CO2 storage and transport framework, including the maturation of the Prinos project, the strengthening of permitting and regulatory processes, and enhanced collaboration between government, industry, and the scientific community. These developments have positioned Greece as an active participant in Europe's evolving CCUS landscape, and today's forum provides an excellent opportunity to exchange insights with our European counterparts. The goal of today's session is not only to take stock of progress, but also to identify what is still required to scale up industrial carbon management across Europe. Whether in planning, investment frameworks, cross-border coordination, or regulatory clarity, the challenges are complex, but the momentum across Europe is strong and growing. Before we move on, let me give you a brief overview of the venue, the Athens Conservatoire. We are now in the Ioannis Despotopoulos Amphitheatre, named after the architect who designed this iconic building that will host all plenary sessions of the forum. One floor down are the spaces that will accommodate the break sessions and the workshops. Please note that we have been informed that there are no emergency drills scheduled for today, which means that if the alarm sounds, we all have to remain calm and follow the illuminated exit signs to safely evacuate the building and gather at one of the 2 assembling points. And a final piece of housekeeping before we kick off of the agenda, you will notice a QR code embedded on the slides of the presenters. Please scan to enter the Slido platform where you can submit questions for the speakers. Moderators will assess the question and submit them accordingly. With that, let us begin our Day 1 agenda, a day designed to connect strategy with implementation, expectations with evidence, and ambition with practical pathways forward. To open today's proceedings, we will hear a pre-recorded welcome address from the Minister of the Environment and Energy, Mr. Stavros Papastavrou.
Congratulating the organizers of this forum, the European Commission and the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company, and personally, HEREMA's leader, Aristefatos, for his exceptional work. Their efforts have brought together an exceptional community of experts, policymakers, and industry leaders. We're truly delighted to welcome all of you to Greece. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you today as I'm currently on an official visit to the United States. This year's strong participation reflects the growing momentum behind industrial carbon management. Carbon decarbonization, encompassing CO2 capture, transport, utilization, and storage, is an essential pillar of Europe's net zero objectives, including the ambitious storage targets set for 2030. This forum also highlights a clear continuity in our efforts, from the Energy Community Ministerial meeting last July to PTEC meeting in November. Greece has transformed into a multidimensional energy hub, decisively ensuring an energy secure and sustainable future. I am confident that this forum will explore in depth the regulatory pathways, the investment risks, and policy mechanisms necessary to address the challenges ahead. These discussions are vital to laying the foundations for the infrastructure required to build an integrated European carbon management network. In Greece, we remain fully committed to our carbon neutrality goals. I'm particularly proud that as early as 2021, our government recognized the importance of this agenda and included the Prinos storage project in our Recovery and Resilience Facility program, positioning our country among Europe's early movers in CCUS. Our commitment was further reinforced last week when the government submitted to Parliament a draft law establishing Greece's first comprehensive framework for the safe capture, use, transport, and geological storage of CO2, another important step towards building a robust and transparent carbon management regime. I would also like to acknowledge the remarkable initiative and collaboration shown by Greek industry, state authorities, and HEREMA. Their collective effort, technical innovation, and readiness to act have firmly placed Greece on the map as a country prepared to contribute meaningfully to Europe's emerging carbon management value chain. Thank you for being in Greece. I wish you productive discussions and a highly successful forum.
Our next segment sets the European framework for today's discussion. The development of industrial carbon management is advancing rapidly across Europe, and the Commission has taken significant steps over the past 2 years to clarify the policy direction, strengthen the regulatory landscape, and accelerate the deployment of a CO2 storage and transport infrastructure. Understanding this evolving context is essential for both member states and industry as they plan their paths for the upcoming decade. To provide us with this strategic overview, it is an honor to welcome Mrs. Mette Versderfer, Deputy Director General at DG Enero of the European Commission, who will deliver the keynote address titled Industrial Carbon Management in the EU, Recent Progress and Upcoming Milestones.
Okay, I start again? Okay, dear Member of Parliament, dear Vice Minister, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera. It's a pleasure to be here in Athens again, after having been here in July when the 20 years of Energy Community Ministerial was celebrated also here in Athens. So it's a big thank you for co-hosting us here under the blue sky of Athens. It's the 5th edition of the Industrial Carbon Management Forum. We were last year in Pau, France, and before in Denmark, Norway, and one online meeting because it started all when Corona was still in Europe. We expect more than 450 people in the room, and there are many more who are watching us online. And I think this shows already the continued support for industrial carbon management in the EU, and I thank you all for joining today. A warm thank you also to the Hellenic, Hydrocarbons and Energy Resource Management Company for co-hosting the forum this year, as well as to the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy for their endorsement. We already heard how much Greece is moving on in industrial carbon management projects, the law coming this week in the Parliament, and I'm sure we hear a little bit more during the day. 2025 has been a very busy year in energy and climate policy. It's 1 year since the Commission, Dan Jørgensen, Mr. Hoekstra, has started in the Commission, and I think it has been a very busy year. We put competitiveness, security, and decarbonization high on our agenda. We presented in February the Clean Industrial Deal and the Action Plan for Affordable Energy. The whole Commission, the College, is working hard to put that in place, as I said, with the objective to continue the European Green Deal, to make a lot of focus on competitiveness and security of supply. But we have also seen, in terms of industrial carbon management, a lot of activities, which I will spell out a little bit, but not only at the EU, but also in many member states, which are advancing legislation to facilitate and structure the deployment of carbon capture, use, and storage. Let me start with the need for financing and highlight only a few projects just to set the scene. In the beginning of the year, we saw the start of the operations at Northern Lights, which has the first volumes of CO2 successfully captured and stored. We also welcomed the continued progress in the construction of key European projects such as Porthos and Greensand. These are concrete examples on how to use the Connecting Europe facility and the Innovation Fund, which helps the projects to become a reality. Last week, we published the second list of projects of common interest and mutual interest, so-called PCI and PMI. We had what we also call the PCI days in Brussels last week, and I think a number of you might have been there, where we saw 4 new CO2 transport infrastructure projects, in addition to the 13 existing projects that continue to benefit from the PCI status, and they have received a total of €1 billion in co-funding through the Connecting Europe facility. I will hand over later today a grant to one of the key projects here in Greece, in Prinos, the Prinos project. In addition, as also announced last month, the Innovation Fund has allocated over €2.9 billion for 61 cutting-edge net zero technology projects, which include large and small-scale CCS and CCU projects. The number of projects being developed to meet our target is impressive, but still insufficient, and more action is needed, and that's exactly why are we here, what we will discuss, how to make sure that more projects are coming online in the different EU member states. Let me also highlight that we are committed to carbon neutrality by 2050. We have set up our goal in the Net Zero Industrial Act, which has some ambitious targets also when it comes to CCS as a strategic technology. By 2030, through the Net Zero Industrial Act, we want to enable our industry to contract storage capacity of at least 50 million tons of CO2 per year. We will discuss that further also in the second panel today. We know the oil and gas producing industry will contribute with their skills, expertise, knowledge, and financial capacity, as well as member states who have a key role in this mission. The Net Zero Industrial Act requires member states to report annually about the locations and the progress of ongoing CO2 value chain projects in their territories. And we know a number of member states have already done so, so I would like to thank those who have come up with their report, and others I encourage to do so. Another key achievement in 2025 is the operationalization of the carbon removal and carbon farming regulation. This is the framework to guarantee the quality and robustness of carbon removals, an essential step to build a coherent and trusted voluntary European market for carbon removals credits. We have just adopted the first piece of secondary legislation in implementing regulation that sets out rules for third-party verification of carbon removals. We are also finalizing a delegated act which will establish methodologies for the certification of the 3 different types of permanent carbon removal activities. Also, this will be discussed tomorrow in much more detail. Another key element in the value chain, apart from implementing the existing legislative framework, is the framework for the internal market on infrastructure for CO2. We are preparing that for the 3rd quarter next year, and we want to address barriers for cross-border transportation of CO2. We want to ensure the emergence of a competitiveness, cost-effective CO2 value chain, and we want to ensure further investor confidence and regulatory certainty. We have started our work, and I would like to underline that there's an open public consultation for all your input, open until the 9th of January, and that will help us to do the impact assessment and prepare the proposal. Of course, the discussion today and tomorrow will also feed in drafting our proposal to make that CO2 infrastructure and the internal market a good proposal for next year. Let me also highlight that the ETS, the emission trading system, will continue to provide a key incentive to scaling up CCUS projects by removing the surrender obligation on operators capturing and permanently storing CO2. Achieving our energy and climate targets will require to keep adapting our comprehensive policy framework, including the review of the ETS directive, which is also due in 3rd quarter of 2026. So the idea from the Commission is to come together with a review of ETS and our proposal for a CO2 infrastructure. Let me conclude by reaffirming the Commission's key commitment to the deployment of CCUS in Europe to reach our energy and climate targets. Urgent action is required to scale up all relevant technologies if we are to stay on course and to ensure our industries and economy remain competitive on the global stage. Cooperation with member states and stakeholders across the board will be essential in this endeavor. I wish you and us an insightful forum and encourage you to actively engage with each other and to make this forum a success. Thanks again for the Greek Ministry and the organization for hosting us here, and looking very much forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mekthil, for giving us the overview of the progress of carbon management progress in Europe. Very interesting. Our next keynote shifts the focus to the national dimension of industrial carbon management. Greece is developing a structured roadmap for CO2 storage and transport, with HEREMA playing a central coordinating role. Please welcome Dr. Aristophanes Stefatos, CEO of HEREMA, to present the Industrial Carbon Management Roadmap of Greece. Dr. Stefatos, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Allow me, as a co-host of this event, to welcome you in Athens. I'm very happy to see all of you, lots of familiar faces, and very happy and pleased to have you here. Before I start, also allow me to extend a deep thank you to the European Commission for making the honor and having us as the host of this year's ICM Forum. And I would also like to thank all the companies that have supported this event, because they represent the industrial CCM value chain in Greece. And without their support, their financial support, this event would not be possible. Can I have the, thank you. So, moving to Greece and the CCS, or the CCUS, for the time being is CCS, value chain in Greece. I would start with saying, for Europe, the whole story goes back to 2003. So it's quite a long story about how you develop this industry. But for us in Greece, After we transposed the EU directive on CCS in 2011, things start picking up again in 2021, when, as the minister pointed out earlier in his speech, Greece saw the opportunity to secure funding for a very important project, the only storage project in Greece, Prinos, through the RRF. Then, the following year, Greece transposed the EU climate law, at the same time appointed HEREMA, and we are deeply honored for that, to become the national competent authority in Greece. And that same year, we received the first application and we issued the first exploration permit for CCS in the Prinos field. In 2023, we published a white paper about the sector in Greece, and it was a very important year where we had 3 Greek capture projects from our industry receiving EU innovation funds. In 2024, NEarth applied for the storage permit, and the RRF issued a state aid permission for the support of this project. Now, 2025, we signed an MOU with Egypt, understanding that it is outside the EU borders, but we are looking ahead and we want to be sure that we have options as we go forward. And we issued the first pilot atlas for Greece following the Net Zero Industry Act recommendations. Then we had this year as well another important milestone when the first midstream hub project received also innovation funding. And as it has been pointed out by the General Secretary, as we speak, the legislation for the CCS is being discussed and we hope to be voted before the end of this week in our Parliament. With this map, I'll try to give you the understanding of where Greece is today. So starting from the north, as I pointed out, in the depleted oil reservoirs of Prinos, NEarth is working for a storage permit with a location that we expect it could probably host CO2 at an annual rate of storage of 2.8 million tons a year. Now, as we go further south, we have 3 capture projects that I mentioned, the Kamari capture project by Titan, the cement company, Milaki, another capture project by Holcim or Iraklis in Greece, and the Agi Theodori capture project by Motor Oil, where they're going to be also producing blue hydrogen. And then very recently we got the Apollo CO2 hub, which is also in the Attica region. So as you see, in the Attica region, where we have a lot of industrial activity, there are already 4 projects related with the CCS that have received innovation funding. The midstream project is an expandable project from 3 to 5 million tons a year, and the rest of the 3 projects, they accumulate for 3.4 million tons per year. So Greece is in this, I don't think there is another European country right now that we have plans for capturing more CO2 than what we can store, and this does not include, for example, Hellenic Energy's plans to develop their own capture project. So we anticipate that we will have even more CO2 that would need to be stored. As I said, very briefly, one of the projects is Iphistos from Titan Cement Industry. They have received innovation funding of 234 million euros, and they plan to avoid the emissions of 20 million tons of CO2 equivalents. They have an expected FID in Q4 2026 and an operational start expected, they will tell us more tomorrow, in Q1 2030. The other project we have is from Motor Oil Refineries, as I said earlier, in Agi Theodori, 127 million grant, 8.6 million tons of CO2 planned to be captured, and FID in Q2 2026. Olympus project by Holcim Group, again, cement industry, in Milaki Evia, 124.5 million. The CO2 that we expect to avoid emitting in the atmosphere is 7 million tons and FID in Q4 2026. And then the latest project that received innovation funding this year is the Apollo CO2. It's a midstream infrastructure next to Revithousa LNG facility, a very interesting project because it utilizes the synergies that you can have from the LNG facility. 169.3 million of grants, phase 1, 3 million tons, phase 2, 5 million tons per year, and an FID in Q2 2026. I close with a project that I started, the Enerth project in Prinos. This is the storage project in Prinos Kavala, 270 million in different combined funds, 51 million tons storage capacity, total storage capacity, and we are looking forward to see when we will be able, or the company will be able to announce their FID. So, to not bother you further and proceed with the rest of the European plans, I will close with our vision about Greece and the CCS value chain. Greece, as a regional CO2 transport and storage hub, our vision is to link Southern, Central, and Eastern Mediterranean countries. What we focus is to enable cross-border CO2 flows from industrial emitters to certified geological storage sites either in the country or outside the country. Promote shared infrastructure, including ports, pipelines, shipping routes, to reduce the CCS deployment costs, which is something that we think is something we should all probably try to do the same. There have been some examples in Europe that we are inspired from. And I will close with the long-term partnerships with Balkan states, Italy, and why not, maybe even Eastern Mediterranean countries, partners to the EU like Egypt, where we can support a joint decarbonization plan that makes this whole effort more economically robust and also reduces the risks before it. With that, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the speeches.
Our first discussion of the day focuses on a central question: how Europe can turn industrial carbon management strategies into concrete action. Political commitment, sound governance, and public engagement will be essential to move from planning to deployment. To moderate this high-level panel, I am pleased to invite, once again, Mrs. Mechthild Wersderfer, Deputy Director General at DGNR.
Thank you very much, Despina. My role at this high-level panel will be how can we make sure that the framework we are giving gives certainty and predictability for the investments, and how the strategy can end up in actions. So I would like to ask the fellow panelists, Mr. Nikos Tsafos, the Vice Minister of the Ministry for Economy and Energy, Mr. Radan Kabev, he's from the European Parliament representing Bulgaria and the EPP group. Thank you very much. And also the last speaker, Ioni Lavenko, Vice President of the National Regulatory Authority for Mining and Petroleum from Romania. Thank you. So, we all know that industrial carbon management is one of the necessary pillars for achieving our climate neutrality goals by 2050 and also the goal by 2040. We also know that we need investments, that we need electrification, renewables, low carbon energy, and energy efficiency. So for us, CCUS and the carbon management is part of the bigger picture of carbon neutrality by 2050. And CCUS, in our view, can certainly address, and we heard that this morning already, the hard-to-abate sectors like cement industry and others to be part and include process emissions in the industry. Carbon capture will be a prerequisite in the decarbonized and competitive industrial base which we would like to keep in the EU. So we have a panel today, and I will ask a few questions on what's happening here in Greece, but also what's happening in other parts, and your experience and the need, what we can do more. As we heard, Nikos, Greece is the pioneer. You have now, we saw the map, quite impressive, different projects in Greece. How do you see the role of Greece in Southwest European region, and how are you committed to cooperate with other countries? We heard within the EU, but also outside the EU. Please share your experience.
Thank you, Mehthild. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Welcome to Athens. As you heard from the previous speakers, we are hosting this event right as our bill to regulate the sector of CCS is going through Parliament. So we had our first 2 days of discussion last week. We're meeting again probably on Wednesday and then again on Thursday to vote on this bill. So for us, it shows the commitment that we have to decarbonization in general, but also to the specific aspect of decarbonization. We are, as you may know, one of the leaders when it comes to the penetration of renewables in our electricity mix. We've managed to shift from essentially a lignite-based system 20 years ago to right now 60% of our electricity generation being solar, wind, and a little bit of hydro. And so this aspect of the energy transition is focused on the harder to abate sectors. If you look at the total emissions of Greece, there's about 3 almost equal pieces: transportation, electricity generation, and industry. And if you look within industry, we have about 10 million tons of sort of hard to abate emissions, which is either refineries or process emissions. And our focus is to try to see how we can offer a solution to those industries. As you've heard, we've been incredibly successful at securing innovation funding for 3 projects. We've had 1 project, or rather 2 projects now on the non-capture side from the Connecting Europe facility and from the Innovation Fund for transportation and for storage, and we're also leveraging some of our RRF funding. The reality of the country, though, is that we have more plans to capture emissions than we have storage space. So for us, we have the necessity of partnering with other countries in order to be able to access storage capacity and to be able to deliver on the projects that we are developing. So that includes, for us, of course, Italy. We are in close contact with our colleagues in Italy about their Ravenna project, and we see that a possibility to store some CO2 there would greatly alleviate the pressure that our industry has. And we're also in discussions with Egypt, and I think that as you look at the Mediterranean region, we are not as blessed as the North Sea in terms of having abundant storage space. And so for us, we really need to find a formula to allow what is a multi-dimensional energy cooperation with Egypt on hydrocarbons, on electricity, to also extend to carbon management. So we're one of those countries that are firm believers in the need to have a framework that allows us to essentially store emissions in Egypt as long as Egypt follows the exact same rules that we have here in the European Union. And for us, that is an essential part of being able to complete this puzzle, because we are already sort of maxed out in terms of our storage capacity.
Thank you very much, Nikos. I think indeed we foster from the European side regional cooperation. Good to hear that Italy is already part, and of course we also go beyond the EU. But I think Greece will be the hub in the region, and that can benefit everyone. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Kanev. You are a member of the European Parliament. You came yesterday from Sofia. I would like to ask you, in a way, two questions. How do you see Bulgaria developing CCS, CCU strategies, and as part of that regional cooperation? And on the other side, a second question, how is the debate in the European Parliament going on about CCS right now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathilde, and thank you for having me on this wonderful event. So starting from Bulgaria, Bulgaria is also, unusually, I must admit, a front-runner in CCS technologies, at least projects. We also have our Innovation Fund winners, once again, very similar to the Greek case. The cement industry is leading the way, a very robust cement industry that we also have, which makes also regional cooperation not only possible, but already effective in many ways. What we can say about Bulgaria is that long-term political instability for the last more than 5 years already is somehow impeding the speed of the projects. Projects that were granted innovation funding before even Prinos are now lagging behind due to administrative issues, legislative issues that we are still having by changing parliaments not exactly monthly, but also not yearly, we must say. So here I would like to point out the Bulgarian example for a very specific reason, that a clear political consensus and a clear political will to promote these difficult decarbonization projects, even in cases of political instability and through different political affiliations of the governments, is extremely important to understand that these policies should be strategic priorities with changing political patterns. And then I link it to your second question, because we have quite some changes in the political landscape on European level. And it's very important to keep in mind that strategic priorities and strategic projects should not be overlooked when the tide ideologically changed, as it did last year. And I think that CCUS is a rather good example among many not so positive examples that we have in the present European Parliament, that there is a clear continuity. And both in the ENVI and ITRE committees in the European Parliament, we can see broad support for these priorities and strategies. And maybe the biggest challenge, but I will come to this back later, is managing the member states to follow suit in a united and coordinated manner.
Thank you very much, Radan. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sorin. Sorry, I cannot really well pronounce your name, but you're from Romania and the Vice President of the Regulatory Authority. Can you tell us a little bit more how Romania is doing in CCUS, CCS, and what is your role as Regulatory Authority? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a complicated name, but you should try to read the name of the authority. It's even more complicated, so don't worry, we are used to it. Thank you for the invitation. It's a real honor to start the discussions at this panel. with a collection of countries from Greece to Bulgaria to Romania, I think nothing is, by chance. We were supposed to be here in this format. I was looking at the memorandum of understanding that was just signed recently to connect Bucharest to Thessaloniki, and I was thinking about what if, since we are already doing this effort to draw some lines on CO2 transport pipelines or hydrogen or whatever, since we are already doing this. So it's clear that we are connected, and it's clear that we need to be better together. I'm here not only to present what Romania is doing, but also to invite partners in other countries to join us. I know that Romania was maybe not too high on the public discussion related to the CUS, but we are moving faster. We have just recently received the good news from the Commission, the first Innovation Fund project in the cement industry, which is an industry that is relevant for Romania as well. We are a regulatory authority for the storage of CO2, but recently trying to implement NZIA and the better implementation of the CCUS directive, we have also assigned the authority for the transport of CO2, which will be the regulatory for the energy. And we are working on the secondary legislation. We have a law, we have an amendment of the law now in the parliament. So in terms of primary legislation, we are there. We have already included some facilities for the oil and gas companies that own perimeters to facilitate the deployment of storage and move maybe without the exploration phase because they already know what's there. And we have all the ingredients to make it a success story. And maybe it was not visible until now, but I have recently joined the authority. I was a Secretary of State within the Ministry of Environment, Waters and Forest, and I was coordinating the adoption of the long-term strategy. It was not easy, but we have succeeded to convince all parties and all ministries that climate neutrality is something that will happen in Romania and has to happen in Romania. Our energy sector, maybe closer to what's happening in Greece, is quite balanced. It was historically balanced between nuclear, renewables, hydro, some coal also that we plan to phase out, but more renewables are added. And I think what is important in my messages is that I'm not really presenting this as an effort to reach the climate targets. It is about competitiveness, because this is the buzzword of these days. We need CCUS to maintain the competitiveness of industries that are extremely relevant for our countries, cement industry, petrochemical refineries, and so on, and we have all of them. Because the energy sector did a very good job in decarbonizing, but it was not the same for the industrial sector. Historically, the communist industry fell down, and of course the emissions followed. But we are talking about a re-industrialization of Romania. And we are really happy to have regulation like NZIA, just to guide us a little bit, because it's not clear to me what type of industries Romania wants to develop. And I think we have to look at where Europe is going. And the political signal that I was waiting was the 2040 target. I had some emotions, I have to recognize. I've been part of the negotiation of Fit for 55, and I was living these memories, long nights in Luxembourg, trying to make it work also for a country like Romania. And I had some emotions because people are also looking what's happening over the Atlantic. And I'm happy to see that Europe continues to be a forerunner in the climate agenda, and that it's clear that all the subsequent regulations and directives are following this major outcome, which is major target, which is climate neutrality. We need this. Countries like ours need this guidance, and I think NZIA, it's also an important regulation that will add some speed to existing efforts. My role there is not to be only a regulatory authority for CO2 storage, but to push for a vision, not necessarily a strategy, because we have too many strategies that are not followed properly. But I like what I saw at Herema. We need a roadmap. We need to see every year how we can move forward. And the first project that we'll have will also allow us to test regulations, to test public support, which is essential because we are focusing on onshore. There's a huge potential in onshore storage sites in Romania, and I really believe that in the Black Sea region, Romania could be an extremely relevant hub for it. We have everything, we have the ingredients, we just need a little bit of more vision on what type of industry we will have, and to really understand that this is an opportunity more than a challenge. Of course, as a regulator, we are prepared to adopt the highest standards, and this is one of my mission here, to connect with other authorities, to connect with the neighbors in Greece, Bulgaria, in this part of the world, which is not as visible as the north part of Europe, but for sure it will be.
Thank you very much. I think Romania is also getting more on stage. We had the CESEC ministerial where we discussed the interconnectivity in the region, not only EU countries, but also energy community, meaning Western Balkan, Ukraine, Moldova. You are very much helping, by the way, Moldova as Romania, but I think you have a key role to play, and you have also projects like Neptune Deep Dive, which I visited recently, so I think a lot happening there as well. Thank you very much for you, and if I come back to what I said in the beginning, of course, competitiveness is high on the agenda, combined with the decarbonization and the security of supply. And we will have further discussion on Net Zero Industrial Act. We have the Clean Industrial Deal, which focus very much on the energy intensives. So cement is, of course, a good example for today, but also at clean tech. So if Romania has to make a choice, I think both are equally important for the future. I would like to come back to you, Radan. You already mentioned your work in the European Parliament. There had been a public hearing also in ITRE on the issue of CCS, CCU. Can you share some more insight how the debate is going? What are the lessons learned? There will be probably more coming next year when we discuss 10E, Trans-European Network for Energy. We are coming out this week with our, what we call, grids package. So how is it going in the European Parliament after that public hearing?
So let's say, not because I'm a member of the European Parliament, I'm very often critical to our institution, but specifically talking on CCU, CCUS, but also carbon management as a whole. I don't think that the European Parliament will be the problem in future development. As I said, I see the House quite united on these priorities. A lot of doubts about CCUS on the left were softened in the present term, and a lot of denials on the right are also not so present anymore, with more involvement of the so-called far-right groups in consensus making and compromise building. So I see a very significant majority to move forward, and a pretty good level of consensus for this fragmented house that we now have. But I see a lot of concerns among my colleagues and especially among professional communities that we are listening to very attentively about the way, the different ways member states are managing the situation. Various regulatory frameworks, often conflicting ones, a very different pace of development of the regulatory framework, a lot of administrative burden coming, not enough effective management of public acceptance, especially when it comes to onshore projects, as my colleague said, and onshore projects are extremely important if we want to really have enough storage. And maybe most importantly, the single big question, are we really going to have a single market on carbon? Because one of the real success stories of Europe for the last decade or so has been the establishment of a carbon market, which exists and is financially strong even in countries without ambitious climate goals. So it makes profit for companies. And then we turn back home and we see that we are still far away from the single market, and we're facing the great danger of building, once again, 27 different carbon markets. And then we will totally lose the leadership, as with solar, for example. We built this industry, and now we are lagging far behind because we didn't build a single market on it.
Thank you very much. I think a very important point, and I will turn to Nikos. So we heard about the regulatory framework, the single market. I think we have quite some good progress on the energy single market. We are working on that and deepening the energy union and more steps. But on the single market for carbon, the CO2 infrastructure, as I explained in the beginning, we will make a proposal to end this fragmentation and have the same rule across the EU. But how do you see the role? What are your advice to us to make the regulatory framework more predictable for investments? We need huge amount of investments. What more could we do at EU level?
Yeah, thank you, Mechtel, for that question. I mean, I think that, you know, and I'm saying this as we're debating a bill in Parliament that makes you appreciate just the immense complexity of these value chains, right? I mean, when you put yourself in the shoes of one of these companies, you know, you have, yes, you're getting some public funding, but there's still a lot of capital required by the companies. It's not only a CapEx intensive, but also an OpEx intensive business proposition. You have the uncertainty over the price of the ETS, the CO2, and how that's going to evolve. You have uncertainty over things like how CBAM is going to play out. And of course, we also have here in Greece, and I'm sure elsewhere too, you know, a lot of anxiety by populations that are going to be close to the storage sites, that are worried about, you know, safety and possible environmental damage. And so I think when you look at that complexity, you understand how many pieces have to come together in order for an exercise of this type to be successful. So I think we need, obviously, the regulatory framework to assist us. We need predictability, but we also need to, I think, recognize that we're building something essentially from scratch. It's not that we have a tried and tested system that we're just all trying to carbon copy. You know, we each need to find our own path. I would say for us, the real challenge is going to be storage availability, right? Because, you know, when you look across the Mediterranean, you know, we can each look at each other, but we're basically all trying to manage the same problem of scarcity. Right, so we can look at Italy or elsewhere. Italy also doesn't have, you know, excess storage once you look at their industrial emissions. So I think what we need to make sure is that we have a European framework that is as suited to the Mediterranean as it is to the North Sea. And I think trying to come up with some strategies that help manage this access, manage this collaboration, will be very, very important. I would say a huge part of the anxiety of our industry is around access and whether or not there's enough storage space. That's why we've been so keen on trying to open up the avenue to explore a possibility of collaborating with Egypt. The Egyptians themselves, you know, we're in regular contact with the ministry there, and, you know, we need to articulate the value proposition for them besides, you know, the safeguards, the guardrails for safety and environmental stewardship. So for us, I see that, you know, we need to not just increase the collaboration between us, but also think about what is the underlying issue that we have here, which is, you know, a relatively expensive solution that we have to make sure doesn't undermine our competitiveness, a need for economies of scale and collaboration, but also recognition that access to storage, especially in this part of Europe, is going to be one of the most difficult things that we have to solve for. So trying to put all those pieces together, to me, is it's essential that we have a strong European role and European support. And I think, you know, when we have our discussions here in Greece, you know, people knowing that there is EU funding for these initiatives helps. People knowing that this is a sector that Europe wants to develop helps. People knowing that there are strict environmental and safety guardrails helps. So we need to make sure that people understand that all this is happening under a very robust European umbrella to not just govern the sector, but also to facilitate the relations between the different member states.
Thank you very much, Nikos. And for us, in view of not only the climate target, but also the competitiveness, I think we are clearly committed for industrial carbon management in Europe and working regionally together at the EU level and have the right framework for a rather nascent market, as you say, and put the dots together and having some funding either from CEF or Innovation Fund, and we saw good examples to help the market coming up. So our clear commitment, and we will discuss that today and tomorrow in more detail. I would like to come back to you and also to Romania. Romania, like all other EU member states, has a national energy and climate plan where you describe also implementation of CCS and CCU. What are the key challenges in Romania for it to make it on the ground? We heard one thing we haven't discussed yet, also public engagement and public acceptance. Is that happening in Romania, and is that following the National Energy and Climate Plan? Please.
Yes, I think we were happy to include CCUS in the National Energy and Climate Plan, and also some earmarked funds from the Modernization Fund for the first time. Of course, we are looking also at other funding streams, Norway grants, Innovation Fund, maybe European facility as well. Public engagement is, or public support is, I wouldn't say it's too high. We had very bad examples in the past where project developers wanted to develop projects like this, and the communities were totally against it because some of the media used fake news to work against such projects. But I think companies that want to develop such projects already know it. We know it. There is a consumer association in Romania that has started a project to make carbon friendly to people. This is something that we will really need to work better and to learn from others. Because we, as you said, as I said, and you are already aware, there is a huge CO2 storage potential on onshore in Romania, but this comes with a lot of challenges. A lot of legacy wells, a lot of abandoned wells that were not properly closed. Of course, the methane regulation will add some extra complexity to an already complex situation in Romania, and a lot of burden on oil and gas companies that already have, you know, the second target, 20% of the European target lies on the shoulders of a few companies in Romania. And this is, of course, another challenge. But I look at these as opportunities. The targets are high. You know, the discussions, I will not enter into discussions about complaints about the targets and so on. We have the discussions in Romania, which are, I would say, in a different perspective. We have less emissions than targets to store. And this is where maybe we can come together and discuss potential collaboration. Emissions in Romania dropped significantly. There is I would say, one of the most positive story in the world that we have decoupled growth from emissions. The graph it shows this, and the data are showing this. But in the same time, we need to have more industries. We need to have jobs, and I think this is another angle from which we can gain public support, because we have areas where reservoirs are depleted, where jobs are lost. And it is a unique opportunity to reindustrialize, to get new jobs in a new sector, which is environmentally friendly and will help other industries get more competitive in landscapes that are industrially zero, I would say. So I think this is the angle where we should communicate to communities, why do we need this? Benefits in real terms for them, not paying off for their support because it will not work. High quality communication, and also choosing the right channels, because politicians are not credible too much. Some companies are not too credible, so we need really to be very careful to select the channels of communicating with the people, to be credible, because the science is there, but nobody knows how to translate science to regular people. And this is one of the major problems. Technicalities like what is a storage site or how you capture, transport, and store CO2 are things that people cannot imagine. So you need to get down to select a simple language and to make them understand that we have all the tools, we have all the technologies, we have all the safeguards to address any risks. De-risking not only investment, but de-risking projects in terms of real risks of, I don't know, leaking or whatever is one of the most important tasks. And this is why we are looking at the highest standards. We are now in a working group translating ISO standards for all this value chain. We really want to have the best regulatory framework possible, the best safeguards, because it is our role as a regulatory authority to provide confidence that storage can happen in a way that is secure for people, easy, understandable, and supported. And we will definitely play a role in this arena.
Thank you very much. I think we will come back to some of those issues. We have now 15 minutes left, and I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience. We have a lot of representatives from the industry, from the sector, from member states, from different authorities, associations. So if you have questions either to one of the panelists on what has been discussed, I open the floor, and my colleagues are there also with some mics. And just raise your hand if you want to ask a question. It's too early? No. I think we need an icebreaker. Ah, here. Okay, please. And introduce yourself briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the icebreaker. My name is Nicolas Bakelmans, and I'm with Exxon Mobil. Thank you very much, European Commission, for organizing the 5th ICM. Thank you, Greece, for hosting this, because CCS, indeed, it's the critical technology for, as mentioned, competitive decarbonization for industry. And I would want to bring a question in a little bit from an international investor who wants to participate in investing CCS in Europe, because we have quite some experience as a company. We have been doing this technology for 30 years. We have about currently 18 million tons of storage capacity contracted. And we have plans to extend that to about 30 million ton per year by 2030. So we are significantly committed. Unfortunately, except for the Portos project, we are less investing in Europe. And you have been talking about political commitment, public engagement. One of the reasons is that we are lacking a little bit of a business case, and for that, I think it is important to have investor confidence. And I think the coming 2 days, a lot will be discussed on how to bring that business case. There is one point, and I would like to ask a question also to Mr. Sorin, which is impacting from an international investor viewpoint, the business case and the investor confidence, which is what you refer to the NZIA targets, which I think most of the industry do agree, and I know it will be discussed in the next one, but I want to raise it now, will be agree that it's going to be very challenging to achieve the NZIA 2030 50 million ton target, and leading potentially even to an opposite effect, that it's not going to bring you cost-effective storage capacity and potentially even stranded assets. And we're not the only ones saying that. About 2/3 of the companies did file a suit on this, which say a little bit about the target. So how would you see, from your viewpoint, to bring cost-effective storage capacity taken into account, and such a high target is also imposed on your country and could have a kind of almost opposite effect? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I passed you the floor directly, but if others want to come in about this investor predictability, also the business case for CCS, but I start with you, please.
I think that the challenge for a country like Romania will be the volumes of CO2 and to connect industrial hubs with storage sites via pipelines. This is one of the main challenges. But in the same time, we need to collaborate with other countries, because you see in Greece there's not enough storage capacity. We are in the opposite situation where there are less emissions. But there are a lot of corridors that are heading to the Black Sea region, the Danube, the Black Sea itself. So the connectivity is there. We just need to draw the right maps. And of course, to understand, and for us as a regulatory authority, it is important to understand what is the willingness of companies like yours to invest in such technology, because Romania, it's open to investments. Maybe they were not, I would say, the highest priority. I can't tell you this, I will be very honest. But we need also to develop together the business case for CO2 and convince better the government that this is an opportunity for Romania to develop a business model and an industry model in this region. So the higher the interest in companies to invest in such technology, and we know that oil and gas in other parts of the world have done it not because they had targets imposed by, I don't know, federations or governments or federal governments, because they understood it is a business case, and that after oil, it needs to happen. Something needs to happen. And forward-looking companies already understand this. They need to replace what they are doing with something else. And for oil and gas companies, as far as I'm concerned, or from my perspective, it is something that they are very well equipped to do. Of course, we can talk about, we know that the 2030 target will not happen in Romania. It's clear. We are in 2025 and we have 10.5 million tons to store by then. A few companies that, of course, consider that these targets are uneven, they are not proportionate. It's their right to do it. But I think the way the calculations were done are fair. Of course, if you have production, you will have targets. I'm not connecting what Romania needs to do with what companies need to do, even if some of these companies are owned by the Romanian state. But this is an opportunity. Again, this is not a challenge. This means that we have an opportunity, government, Romanian companies, stakeholders, industries that need this in order to survive and to produce cement and products in the petrochemical and refineries here. We need this to happen. Of course, we need to start first. We need to learn from others. There is a lot of knowledge out there. We are not pioneers. We just need to properly and wisely use the skills, the technology, the potential that we have, and why not the targets in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nikos, you want to come in?
I'll just reiterate some of the things in terms of investor certainty and the business case. I mean, obviously for us, we are looking at largely hard-to-abate sectors that are exposed to the EU ETS and whose free allowances are going to be reduced over time. And so I think the business case comes very much from that. The trouble, of course, is that there's still uncertainty around that business case in the sense that the EU ETS price is a forecast, so you have to sort of make a decision on that. The successful implementation of the CBAM is also something that a lot of the companies are struggling with to try to see how effective it will be at pricing emissions outside of the EU. The OPEX is also an uncertainty that makes things a little bit more difficult. So when I see this, there's a clear overarching business case in sort of in a macro sense. But then once you start looking at all the different components that need to come together, you realize a significant degree of uncertainty. And I think we should also not underestimate the technical uncertainty involved here. I mean, there's a reason why all these companies are getting money from the EU Innovation Fund. I mean, especially, you look at the cement sector, these are really at the technological frontier, right? So I think there's a significant complexity involved here. The business case, I think, is quite clear, but we need to bring all the pieces together, which is why, as a state, we're trying to figure out how to support this sector across the board, right? And I think our main challenge or our main sort of direction is, how do you manage these risks and how do you apportion risks fairly between the private sector and the state? The state has to play a key role in facilitating private industry in making these decisions. But I think, and this is a comment more broadly about the energy transition, is, because you have a lot of things you're trying to do, the state can't do everything. And we can't just expect the state to bear the risk in all these different decarbonization efforts, because if we do that, the cost at the end of the day will be too high, right? So we need to be very careful as to where we can facilitate the private sector, where it needs facilitating, but also ensure that the risk and the fiscal burden to the state is such that when you aggregate all these different responsibilities that the state has, the end cost to the consumer remains bearable, because that's ultimately going to be the final arbiter of whether this is a successful transition, which is whether or not our citizens and our companies can afford the burden that will be placed on them. That's ultimately the thing that matters the most, and it's the thing that we as governments have to be focused on, because that's our bottom line.
Thank you very much. I can take one more question from the audience. Now I see. Please, there are two. Maybe we take the two questions, and then it's the final round. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Everett Pernod from the Zero Emissions Platform. So I found this panel actually quite interesting because I've participated every single ICM or CCUS forum before this. The first two actually were in the Nordics. Last year was in France. And I think all three speakers here also represent very much Southern and Eastern Europe as well. And for the last sort of 2 years or so, every time we talk about projects, and it's always about all the things that the government needs to do, and we hear about de-risking and all these big problems, and it needs to be, massive amounts of effort are required. And when I hear from projects actually even that I've talked with in Central Eastern Europe, they've captured projects with 2 or maybe 3 FTEs, right, compared to some in the Nordics that might have, 20 or 30 or 40 or 50. And what I see here is really like an enterprising kind of attitude. Just get on with it and just go with it. I think that's something that was even mentioned, the US came up this morning, and I think that's something really that we know about the US, is that they're very enterprising, and there's clearly like a role of where the government is going to do something, but then it's also where private actors need to step up. And so I would just kind of an open question maybe to the audience is like, because I'm kind of sick of having people from Northern Europe kind of lecture you guys on how to move ahead with CCS projects. Is there a message maybe you could send to Northern European stakeholders and just how to get on with this? Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a second hand? No. Okay, then I think we go to that question, and I think it's fair to say I've been working on CCS, CCU since 10, 15 years, and it's true, we always heard about Norway, eventually UK, and very little about EU member states. But in the last couple of years, it's not only the sign that the ICM Forum moved from Oslo to Denmark, to France, and today to Greece. It shows that there's an interest in, I would say, in all EU member states. There is a necessity to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sector. There's a necessity to advance industrial carbon management. And I would say even all 27 are now on board, some more, some less. And I'm very happy that we are concentrating today a little bit more on the Southeast Europe region, because we heard some of the successes, but also the challenges, technical challenges and others. So I think I will give that the floor for the last round, and I might start with Radan to take up that question, how much is happening in that region and how much more it's about political commitment and public engagement. Thank you.
Yes, it's a very important question because normally in Brussels, you're absolutely right. If not everything, most of the discussion turns around the North Sea. And the states around the North Sea and the projects around the North Sea where we already have effective capture. Furthermore. But here I would like to point out that now discussing the opposite corner of Europe is very important, not only because it's not the North Sea, but because the countries here represented on this panel are not the wealthiest in Europe. Let's put it like this. And if Norway has the means to lavishly subsidize these projects, we don't have it. And this is a very precious perspective because it makes the business case inevitable. If Norway can do it without a business case for a while, we cannot afford it, so we give a very strong market perspective of everything that we do and on our plans that we have. And here I will conclude with the opinion. It's only opinion for the moment. I have, let's say, the self-confidence to say it will be a mainstream message in few years, that market-wise speaking, we cannot consider storage projects without utilization projects, mass-scale utilization projects, because this will solve the market issue and the public acceptance issue. Because burying something underground is difficult to explain to people. Using something for some strategic purposes is already much easier.
Thank you very much. Maybe I turn to you before finalizing.
I haven't joined the other forums, so this is the first one to me, and it is a first step, a big first step. So I'm confident that this part of the world will raise the head. Of course, we are not big countries. This is why we really need to work together, and this is the message that I want to send here today. This is the only way we can make this work. I can't see how, in other terms. What we need is to be part of the networks of the pipelines that, or to put forward proposals to be included in European pipelines networks. This is absolutely essential. And exchange transparently the information among us. There is a huge potential that maybe it was not visible until now, but I'm sure it will be, because either we like it or not, or we believe it or not, this market will grow. This is how the world looks. And again, my most important message for me was the 2040 target. And this will create also the business space for the ETS to play a major role in providing predictability, even if it's something that we can't control. But with all the prognosis will show that this will be feasible. We just need to take the costs from one part and put it into an income in the other part and create the ecosystem of businesses that will make this project work in long term.
Thank you very much. Nikos?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, the way I see it, because we get a lot of questions around, why is this happening now? Why hasn't it happened? And I don't think it's a big mystery. I mean, if you're paying €5 a ton for CO2 and you get free allowances, why on earth would you do this, right? So I don't think it's a huge mystery that it's taken a very long time for this value chain to really mature. But I do think it's important to look at this region of Europe with its idiosyncrasies. We don't have the same amount of fiscal space to support projects. We don't have ample geological storage space. We get a lot of questions in the public discourse. Why are we trying to store CO2 in Prinos and elsewhere in Europe? We see sites that are 100 or 200 miles from the shore, and I say that's great, but we don't have those storage sites in Greece. And we also, I think, and this is a very important point that we should be coming back to, we mostly border non-EU countries, right? So the question of competitiveness, the questions of CBAM, of how do you maintain the competitiveness of your industry when most countries around you are not exposed to the same CO2 cost structure. That's really fundamental for us in a way that may not apply to everyone else in the European Union or the European Economic Area. So I think for us, we are absolutely committed to this value chain, but we're also absolutely cognizant of the complexity and the cost structure involved in making this happen. And that's why, on the one hand, we're pushing forward, but on the other hand, we're trying to do this in a way that makes sense for all the stakeholders involved.
Thank you very much. With that, we will close our first panel. I think we had a good start on political commitment, public engagement, on 3 countries, but I would say covering the region and covering issues and best practice which are relevant for everyone. So I would like to thank the 3 panelists, and some of the issues will be further discussed in the panels today and tomorrow, so we can go much deeper and there will be more debate and workshops across the topics. So thank you for now, and let's have a close, and I think we have the next point, and I will give back to you, Lisbjørn.
Thank you, the panel moderator and the participants for this interesting discussion, and also the audience for the participation. At this point, we shall take a 15-minute break for some coffee and networking. Please return at 11 o'clock. Thank you. να σου πω τώρα... Ναι, ωραία. We now move on to a significant milestone for Greece and for European CO2 storage, the Connecting Europe Facility Grant signature ceremony for the Prinos project. I kindly invite, once again, Mrs. Vensterfer, Deputy Director General at DGNR, and Mr. Rigas, Head of Carbon Storage at ENERTH, to join us on stage.
Yes.
There's no signature.
So now we have a short ceremony, and I think it's always good to be concrete. And that is the signature of the grant agreement between our agency, SENEA, European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, and the beneficiary ENERTH for the Prinos project. It will get 120 million euro from CEF. CEF is our Connecting Europe facility, which is co-financing mainly electricity, but also CO2 and smart grids, cross-border, or which has a regional impact, so not only for one country, like, of course, it benefits Greece, but also the neighboring country, as we heard already this morning. So CEF, our Connecting Europe facility, which for now has, in the period of 4 years, 6 billion euro, and we made a proposal in our new proposal for multi-annual financial framework that CEF, Connecting Europe facility, will get much more money. So we proposed from the Commission 30 million for the next round. So we will see how it goes. But coming back to Prinos, Prinos, as we heard, is the CCS project, which is Greece's first CO2 storage hub. It's located in the north, close to Thassos and Kavala, and it has different phases to store, and I heard this morning that you aim at a FID rather soon, and then of course the finishing line should be in a few years. So I would like to congratulate you and give the certificate. And give you the floor as well.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you for, of course, this certificate and the money soon to come. The important part. But it's, you know, it's been a lot of support from the EU, a lot of support from the Greek government, a lot of support from Hierema in order to get us where we are today. But a part of thanking you, and we spoke a little bit about Thassos and Kavala, as I was flying yesterday from back into Greece, I was flying with Aegean, and in the cover of their magazine, the cover is Discover Kavala, which is proof, and there's a 20-page section in it which talks about the beauty of Kavala, the touristic destinations, the restaurants, and all the culture of the city. This is proof that for 40 years there's been oil production in the region of Kavala. Industrial activity and tourism can work together. This is as definite as it gets. It doesn't talk about CCS yet, but it has a very nice section in it which talks about how Kavala is the city that brings history and new technologies together, which marks again where we are today, in a very historic city for the only place that in Greece to have ever produced oil, becomes a transition period where it will be the only place that will store CO2 in the next coming years. So it's a very, it's the article that I was reading yesterday night is very important. The support from yourselves and the support from everyone in Greece is very important. And it's very good to see today everyone here trying to get one of the first value chains in Europe in action. We heard previously that Greece is not, and this region is not very often mentioned when we talk about CCS. The reality is that Greece is one of the 3 countries in the EU that has issued environmental terms to store CO2 underground. So we might not be very well spoken of or very loud, but we do progress. We are one of the first and we are one of the most advanced value chains in Europe to develop this value chain.
Thank you very much, and I do agree that a lot has happened and is happening in the region, like we heard this morning, and as you just explained, also in Greece. And I know all these projects, there's a lot of work behind until you get the check, which will come soon. But there's a lot of preparatory work, there's a process of evaluation. So for us, as I said, we value those who have a cross-border impact, who are innovative, who are really putting a lot of ideas into action. And I think that's what happens here in Prinos, and good to hear that Kavala and Thassos, which are tourists I've been there many times, so it's good that this is also going hand in hand with oil and gas, but in future also CO2 storage. I think this is a very good example here in Greece, in the northern part of Greece, how that can work. And your company and your association and everyone involved in that endeavor has done a great job. So we wish you good luck. It's only co-financing, so of course other sources must come in, public and of course private. And I wish you all the best and the success for the project. And I'm happy to visit it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel explores one of the most important EU objectives, ensuring sufficient CO2 storage capacity by 2030. The discussion will examine the challenges and opportunities for creating strategic, coordinated CO2 storage projects across Europe. It is my pleasure to give the floor to the moderator of this session, Mrs. Stephanie Hisinger, Head of Unit DG Klima.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to discussion panel 2. We heard in the previous panel about the political commitment for CCS, both at EU and at national level. And I think for the EU level, the commitment we just saw in granting a grant from the CEF is one commitment. We heard many times this morning already about the Innovation Fund and the Modernization Fund providing funding for these projects. But one way of having shown the political commitment as well for CCS in the long term is the adoption in 2024 of the Net Zero Industry Act with the 50 million ton target that it enshrines. We also heard already in the previous panel about the need to create a single market for CO2 and how difficult this is for companies and regulators alike. So now, with this panel, we would like to go a step further. We would like to explore what it means when projects, CCS projects in particular, get granted the status of net zero strategic projects in the sense of the Net Zero Industry Act. What does that mean concretely? And to shed some light on this, I'm delighted to welcome with me here an exceptional group of high-level experts who delve into the crucial task of building CO2 value chains with their different roles and from different perspectives, ranging from regulator, emitter, to storage site developer. They will offer us insights into the current state of CO2 storage development, highlighting remaining bottlenecks and exploring solutions how to expedite the deployment. And I hope that at the end of the session, we will have learned something about how to foster collaboration and advance progress towards the EU's ambitious 2030 goal of achieving the 50 million ton injection capacity target. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on the stage. So the first one is Federico Cecchetti, Head of External Relations, ENI CCUS Holding. Thank you, Federico. Then I also welcome Eric Rielander, Commercial Manager, BEX Stockholm Energy. Sorry. Welcome with me also Dimitris Tsanis, CEO Greece Holcim Group. Then I'm very happy also to welcome Jesper Sandamtoft, Group Sustainability Director, Cementir Holding. And last but not least, Malte Bornkam, Head of Division in Industrial Decarbonization Market Framework, CCS, CCU, Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs of Germany. So again, warm welcome to all of you. Thanks for having joined this panel and agreed to it. I would like to start with you, Federico, the discussion, because ENI is developing a storage site, and we have already heard about it this morning, in the Italian part of the Adriatic Sea. How does the Italian government support you as net zero strategic project in the sense of the Net Zero Industry Act?
Hello, everyone, and thanks for having us here on the panel. Indeed, we are the developer alongside our partners SNAM of the Ravenna CCS project on the Adriatic, and we're working very closely with a wide range of emitters, as well as, of course, with the Italian government and authorities. Ravenna CCS benefits from a very vast storage potential. We're talking about 500 million tons of CO2 availability in our stores, and that alone tells you that the opportunity that we see with Ravenna is to help decarbonize both Italy as well as neighboring Southern European countries via different opportunities and different modes of transportation, both pipeline as well as via ship in the Ravenna port. So the opportunity that we see when it comes to the Italian framework specifically, I would say it's the fact that we already know that the Italian government has issued in its CCS study in August this year the regulatory framework that will underpin CCS developments in Italy will be based on a regulated asset-based model for the transportation and storage segment. So we're talking about onshore pipeline network as well as storage offshore. And then for the emitters, it would be via CFD type support mechanism. So already knowing what the regulation and regulatory framework will be gives you that certainty in terms of the direction that the market is taking. Then on the other side of the equation is the fact that the Italian government has already recognized Ravenna CCS as a net zero strategic project, and that implies that the permitting procedure will be dealt with under a single authorization process, which effectively means that for CO2 developers like ourselves, there will be one single interface to deal with all of the consents that are associated with CO2 storage, and of course, that simplifies the procedure and helps you accelerate the timeline for cost-effective deployment. And last but not least, the fact that we're working with our partners SNAM and with the emitters across the value chain, it means also that we're trying our best to make sure that the deployment and FID timelines are as aligned as they can be. This both applies to our partners in Italy as well as cross-border. We are working with partners in France, in Greece, in Croatia, and also looking at further neighboring countries such as Austria, Spain, Slovenia. So very vast storage potential, and if you're from any of these countries and have a capture project and are looking to store your CO2, come talk to us, because we got plenty of opportunities.
Thank you also for that last pitch, because indeed I think that's also what we want to facilitate here in this forum, of course, that the different parts of the value chain can meet. But before we go a bit deeper on that, Eric, you have recently taken FID for the BEX Stockholm project. Would you share with us why you go for CCS in your decarbonization strategy? What made you make that choice?
So thank you, sure. First of all, I think that the reason for doing this for Stockholm XG is a business opportunity, but also the long-term license to operate, more or less. But this is not about decarbonization of Stockholm XG. BEX is about carbon removals, and we are actually doing this to provide services to our clients that's making them reach their climate targets. We are not going to keep any of these removals, so our climate journey is not about this BEX project, that is about other projects where we are reducing our carbon footprint. Anyways, just to give you a short insight into what BEX Stockholm is. BEX Stockholm is a retrofit of a carbon capture equipment to the largest bio-CHP, combined heat and power plant in Sweden. Stockholm XD, we are an energy utility, not like a startup. We are an energy utility, been operational since the 1800s. And today we are an energy utility operating mostly on bioenergy, but also quite a bit on recycled and reused energies. So actually we only have like 2% fossil content in our energy mix today. But now we are retrofitting carbon capture equipment to our largest bio-CHP that would allow us to capture and store 800,000 tons of CO2, originally from the atmosphere, as you know, because the trees, we are using residues from Swedish forestry as the fuel in these bioenergy plants. There are no trees being cut down in Sweden just for energy purposes. Trees and forests are harvested by long-lived wood products industries, construction material, furniture, IKEA and the likes. And they take the thick parts of the trees, the thinner parts of the logs goes to paper and pulp, and their leftovers is what goes to energy. So that is branches, tops, bark, sawdust. That is what's being used. So no trees cutting down just for energy. Just want to make sure that you understand that. So capturing the flue gases from this bioenergy plant is actually capturing the carbon that was once absorbed by the trees over the photosynthesis. When we capture that carbon and put it in and store it geologically, we are creating a flow of carbon from the atmosphere to the geosphere, kind of reversing what has been done by mankind over the years, right? Taking carbon out of the ground, putting it in the atmosphere. So 800,000 tons a year will be stored, and in this project, more than 50% of the revenues are actually market revenues. So client buying this service. But then this is also a first-of-a-kind project. So it's expensive to do a first-of-a-kind project. Therefore, we also need state aid. And this is where the European Innovation Fund comes in and also the Swedish government.
Thank you. And so I said that we have different perspectives here on the panel, so now maybe we move also to the emitters side. And Dimitris, thanks for joining this morning.
Thank you.
You are indeed deploying an innovation fund project called Olympus. We saw it already on the map this morning. But what are the challenges that you face with deploying this project?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. In order to set a bit the stage, I would say that Holcim today, worldwide, is driving the industry's broadest range of decarbonization technologies in order to reach its 2030 and 2050 net zero targets. So CCUS is a major parameter, a significant pillar in all this decarbonization journey on which we have embarked. And during the next years, we have a lot of significant milestones to reach until 2030. Holcim has committed to invest 2 billion Swiss francs net of public financing in order to be able to capture 5 million tons of CO2 on an annual basis from 2030 and thus produce 8 million tons of net zero cement again from 2030. So in this, Holcim has a very diversified portfolio of CCUS projects across 7 member states, all of them 8 projects in 7 member states, all of them have been co-financed, are being co-financed by EU Innovation Fund, and we are deploying CCUS projects in Germany, Poland, Romania, France, Belgium, Croatia, and of course here in Greece, in our Milaki cement plant in Evia. So when it comes to the Greek business case, the Olympus CCS project, I would say that a major challenge is the fact that Greece is a non-industrialized country. So this, per se, creates issues and challenges when it comes to industrial infrastructure or to industrial synergies, resources that you could find in other European countries with industrial hubs where you could enjoy this another level of synergies. And this goes hand in hand with the availability of technically skilled personnel, which is not the case for the country at the extent that we would like to have. A second challenge is the fact that for hard-to-abate industries that operate in the country, there is storage scarcity, and we're quite favored. I would say that our Milaki cement plant is situated on the sea, which gives to it and to the business case that we have developed a very good, a very positive seaborne transportation opportunity. A third point I would say, and speaking on behalf of an emitter, as you previously said, is the fact that emitters bear risks that have to do with store or pay or long-term time charter contracts that need to address through de-risking mechanisms as CCFDs that would actually act as safety nets in order to bring our FID decision earlier or in due time, together or parallel with some guarantees versus failures of other players and stakeholders in the value chain like sequestration and transportation. And last, I would say that it has been discussed a lot during the first hours, the regulatory context. We're quite glad and we welcome what was announced earlier by Mr. Tsafos and the Minister about the voting of the bill, which is essentially the first CCS law in the country. We're quite eager and we're looking forward to have the second regulatory framework being voted in due time, which really will boost the decarbonization initiatives and the decarbonization projects in the country. All in all, in order to sum up, I think we're working really hard in order to mitigate challenges that come from new technology, from innovation, and we're quite willing to work hand in hand with the institutions in order to make sure that the CCUS project in the country is a success and mitigate the challenges that come from externalities or tail risks. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. And building on what you just said on the regulatory framework, well, I mentioned in the introduction, we have at European level the Net Zero Industry Act, and then, of course, and we'll come to what happens in Germany at national level afterwards. But Jesper, you have just, with your project, and you're also from the same sector, you have just been awarded the status of Net Zero Strategic Project in Denmark. So I would really be interested in, to what extent does that help you? What are the benefits associated with this status? Are there any benefits? And what is your expectation in that regard?
Well, first of all, thank you for also inviting us to present our project and our experience with the NCI strategic project. I must say, it's about 1 month ago that we got the status, so perhaps my experience is not so big, but we have high hopes and we have reasons for this. I would like to say a little bit about the project we are talking about here. Our project deals with capturing 1.4 million tons of CO2 from the cement production in Aalborg, Denmark, transporting it by pipeline to a storage 60 kilometers south of the plant, and then storing it underground. And the project is called Action, which I think is quite appropriate. We've heard Action said many times here. It stands for Aalborg CCS, based on onshore storage in North Jutland. The project will decarbonize. The plan is that we will decarbonize our cement production fully. But in order to enable this, we need to establish, or it is needed to establish, a full infrastructure from capture onto transport and storage. And this is, of course, one of the challenges. We are working together with the Evida, which is the Danish national pipeline operator, gas pipeline operator. We are working together with a consortium developing the storage, which is called Greenstore, comprising Harbour Energy, INEOS, and then the Danish state with 20%. And in order to make all this possible, also within the framework which is needed, is really dependent on a lot of things. And I forgot to say that actually we were awarded also a grant from the EU Innovation Fund, which we are very happy about, because that's actually an enabler of getting this started. The benefit of the NCS status is, of course, that we get an opportunity to get, you can say, a fast-track development, or fast-track on our permits, or the permits of the, which is extremely important. And I would say that the status today is the cement plant. The pipeline operator has always also been awarded it. The storage operator is applying. I think they will get the award very, very soon, or the reward very soon. And in our, you can say, in our endeavors to establish this the project, we realized that we needed. And I cannot remember if it's 163 or 167 different permits. And that's permits from different authorities. Would be, it could be 3 or 4 national agencies. It's local authorities, which also need to be involved. So that means it could be a very, very difficult and cumbersome process. Just recently, if you look at how this would happen in the situation as it is now, when the and that's only for the storage permit, in fact, when all the exploration program is over, then all the material has to be submitted. All the material from the environmental impact assessment has to be submitted, approved, and then there will be a 24 months processing period, including 4 months at the EU. And that's, of course, a lot, and it's too much if the 2030 target shall be reached. So we have very, very high hopes that the NCA strategic project status will actually enable us a fast track for the whole project, so that we'll get this processing time significantly down.
Thank you. Time is indeed of essence there. And Malte, we have heard this morning already that the Greek law is now in Parliament. I think you're a step further already in Germany. So you just adopted indeed the first CCS law. I think everybody is eager to hear a bit your insights into what this law is going to address, and maybe also you can say a word on how many permits will be required in Germany. Is it also 163 or 67, or is there a count that is maybe a bit different?
Yeah, start with the latter. Thank you for inviting me. It's always very humbling to speak after someone from Denmark. Denmark being so far ahead in the process, so I can't even say. But we have a authorization which will combine all the permits. But of course, you have to talk to all different agencies. Yeah, but indeed, with the Act, we're now one step ahead, one milestone. I think it's really important to have our CCS Act now in force, has entered into force on 28 November, after 3 years of discussion in government and in parliament. So now we have legal certainty for the overall framework. Maybe it's a sign that it's a very important act if you have to go through government twice and parliament twice. We wouldn't have liked to have it 1 year before, but now we got it. And yeah, the major issues, of course, is to create legal certainty for CO2 infrastructure, on the one hand, for pipelines especially. So it only focuses on pipelines with regards to infrastructure. To be able to export CO2 to other neighboring countries, together with the London Protocol ratification, which is still in Parliament, but it's just a matter of time. So this is one big step, also to allow transport for CCU, which hasn't been allowed before. But also allow storage, so enable like a build-up of storage capacities in Germany, especially offshore in the exclusive economic zones. There are exceptions for marine protection areas, and 8 kilometers around that. So we have quite strict rules there, but there's still quite a capacity that can be developed. But of course, that will take a lot of time. So we look at the export solution also for now. And other major new regulations are the implementation of the NZIA. So it's not implemented yet fully, but there's a power for a regulation on that. Also, the new government decided to provide CCS transport infrastructure and storage with an overriding public interest, so that can speed up processes and building this infrastructure with other issues. So it's on the same level as hydrogen and renewables now. And finally, on the fields of application of CCS, emissions from coal-fired power plants don't get access to the pipeline grid. It's not allowed because that would be in contradiction to our decision to phase out coal. But there are no other restrictions, especially not on gas-fired power plants or blue hydrogen and so on. But background being that we think that should be resolved by the market and competitiveness of the technologies. So yeah, that's the legal framework now for Germany, and we hope we can implement it soon.
Thank you. When we prepared this panel internally in the Commission, and also when then discussing with you, I think one of the themes that always came back, and it already came in the beginning, was really the need for cooperation. And you all do this at different levels. Federico, at local level in particular, in Italy, or national level, I could also say, you're quite successful also with, you mentioned the infrastructure developer and everybody, but can you describe a bit more how you cooperate with the other partners, given the tight project timelines? And there's a question I saw already for you on Slido, which I think links quite well, which is also how do you see the local social acceptance that allows you to progress in order to allow for the infrastructure development? I think it's quite closely linked to the way you cooperate, most likely.
Yeah, I think all of these are, of course, very important aspects. I think the premise to that I would make is that Eni is developing Ravenna, but it is developing a portfolio of different CCS initiatives across Europe. And that in itself helps us better understand different local contexts and what best practices can be reapplied across different geographies. So we have the Ravenna CCS project in Italy. We are developing 2 projects in the UK. One is the Liverpool-based CCS as part of HyNet, on which we already reached an FID last April and is now under construction. A second CCS project also in the UK on the southeast, which is called Bacton CCS, which is very strategically located also to attract in the future CO2 volumes from the continent, from the European Union, since it is only some 200 kilometers away. And then the L10 project in the Netherlands, which is integrated with the Aramis value chain. So by working across these different countries and regulatory frameworks, of course, we have learned the importance of early engagement and interaction with local authorities. I think that was really instrumental for our Liverpool Bay CCS project in getting to an FID earlier this year. And with Ravenna as well, I think the level of support that we have seen, not only from the Italian government, but all the way down to the region and to the local authorities, both in Ravenna and other cities in the area that are involved, has been very important. So from our perspective, the key is engaging with the public, trying to be perceived as a credible actor in this space, and doing that with really with a business model that focuses on deploying this project and accelerating development. You might have noticed that the company I work with is Eni CCS Holding, which is the dedicated CCS company that we set up as Eni to manage our entire CCS portfolio. So what we're trying to do there as well is concentrating within one company the knowledge, skills, and expertise that we've developed in the CCS sector over the past decades, now that we're focusing more on delivering these projects. I hope it's somewhat replied to your questions.
No, thank you. And Eric, in terms of cooperation, I mean, you not only took FID for your own projects, but you also signed the storage contract with the first operational storage site in the EA. Can you share some aspects of that cooperation? And yeah, what were your key takeaways from that?
Sure. So collaboration and cooperation with partners in this value chain has been at the core of development all through our project. And of course, the contract with Northern Lights, which is our transport and storage partner, is one very good example of that. And of course, you know, for a project like ours, to have a credible and reliable partner for transport and storage is, I cannot over-exaggerate the importance of that. Mostly because, you know, there is also a project risk. I mean, our value chain is not functional unless the transport and storage parts also work. And in the worst case, we would sit with a stranded asset and no transport and storage. So for us to find the most credible and workable partner on the market for this part of the value chain has been very, very important. At that point, when we signed this contract a year ago, or less than a year ago actually, but it was in the beginning of this year, Northern Lights was definitely the best alternative for us, meeting our timeline and everything. But also, you know, in other contexts of this project, this kind of collaboration has been at the core of our, you know, the reason for our success, I think. You know, we have also developed very deep collaborational relationships with our anchor clients, for example, on the market. Because when we started out with this project, there was no market. There were no market rules. There were nothing. So we needed to build that up from the start. And we did that in close collaboration with the anchor clients, because doing that with the leading clients gives you at least a very good opportunity to present something that will work for others. When it works for one of the best, you know, largest supplier projects and for the largest buyers, when it works for them at the same time, then perhaps it can be a good model for the market. Also, we talked about permits. You know, our project passed through 27 different authorities in Sweden before we got our permits. And each and every one of those authorities never saw a project like this one before. So we first needed to educate them. What is this? What is carbon removals? Why is it important? How can you possibly process an application for an environmental permit for this kind of a project? So we did that with 27 of them. And then we handed in the application. So this process took us many, many years, or actually a little more than 2 years. But when the application was handed in, the process was actually quite smooth because there were, very few questions to be asked because everything has already been sorted out in advance. And then when it comes to the public acceptance, which I also think is very, very important for these kinds of projects, we are an energy utility, first and foremost, and we are kind of used to building energy facilities in the middle of the city. I mean, we are operational in the middle of Stockholm. And that is often difficult from not in my backyard reasons. With this plant, we took all the experience we have from previous processes, and of course we did all the dialogue with the neighbors and all these things that are required from us by law, but we also did TV commercials, we did ads in the subway, we did many things to just, build some kind of pride among the Stockholmers around this project. And I think we succeeded because there is very little opposition against it. I think that, the Stockholmers see this as an opportunity for Stockholm to position themselves, as a leader in climate mitigation. And I think that has helped us a lot.
Oh, that's indeed, I think, quite an important message that you indeed need to take also the local population along if you want to succeed and show, what is also in it for them. Dimitris, you mentioned already earlier that you have 6 projects across different... Eight, sorry, across different EU member states. I think then it's 6 in 6 member states. 7. Oh, okay, all my figures are wrong. I'm really sorry. But even better. So, but then, what are your insights in this kind of cooperation or rolling out projects in different member states? Is there anything that you would say is noticeable in terms of differences, or maybe also where things are working in synchronization between the different member states?
Just to recap, there are 8 projects in 7 member states, and what we see as a common pattern among all these projects that we are currently deploying in Europe is that strong collaboration is key for success, as it was previously said. Strong collaboration between public authorities, the private companies, the local communities, the local stakeholders, and of course all the partners of the value chain in order really to unleash the maximum of potential that the CCUS projects can give, and of course get us closer to a net zero future. When we are talking about our projects, capturing CO2 is one thing, which is happening in our industrial sites, in our manufacturing sites. But then what is really a key challenge is what comes next, what goes beyond downstream after our, in this case, cement plants, and the creation of this value chain which is being developed as we speak in each one of these 8 projects. If we're speaking about differences among these projects, I would say that each one of them is different in terms of structure, in terms of design, which is normal and obvious, but then there are differences when it comes to regulatory context, depending on the maturity of each member state regulatory level. There are differences when it comes to the industrial resources and infrastructure, for example, the availability of competitive decarbonized energy. And for sure, there are differences when it comes to access to storage, transportation of CO2, whether this is onshore, offshore, etc. But leaving aside the differences between these 8 projects, I think that it could be that there are more similarities, and building on what was previously said by the rest of the speakers in our panel, I would say that these similarities are mainly grouped into 3 categories. First, transportation of CO2 and access to storage. Second, permitting issue, granting permissions. And third, the de-risking mechanisms of the whole value chain. When it comes to transportation, local governments in cooperation with the European Union should act urgently, I would say, in order to develop an EU-wide cross-border transportation network for CO2 in order to connect the industrial hubs with the storage areas, regardless or with all available means, railway, seaborne pipelines, barge, etc. access to the storage, it really is of vital importance, and it is self-understandable that these projects are heavily dependent and rely on having competitive and realistic, I would say, offerings from the storage operators. What we see now and what we propose as that the EU governments should do, the local governments should adopt as early as possible the EU CCUS framework in order to give access and enable storage. The second point has to do with permitting and permission, which we see it common among the 8 projects. We're asking for faster permission, more simplified, transparent processes in order to grant from the local governments permissions in a faster way and not delay the projects. Of course, we welcome the Net Zero Industry Act recognition of CCUS projects as strategic ones, but we think that local governments should act at a faster pace. And then when it comes to the de-risking of the whole value chain, there we see that what I previously said, a completely new carbon management value chain is currently being deployed from the capturing side down to the sequestration side. It comes with risks, it comes with costs that in most of the cases it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to insure, to hedge, or even to contractually allocate. And this brings with its turn financial uncertainty and problems in the bankability of the projects. So this is where we ask European Union to intervene, to take some steps in order to make sure that de-risking mechanisms are in place, like the Industrial Decarbonization Bank that we discussed earlier, in order to make sure that the projects are becoming gradually a success.
Yes, thank you. And Jesper, so we heard a lot about, well, offshore storage and, of course, cooperation when it then comes to transport to these offshore sites. You're planning to store onshore in Denmark. In your experience, is there any difference in that cooperation with the transport and the storage provider, or is that very similar, you think? Is there any takeaway you have from your relationship with those in the value chain?
Well, I think it's, what shall I say? In the course of our project, when we are developing, our first plan would have been to go offshore because that was what was available. But given the fact that the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland identified very, very significant opportunities to store CO2 onshore, also close to the plant, we made a strategic choice to go for the onshore storage. We can also say in hindsight, was that wise or not? Time will show. In 22, when we did the choice, we had expected the storages to be developed somewhat faster. So right now we are actually in a situation where we can end up, as described by Erik, having a stranded asset if we cannot balance the, you can say, the capture project with the storage projects. So I believe this is the biggest challenge, how to do this in the cooperation. From a technical perspective, I think it is actually, we have a very, very close cooperation with both our provider of the capture plant, Air Liquide, and the storage and transport providers. So we have good timetables and we have good understanding what to do. But we still need to breach the gap between the FID of the storage provider and the FID of the cement plant. That's, again, one of the issues, and I think I mentioned before why we believe the NCR status could help us, because that could be a way of actually perhaps giving the storage provider some sort of comfort to take an FID at an earlier stage. Time will show, but I think this is the main issue. It's discussing what is the difference between onshore and offshore. By definition, onshore should be cheaper. Not only because it's onshore, it's also the installations is simpler. On the other hand, very often offshore, if it's hydrocarbon fields, they're much better known geologically. So there's also drawbacks. But we will still maintain that we'll maintain our decision to store onshore for sure.
Thank you. And Malte, obviously you're not part of the value chain here in this panel, but you may be best placed to rate the demand that comes from German industry on the one hand for storage, but on the other hand, I'm wondering, looking at the NZR target of 50 million tons, there are 11 member states that have obligated entities. Can you say something on cooperation and collaboration between maybe the member states that towards that target, towards achieving that target?
Yeah, first on the demands by industry, I mean, we have several industry representatives in the panel, and they're in a better position to, well, we heard all the challenges that are there, and they're basically, to our knowledge, also there for the German industry. So we start with a legal framework now. We have the basis, a legal framework is in place. We need some regulations. So I think the focus will be how to bring the technology on commercial scale and industrial scale, the infrastructure. So on the one hand, we have the ICMS on the European level, but we will also complement that with a national strategy in carbon management, where we look at how to create, or for the companies make it possible to create a business case or market framework, as it's in our division's name, which is very long, I realized. But we need a market framework with different elements. One, ETS, CBAM has been mentioned with the volatile price, so we also have to look at CCFD's funding, where we're looking into that. We have already had an expression of interest there. We also, with funding, we need to talk about de-risking and the role of different actors, including the government and the EU. And I think altogether it has to create a framework where investments in CCS will be competitive in 2040, 2045, 2050. We also have to look at elite markets. Well, and ZIA fits into this discussion as well, of course, because it looks at the other end of the value chain. With ETS, we oblige emitters to decarbonize. They have to decarbonize by 2040. And with the NZIA, we have a target and a role of the storage providers there. So, I think it's too early to talk about concrete next steps, but I think in our view, it's important to coordinate between member states how to go ahead there and to talk to each other. And yeah, that's actually one of the things on our agenda for the next month. Thank you.
Well, we definitely agree, and we always try to do that through the expert group that we have on CCS. So, in particular with the member states that have obligated entities. We have 8 minutes left. Maybe I also open up to the audience for questions to the panel. I have Slido here, but there are no questions on Slido. Feel free to use Slido as well. But there's a hand up there. I don't know if there's anybody with a mic.
Thanks for making that extra effort, and sorry for being in a difficult place. Toby Lockwood, Clean Air Task Force. We haven't spoken too much in this panel about the obligation on producers that came in a little bit at the end there. I'm interested to know from the emitters, particularly Cementir and Holcim, whether this obligation gives you more confidence in having storage available on time for your projects, if that's changed the picture at all? And also interested to know from Federica, I think that ENI, in theory, could have even a surplus capacity in 2030 if everything goes according to plan. Is there any thought to kind of offering this capacity out to producers which may not be in such a fortunate position in 2030?
Sorry, what was the case about the obligation again? I didn't get you.
Does the storage obligation give you more confidence in securing storage capacity for your projects on time? So, yeah, you know that there's this added incentive for the storage developer to deliver this capacity. Does that give you increased confidence, or does it not change the picture?
Okay. Thank you. No, I think that the cooperation so far between the emitters themselves and the institution, as well as Energean company in Prinos, is quite strong, and we're quite confident that there will be no issue in the long run when it comes to storage capacity, in order to have all the value chain really available to be ready to fulfill the goals of the projects that each one of us has really embarked on. So we feel quite confident about cooperation and about the capacity of the storage, as well as the capacity in our own terms, on when we will be ready to inject on time and fulfill our obligations by 2030. I don't think there will be an issue there.
Yes, but you would like to add?
Yeah, I can confirm that the obligation actually is useful. The storages, the companies developing the storages in Denmark are actually obligated. And that means that that's one of the, you can say, one of the levers that makes us more confident that actually we'll be ready in time.
Yeah, so I guess the short answer would be, I sure hope so, that we deliver by 2030 both our Ravenna CCS and L10 projects in the Netherlands, and that effectively will imply that we may have some additional capacity to be able to market it at the same time. And I think overall, Eni sees the Net Zero Industry Act as a useful tool in the sense that it recognizes the importance of CCS as an industrial and decarbonization policy. At the same time, we all know, and I think it was mentioned already, that the targets by themselves will not be enough in triggering those business cases that are needed in order to deploy investments. So we are keen to work with everybody across the value chain and benefit from the different instruments. If I look at Ravenna CCS, it's very important, for instance, that emitters for up to over, I think, 6 MTPAs were awarded under the Innovation Fund, and they identify Ravenna as a potential store, so that already gives you that confidence that the full value chain costs will be reduced. But it's a variety of things that are required. We've seen it with our projects in the UK as well. You need the full value chain, de-risking and mechanisms and incentives in order for the business model to work. But we are there, and very much hope to be back here or somewhere else in a few years and be able to demonstrate that we overshoot our targets.
Thank you. I'm afraid we won't have time for another questions from the audience, but I have one for you still, because I think what you just said, under the Innovation Fund, we almost have, I think, 23 million tons per year of capture by now with the most recent call. So that's 40%, around 40% of the storage target. So now, I mean, we all know time is of essence, but what would be, and from each of you, the one single thing that would need to happen to accelerate the deployment in the next 5 years?
from our perspective, I would say a couple of things. Of course, one would be too easy, but continuing down the road of the Innovation Fund, because that's very important, especially for emitters to be able to make that investments and make it at a cost-effective level. And then at the same time, I would say addressing those cross-border regulatory hurdles that still prevent, to some extent, cross-border projects being developed. That's one of the easiest way that we see in bringing down costs, and that should be sort of a Europe-wide effort. Ravenna is very much looking to be the reference hub for CCS in the Mediterranean, but we see that also in the North Sea, looking at the Netherlands, but looking at the UK as well, and looking forward to see more traction and progress on that front as well.
Dimitris, any thoughts?
I would prioritize the de-risking mechanism. I think this is of major essence. You see that the companies, the private sector is really willing to take the extra mile. They're willing to invest together, of course, with the valuable assistance of the EU Innovation Fund. But this is really the parameter which will unlock full the potential of CCUS.
From my perspective and the carbon removals perspective, I would say that market demand is everything for growing this industry. And there are discussions right now within the union around how the Commission can best stimulate market demand, and perhaps if there should be some kind of purchasing, central purchasing initiative or not. And I definitely support, the fact that we need to use money from the government to stimulate this market, but we shall not kill the private market by saying that we shall only use taxpayers' money to do this. Taxpayers' money and market money must be stacked on top of one another in order for it to be enough money and suffice for building this industry. So government money shall be used to subsidize private purchases. So these, buying carbon removals, permanent carbon removals, is still quite expensive. Therefore, government money needs to come in to subsidize the market price. But only when government money and private money work together, also in a dual ledger accounting principle perspective, which is very central for this. I know some of you probably know what it is. Unless we have that happen, we will not build this industry.
Thank you. Yes, very
Okay, the time's out, but I would think we should not forget infrastructure, because what is happening right now is that a lot of, local projects is being established with their own disconnected infrastructures. So I think somehow this will be also a key to get things moving.
And Malte, from your perspective?
Yeah, I have to come back to the market framework that really allows private investors to go ahead with an element of risk sharing, but the decisions are taken in the private sector mainly.
Thank you. So that was quite a diverse overview. So a lot of things still have to happen. And I thank you a lot for being here today, for sharing your experiences from the different perspectives. I think that's very useful for everyone. And I think we will still have an opportunity to go deeper in the workshops also this afternoon. Thank you.
Many thanks to our speakers for their valuable contribution. It's time for a lunch break. We will resume at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. I hope you had a nice lunch, hopefully not too much, so you are still awake and ready to follow the continuation of the proceedings of the forum. My name is Efthymios Tartaras. I'm Head of Geoscience and Management Consultant at HEREMA, and I will be taking over as moderator this afternoon from Ms. Pagliaruta, who had to depart for urgent ministerial obligations. As we return to the day's program, it's my pleasure to introduce the first Lessons Learned session. Mr. Gilles Soupli, European Public Affairs Manager of Fluxys, will discuss the regulatory barriers and enablers on the road to CO2 project operation. Mr. Soupli, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the European Commission for organizing the ICM Forum. I think I can speak on behalf of many participants that we really appreciate these kinds of initiatives where you can, again, connect with partners, you can reflect on the key challenges. And for me personally, I felt a little bit ill last week, so I'm quite happy with the Greek sun and the good weather, which is a good break compared to the Brussels weather. So I am Gilles Soupli, I am the EU Public Affairs Manager, as just announced, and I was indeed asked to share some insights on the regulatory barriers and enablers for CO2. Before I dig into this topic, perhaps first a couple of remarks on the Fluxys Group itself, which I think is also quite relevant. I think this is, no, the other way around. Oh, the green one? Doesn't work. Oh, this one. Okay, sorry. So, on Fluxys. So, Fluxys is a fully independent infrastructure company, headquarters in Brussels, and active in gas transmission, storage, and liquefied natural gas terminaling. We have assets primarily in Europe, so a big footprint in Europe, but we also have assets in Latin America and in the Middle East. We have about 28,000 kilometers of pipelines in our portfolio, own operation and just as a participant in the assets. And we also have about 480 terawatt hours of liquefied natural gas regasification capacity in our portfolio. As a purpose-led company, of course, we also have the ambition to contribute to a bright energy future, to the decarbonization of our energy system. And for that, of course, we want to use our commercial and technical expertise in the natural gas transport sector to replicate and use that also for the transport of carbon-neutral molecules, such as hydrogen, biomethane, and other carriers. But of course, and also quite relevant for today, is CO2. The transport of CO2, because of course the transport of CO2 will be very important for the hard-to-abate industry, the lime industry, the cement, chemicals, steel, and a couple of other sectors. And we also believe that CCUS will play an important role for the production of competitively priced low-carbon hydrogen, blue hydrogen. To put into practice the ambition, we established Fluxys Secret with our regional partners, Socofe, Pipelink, and SFPIM in 2023. And we established Fluxys Secret. And with Fluxys Secret, we aim to develop an interconnected CO2 network in Belgium, spanning the two regions, because CO2 is a regional competence in Belgium, with the aim of connecting all the big industrial emitters in our country, but also, of course, looking towards connections with neighboring countries to also be able to aggregate CO2 volumes coming from other countries. And in the interest, of course, of giving optionality to emitters, we are also working hard on developing exit points together with partners. There is the potential liquefaction terminal in the port of Antwerp, which we are developing together with our partner Air Liquide, who is the majority partner. And we're also with Equinor looking at the development of the CO2 Highway Europe, which would connect to our Zeebrugge hub in Belgium. And apart from that, we're also looking into other potential exit points, which are, of course, also developing in line with the market interests. And all these efforts align quite neatly with our strategic objective of positioning Belgium as a strategic multi-molecule hub for the energy security of supply for Europe today. Natural gas, I can say that we are already a very important hub for the supply of natural gas towards northwestern Europe, but the ambition is definitely to be the same for hydrogen in the future when it comes to importing hydrogen. But of course, for CO2, the other way around, so where we want to position ourselves as an export hub. And on the topic of today, I would like to primarily focus on one key challenge. I think it's quite an obvious one, but I like to sum it up under the words, how to fill the pipe. You might think it's quite obvious that that's indeed the key challenge, because to decarbonize and to reach the Green Deal targets, you have to fill the pipe. But of course, there's also quite an important economic rationale from a transport infrastructure point of view. Because, as I already mentioned, we want to use our technical and commercial expertise from the natural gas transport to replicate that in CO2. Well, there is one iron law in the business of transporting molecules. The more you get to transport, the lower the tariffs you can charge your emitters. And because cost, of course, is a very, very important element in the CCUS chain, it is, of course, very important to be able to offer competitive transport tariffs to the emitters. So that's why the more volumes we can get into the pipeline, the more competitive our tariffs become, and the easier it gets to kickstart the CCS value chain. So that's kind of the key challenge that I have in mind for this speech, and there are a couple of policy recommendations I would like to put forward, inspired on what is happening in Belgium, where, of course, from a regulatory point of view, a lot of things have already been moving for quite some time. So first of all, it should be avoided that several CO2 transport infrastructure systems coexist, because that would lead to a fragmented, more costly market for everyone, which would be, of course, quite suboptimal, because we need to keep costs down. And that's the reason for which in Belgium, both regions, so Flanders and Wallonia, they adopted a regulatory framework where they appointed one CO2 network operator, which is Fluxy Sigrid in both Flanders and Wallonia. We actually got nominated this year. So now we have a mandate as the sole organization or the sole operator to start developing a network in Flanders and Wallonia, which will allow us to aggregate the volumes in both regions and also avoid having a fragmented approach. So I think that's already quite important. And of course, I mentioned that we have been appointed as a CNO in both Flanders and Wallonia. This was, of course, after a very exhaustive procedure under the supervision also of the regulators, which will also look into the fact that we do respect open access principles, non-discrimination, etc. So that is a first very palpable recommendation, or what is happening in the Belgian front that I would like to put forward. Second one is, of course, even if you have one system, that does not necessarily mean that you will be able to fill the pipe. Although there is, of course, enough CO2 in Europe, I would say, within the hard-to-abate sector to fill the system, there is still an issue of timing, because different emitters have different timings, which is, of course, a key challenge to overcome. So what that actually means for an operator, that means that he needs to be ready for the first emitter, but he will depend on future volumes, because an operator only develops his transport infrastructure for medium-term demand. And this puts the operator in quite a pickle, because he does not have a very concrete, tangible business case to start developing a network on the basis of the volumes of, for example, only one emitter. So that means that mitigating measures will be needed to ensure that an operator can take FID and, as such, also keep the whole value chain going. And for that, aligning as much as possible the timelines of final investment decisions and commercial operation dates of different projects along the value chain is, of course, of key importance to kickstart CCS value chains. And this was, for example, the spirit of the idea of the Antwerp initiative, where the Port of Antwerp-Bruges tried to be indeed a little bit the coordinator in this whole process. But we also saw the same in, for example, the Longship project, and also the cluster approach in the UK, where a very similar approach was used. So I think EU policymakers should definitely also support as much as possible such a coordinated approach, via its funding mechanisms. For a CO2 network operator, for example, it is important that there is a coordination between, for example, the allocation of CEF funding and the allocation of innovation funding, because of course those are two sides of the same coin. If this does not happen, what is the risk? Innovation projects may be too spread out, both from a timing and a geography point of view, and there is a real risk of none of these being materialized after all, because there's no business case for the innovation-funded projects, nor for the CEF-funded projects, because there's not enough meat to the bone, I would say. And then even if the FIDs and commercial operation dates of certain projects can be aligned, of course, we have to be realistic. There will still be certain emitters that will connect earlier and later to the network. And the regulatory framework should therefore allow for intertemporal cost allocation, which means setting lower tariffs initially and recovering cost as volumes grow. Such a measure will in itself, however, not be sufficient. It needs to be accompanied by de-risking measures, such as state guarantees for the CO2 network operator during the ramp-up phase to address volume risk. Without such measures, the financial burden and overall risk for the transport operator is just significantly too significant to justify initiating development of the CO2 network. So that's a second important lesson I would like to give. And then a third one, which is not necessarily strictly a network operator issue, but really a value chain issue, which I really like to address because I hear it quite often. It's something that is called within the value chain the double penalty issue, which is also something that should not be underestimated. What is the double penalty issue? This is a problem which arises when a breakdown occurs in any part of the CCUS value chain, capture, compression, transport, liquefaction, shipping, storage, forcing an emitter to vent CO2. Wherever the problem happens in the value chain. Despite having invested in carbon reduction technologies, they are still held liable for ETS compliance costs due to these unintended emissions. Simultaneously, they might continue to bear the capital and operational expenditures associated with the participation in the CCUS chain, because also for a network operator, we operate according to the ship or pay principle, which means that you have to pay for your capacity on our transport infrastructure, even if you use it or you don't use it, because it's a very CapEx-intensive business. That's the way it works. It's the same in the natural gas network. But that would mean that an emitter, if he cannot use the value chain, for example, because of an issue at the storage site, he would still have to pay for the ship or pay tariffs of the transport infrastructure. So the question, of course, is then whether it is really the intention of policymakers to punish first movers who really want to invest in CCUS technology by having this big liability hanging over their heads. I think that shouldn't be the case. I think it's very important that we really think about addressing this issue, because otherwise, again, this might lead to an increased significant delay in kickstarting CCUS value chains. And for that reason, I think it's important to also think about some kind of flexibility, definitely for the first movers in the ramp-up phase in the ETS system, to ensure that these kinds of issues are also very concretely addressed, to ensure that indeed we can kickstart CCUS value chains in Europe. So ladies and gentlemen, if we could manage to address some of the challenges at least that I just explained, I think we're already a little bit closer to kickstarting the CCUS value chains here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soupli, for a very insightful presentation. The next item on our agenda is critical to support a cost-effective and well-functioning internal market for CO2 transport infrastructure, as it focuses on the regulatory principles needed to develop a competitive and cost-effective CO2 value chain in the EU. To moderate this panel and introduce the participants, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Augustin van Hasteren, team leader at DG Ener.
It works. I'm sure that I don't have to inform anybody in this room that 2 years ago we had an ICM strategy, and that the strategy said that the Commission will initiate preparatory work in view of a proposal for a possible future CO2 transportation and market regulatory framework. So this phrase existed when I became team leader for CCS within DG Ener. And of course, the question is, what are you going to do? We have the TENI, we have the NGA, we have other ETS as an incentivizing measure, and we have to give form to this. And of course, it says market, and rules are not a substitute for market. They should be something which support a market. So they are market rules. So this means that actually the initiative which we are developing has maybe less to do with, or it's not primarily focused on making the CCS value chain in, let's say, finance it, but of course it should be something which also takes account of the fact that it's an immature market, but it should also be there as market rules once the initial phases are over, and the value chain as such can stand on its own feet as a primarily market-focused business model. So these are the kind of things we are thinking around at the moment. We do not by ourselves. We have had a call for evidence, which basically aims to set to some extent the scoping on that, and many of you have provided input to that consultation process. For the moment, we also have an open consultation process, which is more focused on, if anything, what kind of measures we should focus on, if any. And that will run until the 11th of January. And actually, this ICM Forum, we also see a little bit as an opportunity to, outside the scope of filling out a questionnaire, to collect views on what may need to be done. And we don't do that by ourselves. We also have engaged a number of consultants. Some of them will also be active today, and I warmly invite you to also attend the workshops which they will animate this afternoon. Then, of course, today's debate I will not do by myself. In fact, when we talk about rules, markets, projects, there is lots of experience where also the Commission can learn of, and I'm very pleased that we have this mixed experience in our panel. And I would like to invite the various panelists to come and join me on the stage. First of all, Katerina Sardi. She has a long and distinguished career in energy. Currently, she is working for NERV, so the developer of the Prinos project, of which we already heard this morning. Congratulations, by the way, also. But she also has been working for the Greek energy regulator, and therefore has an interesting mix of experience for this panel, I would say. Then we have François Levalier. He works as head of the gas department in the French regulatory authority. And next, to deal with gas infrastructure, his unit will also be in charge of developing and implementing the hydrogen regulatory framework, and has made various contributions to CO2 market design questions. Then we have Alexander Vink. He is the commercial director of Gasunie. Gasunie, as you may be well aware, is central of various companies in the Netherlands developing CCS products, Prinos, Artemis, C2 Next. So practical experience is very difficult to beat. Another person with this practical experience is Ares Tsouras, who is within Titan Cement, in charge of decarbonization strategy director, and they are developing a large CO2 capture installation. And then, last but not least, Julien Sommers, who works for the Agora Industry organization, and their mission is to support with evidence-based analysis the decarbonization in the European industry. They're developing papers on it. Very soon, maybe we're going to benefit from this. And Agora, of course, is also the Greek name for marketplace, where in Athens, in old times, a commercial and political exchange took place. So I would say the name already implies that he was an unavoidable choice for this panel as well. I was also asked to remind you that if you want to do so, you can use the slide application in order to submit questions. So, Alexander, I would like to start with you, if you allow me. So, Gasunie has the ambition, is already working on this ambition also, to become an important player in the CO2 transportation and value chain in the Netherlands. And I was just curious whether you can elaborate a little bit on let's say, how GasUnie sees its own role in this value chain, and how GasUnie itself wants to shape this role to also serve the development of this value chain, basically. So what, let's say, not just beyond what you want to do, but also basically how you fit in the overall value chain development.
Well, thank you, Augustine, for that question. In contrast to the previous speaker, Flux's CCS in the Netherlands is unregulated, which means that we are not appointed as a carbon transport network operator, but we act as a carbon network transport operator. We did so with Portos, together with EBN and Port of Rotterdam. Key principles that we atone to are non-discriminatory open access. Together with EBN, we do that the same for Aramis. And in the end, what the vision of GasUnie is, we would like to offer to the market a harmonized, unified transport contract from border to distribution hub in the sea, where the transport conditions are equally, but also harmonized connection policies, etc. So, although not appointed, we do act like one because we want to be one.
So, next question I would like to ask to Aris. So you're really on the emitter side. So in the end, the value chain exists to get the emitters, get rid of their CO2. So you look at transportation and also in the end storage operators as somebody who will provide you hopefully this service. And I'm sure you have a particular perspective as to what you expect from them, but also in fact to what extent what you would as an emitter would like to see in a rules-based system, to the extent that is needed or not maybe also, in order to make your project and business case more viable, basically.
Thank you, and thanks for having me on this panel and the opportunity to share our thoughts here. I think from our side, we believe that regulatory clarity is super important for a CCS value chain to work. On top of the complexities that have been mentioned before, I think we're building something from scratch. This is totally new, so there's an additional reason to make sure that things are clear. And when I talk about regulatory clarity, I really mean three things, right? One is that we have very clear accountability, so who is doing what across the value chain. The second is that it is stable, right? So that the rules are not there to be changed, depending on the policymaker or what have you. We are signing 15, 20, 25-year contracts. We are undergoing significant CapEx commitments. So it needs to be stable. And it needs to be simple, right? So these would be the three principles that we would look for regulatory clarity. I think what would be the objectives of a good regulation from our point of view? I think it's two objectives. The first is that we need to secure the downstream. So we need to make sure that there is an avenue for the CO2 that we capture to be transported and to be stored. And the second is that the regulation helps us make the project bankable. So securing the downstream and making the project bankable are critical to us. What does secure the downstream mean? And I'll focus on this in this part of my discussion. I think it means a couple of things. One is obviously you need to have open access to the different kinds of emitters. But we do believe that there is a need to have priority for hard-to-abate sectors. Contrary to other sectors, we do not have, cement does not have alternatives to decarbonize. We have process emissions that are hard to abate, so we believe that this is very important. And this is one of the critical aspects to what we're looking for. The second thing in terms of access is pricing. So we believe that pricing should be regulated. Particularly, I think there was a discussion at the beginning of the day today about Greece and the effect that you have a sort of excess demand and then you have scarcity of storage. So in this context, we believe it's very important to have a regulated tariff that keeps the costs low. And as a consequence of that, which comes to the third point, which is allocation, we believe that allocation should be done primarily on non-price criteria. So things like the project maturity, the size, the innovation, These are rules that we believe are important to be used as criteria on how to allocate. So I think the combination of these points are what would help us secure the downstream for what we want to do.
Thank you. So actually then I would like to move to Katharina. So as I mentioned earlier, she is on the storage side of the same equation as Ares is, basically. So I thought let's start off with asking the same question, actually. What as an operator of storage, which also has to put money on the table, what would be important characteristics, what you would be looking for, would be helpful or maybe also unhelpful in order to develop the storage projects which you are developing?
Got to develop as a storage operator. Okay. First of all, it depends on where the storage is actually located. I think this is of primary importance in the sense that if we look to the north, there's to an extent storage abundance, so optionality on which and where to store and under what conditions. This is, as we have discussed also in other panels today, this is not the case in the south, where storage capacity, at least known storage capacity, to be operational around 2030 is rather limited. We are experiencing what is actually called as like physical scarcity. So this is one issue on storage. On the other hand, there's another difference with many storages on the north, where there is substantial government shareholding. For example, for Prinos CO2, this is not the case. This is a purely merchant project, and other merchant projects are going to emerge, smaller or larger, and the rules need to be there. I heard Ari saying that we need a regulated tariff so that the tariff is low. I understand his position, but on the other hand, a merchant project needs to have cost reflectivity and a guaranteed rate of return so that equity and debt providers could be there and underwrite the project.
So you emphasized, and I understand that in a way that there's in the north we speak about very different physical surroundings, which means that there are different conditions on the storage side. In the south, this is not the case. You mentioned the fact that this, if I understood correctly at least, you said that this may be a situation where the use of regulated tariffs on storages may be more, let's say, more self-evident to argue as one. Are there other differences where you would like to say this fact of physical availability of storage may make a difference on how the rules should be defined, basically?
Yes, I mean, the Directive 31 of 2009, which is the only piece of regulation that actually exists nowadays for storage, puts up the main principles about third-party access, transparency, non-discrimination, open to all, whereas open to all could be means literally to all. Now, following the Net Zero Industry Act and the overall industrial strategy, there are questions, is it for all, or can we actually restrict access for the hard-to-abate industry? This is a question that needs to be responded. It's not so simple. On the other, another issue with access and tariffs, many of us working on regulation previously, we see many similarities between a CO2 storage facility or a CO2 infrastructure. Now I'm making also comments on the presentation by Fluxys, also has uni. And we are looking at the gas infrastructure to get ideas. But when regulation in gas started, there was a gas market already 30 years old. Now this is a new product with an identified market failure in the sense that it cannot exist without significant subsidies. So I think we're in a rather tricky situation.
Thank you very much. So I thought, let's move to Francois. So in my introduction, I mentioned that the CRE and Francois and personally have made a contribution to the thinking as to what a, let's say, market design may look like. And I think in this report there was one element which maybe we can develop a little bit, is that, let's say, it argues that basically in some situations, tariffs for transportation I should say in this case, not storage, may be not necessary. Others, they may be necessary and they could take the form of regulated or negotiated third-party access. So regulated meaning that the regulator sets the price or approves the price, and negotiate is that there is only an ex post, let's say, control, but the market parties in itself can agree on what it is. Or actually maybe also a situation where we should have a hardcore regulating model, unbundling, regulated tariffs, all these kind of elements which are really hardcore regulation. And I think it would be useful to get a bit of more perspective as to what the underlying thinking was for this kind of model, so that we have a bit of a better intuition as to what the questions are where we should reflect around.
Yes, so I very much agree that the CO2 sector, the CCS sector, is starting from scratch, and we have to take that into account. And it is likely that we will have a development from not a top-down development like in the gas system, but a development from down to the top. That's why we think that for very local systems, for systems where the need of transmission is fully identified from the beginning because all the players are known, for instance, in the well-defined industrial cluster. Sorry. The need of regulation is lighter due to the fact that there will be no newcomers. Plus, in some situations, you could have a competitive alternative like road, rail, or barges on rivers as well. So in those local situations, you need to check third-party access, obviously. You need, at the beginning, to check the profitability of the infrastructure, but you don't need to have a heavy, continuous regulation as we do for big networks. And in the example that was given by Fluxys, that's the opposite. You have a big pipe that is initially oversized, that is designed to be heavily mutualized. In that case, the usage rate will evolve in time. And if you do nothing, the profitability could become excessive. In that case, more complete regulation, with especially a tariff regulation set by a public authority, is needed. So that's.
Thank you. So, Julien, I'll come to you. So I would just ask you what, for you, the drivers for market rules should be, and let's say what the main areas of the regulation may have to be or not. And at the EU level, of course, I would also say, because to some extent the question which we have to answer as Commission is not just whether there should be any rules, but whether these rules can meaningfully be set also at the EU level. Maybe you have some things around that.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me on the panel. Well, as a think tanker, maybe let me zoom out a little bit and first, talk about what are the main areas that this regulation needs to address. And we think in 3 levels, basically. First is really just the legal framework, ensuring the permissibility of CCS. That entails storage, that entails cross-border transfer. The second level is really kickstarting CCS projects and making sure we gather some momentum to create this market from scratch, as has been said several times. And the third level is to already have in mind what are the market foundations and what is the direction of travel that we need for this CO2 market of the future. And the difficult thing is that all of these 3 aspects have to be thought of at the same time and coordinated, so it's quite the puzzle. And maybe let me highlight 1 or 2 aspects. When we're talking about kickstarting CCS projects, I would actually kind of agree with Francois that maybe we do need a bit of a pragmatic approach. We, at the moment, have very different business models emerging across Europe, fully integrated value chains. We have commercial bilateral contracts. I think to kickstart the market, that can be supported. And really what is needed there is just finding ways to close the price gap and ensure bankability of projects. In an ideal world, the ETS price signal and the combination of that with lead markets, that would be the business case for CCS. We're very far away from that. We're seeing value chain cost for CCS of 200 to 300 euros a ton. So there's still quite the gap. And then it's thinking about where do we then need to step in with public support, with public de-risking to close that price gap. We think a smart approach would be to really step in at the emitter side. This provides some certainty for anchor sectors that can be passed down along the value chain. And this can be accompanied by specific de-risking, for example, for pipelines. As a colleague from Fluxy said, we already know now, this is again this longer picture, that we will need large, also cross-border infrastructure, these corridors that are dimensioned for future uses, also including negative emissions. And so we have this intertemporal cost allocation problem that was mentioned very well before. And now we need to think, okay, how do we address that? Are there specific measures, guarantees, minimum volume guarantees, for example, access to concessional finance? Is that enough? Or do we actually need to move some parts of this infrastructure into a fully regulated market? And then we can have these intertemporal cost mechanisms, adjustable tariffs. The mechanism was described very well earlier. And then if I can bring another point, when I want to think about a future larger CO2 market, what are the kind of actors and systems that need to enter the market for it to become more liquid? And there, it's more of an open question, I think, to think about what is the role of midstreamers that can act as aggregators, that can coordinate different parts of the value chain, that can offer flexible contracts, long duration contracts on one side, maybe more flexible contracts on the other side, also act physically through the emergence of hubs. And how can regulation incentivize their emergence? And maybe even, is that the place where a more active public sector role could help through joint state ownership of midstream entities, of hubs? Would that be an effective way of coordinating the value chain and would, in a way, would also minimize the risk or minimize the necessity for state support at all the other parts of the value chain? These are more, as a think tank, the luxury also is providing more questions than answers. It's also kind of part of our job.
Let's say, I speak for myself, it provides certainly a direction of thinking and close to my heart because normally the second word a stakeholder mentions in the CCS value chain is risk. And I have to find, or we have to find a solution as to whether and to what extent our rules could help to mitigate that basically. So it actually brings me to Ares, if you allow me, because when I think about risk, I mean, there is risk which is very commercial in nature. Risk is normally better allocated to those parties which are best placed to deal with it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the state has to take it. So there's risk which, in the end, is commercial, which is commercial risk which need to be dealt with within commercial parties, and there may be risks where rules or the government may play a role to mitigate that. I was just wondering whether you get, because you are developing a project, you're probably much more aware where your downside is. So what you're thinking around this issue is basically.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think there's, I'm going to try to pick a few of the risks because there's many. I think one of the biggest risks that we have is obviously our exposure to the EU ETS. And that's something that still, particularly for these kinds of projects that are first of a kind, remains very large. We've talked about the difference between the current ETS level and the full cost of the value chain. Unless you have a very clear CFD that covers this gap, it's going to be very, very difficult for projects to take FID. So I think it is very important that either the national governments or the European Union via the Decarbonization Bank assume a role in, at least for the first wave of projects, undertake a large part of this, help the emitters undertake a large part of these risks going forward. The second, and I think it was mentioned before by Fluxys, is the concept of the double penalty. I think this is an emerging, very big risk that, again, the emitters are having to bear. And there's a lot of discussions that we're having with the European Union, and there's ideas that the emitters have put on the table and things that we are discussing. For now, the private insurance industry is not there to take that risk, so we need to understand who is and with what mechanisms, be that exemptions from ETS for temporary periods or something else, can take these kinds of risks. A huge part of this assumes that the CBAM is going to work. Otherwise, our products are exposed to low-cost competition. We're going to have to take, hundreds of millions, if not billion, type of exposures. At the same time, if we are not secured from the CBAM, that's going to be very, very difficult for people to undertake. So implementation of what is currently being discussed in a robust way is super important. And the last part, and I think you mentioned before, is about lead markets. I think to the extent that rules can come into place that help the creation of the lead markets, either that is happening through public procurement or through standards or through supporting industries like data centers who wish to decarbonize voluntarily, I think these are very important elements to come across. And closing, because I think we talked a bit before about cost reflectivity. We appreciate the need for cost reflectivity. Obviously, every project needs to be cost reflective. What we are saying is it needs to be traded off with the cost that the emitters are in the end having to bear. And I think what we are doing now, together with the entire value chain in Greece and with the government, is to try to ensure that the total cost remains as low as possible, because at the end of the day, that cost will need to be borne also by the state.
Thank you. Then I'll move to Alexander, if you allow me. I think it was certainly already alluded by Fluxys, but also Julien mentioned it. So we have, of course, the emitters and the source operators. We'll come there. There's, let's say, risks which need to be dealt with. But as transport operator, would you have a view on this? First of all, do you have specific risks which may need to be dealt with, or to what extent you can actually help out a little bit your customers?
Help out my customers, well, that's our bread and butter. What is our key risk for developing infrastructure? Most important one is, how do I size my project? Usually you build a pipeline only once, and it's always better to be very cost benefits is to build it conforming size. But that's not what we try to do with developing this market. So if you, for instance, you're going to build the Delta Rhine corridor like we do, we need to make an estimate based on market input on what will be the future demand. But that demand will not be present at the moment that we take an FID. That might be a small amount. So then you always carry the utilization risk, because you're building a pipeline in the hope, with your best guess, with your best market research, is that the market will fully utilize it. Also, you got to carry the risk is, what kind of price will I charge with it? I mean, Ares said, keep the cost as low as possible. Yeah, I understand. Also trying to, at least not going bankrupt, so I need to make some money out of it. And you also need to say, well, if I charge my full capex to the starting customers, I'm penalizing the first mover, which doesn't sound fair, and it isn't fair. So there's a challenge as a midstream operator on how to balance that. And the utilization risk, that's a big risk. And for that, it will be also very helpful. And I know we promised not to discuss money, but a safety net from either the national or European government would help in getting over the threshold in order to start building those projects. Because once you have those corridors, other people can step in as well. All right?
Thank you. So got a Katharina, would you like to add something to our long list of risks already?
With pleasure. First of all, I will start in reverse, just to underline some specific risks relevant for storage. Typically, a project has a certain lifetime. During this lifetime, it generates revenue. The lifetime ends for whatever reason. That's it. Bye-bye. In a CO2 storage, the operator has obligations even after the end of the storage operation. The operator has obligations for about 20 years or even 30 years to monitor the CO2 storage facility after injection has stopped and the storage site has been sealed. And the operator needs to monitor, so it needs to spend OPEX in monitoring. This could be via sensors, this could be by software, combination of both. And then after these 20 or 30 years, the operator needs to provide a financial contribution to the government or to the relevant authority when handing the storage back to the authority or the government. So we are talking about a very, very long period of time where revenues are zero, but obligations remain. And the Commission has tried to clarify how all those financial mechanisms and financial contribution could be actually calculated, but still this is a very uncertain element that is going to happen in the really far future, and it needs to be factored in today in the tariffs that are used for storage. So this is one problem and risk. The second one is, of course, the capacity risk of long-term contracts that these shall need to be underwritten by long-term guarantees. Who is going to provide these guarantees? What the level of these guarantees will be to justify that they are real guarantees for long-term capacity? I think these are two main ones. I have a long list, but I will stop here.
Thank you. So, Francois, in a way, not in all ways, I think, the situation of the CCS value chain is not so dissimilar from hydrogen in the sense that it's an emerging value chain. Are there lessons we can learn from the rule set which you have meanwhile set in hydrogen? Is there experience which is transposable, or maybe not? I'm not sure.
I think, indeed, the big similarity is the fact that those are two new systems, and we have likely the same issue about de-risking to allow the initial development of the system. That's the case in hydrogen, and so I would say we have ideas, for instance, I don't remember the German name, but this idea to spread the cost over a long period of time to compensate the fact that the unit cost the cost of the infrastructure at the beginning is too high in comparison with the usage rate of the infrastructure. That's something that could be useful as well, and it was mentioned by Fluxys earlier. What we said in the report that we should 1 year ago at the request of the government was that it was one additional reason to have a regulation, to monitor, to have a public authority to monitor the profitability, to monitor as well the efficiency of the investments. If there is public money involved, someone has to check that it is well used. So this kind of problematic, I think, will be really similar in both sectors.
Thank you. So, thank you. Something which I think is not at all similar to hydrogen is, in fact, of course, also if you look at the Commission's projections or, let's say, how the value chain eventually will develop, is that initially we will have primarily capture for storage, but eventually, when the value chain develops, but also when our decarbonization targets hit harder, we will also have CO2 capture for usage, and also not just capture from fossil fuels, but in particular also from air and from CCS, from bio CCS basically. So I know that NERF not just does storage, ladies and gentlemen, they also have agreements connected to the capture of CO2 from air. And when I think about what we should maybe do with regulations or rules or make it more efficient, of course, we should also, maybe even if it's a bit further away, we should also enable this kind of activities. So the question arises, are BECS or DACS installation just another type of installation which we connect to the network, or whether they need to have a treatment just because of their characteristics which are different from storages or emitters, for instance. I'm just curious whether in your development of this product you have thought about these kind of issues.
Well, the reason we have signed this MOU with for direct air capture is in the general context that essentially the CCS chain aims to reduce CO2 emissions, and any type of CO2 that is actually captured and can be stored, it should be accommodated also based on the fact that the directive instructs that everybody should have access. So that's the general perspective why we signed this MOU, and also the way we're developing Prinos is we are also developing it as a hub for innovation. And DACS is something innovative, so we thought it would be a good idea to provide an opportunity for the development of a testing ground for the development of a DACS chain. We are also involved in a number of EU research projects that have a scope to test either the development of CCS chains of various sorts, or to test sensors, to test software, to test equipment, and we are in general providing Prinos as the field to do testing of European ideas and technology.
Okay, thank you. So, often we speak about an internal market of CO2, which has market as words which we discussed so far a little bit, but also internal. But let's say the near vicinity of the EU also has other countries which maybe, let's say, we should at least reflect upon what to do with them in terms of whether they should be part of the not very much internal market anymore, I speak. So in this context, Alexander, for instance, I mean, Netherlands is at the North Sea. The North Sea has a dotted line in the middle. Some of it goes to the German continental shelf, but other parts are going to the UK part of the North Sea. I was just curious whether in the Netherlands or maybe also GasUnie, there are plans basically to develop also, or would like to develop these plans also towards the UK part of the North Sea. And what you actually think is necessary, yes, again, I always have to come back to the rules, what is necessary from the regulatory framework in order to make that possible. Or nothing is possible, nothing is necessary.
3 questions, I'll try to answer them all. The first one, yes, we're definitely looking towards the UK storage fields. Because one of the risks, which I did not mention previously, is as a midstream operator, I am depending on the functioning of a store. I mean, ARES suffers for the double penalty, but if a store doesn't function, I've built my transport pipeline, I'm not receiving any money as well. So for me, in the end, is their interest, I am actually agnostic to where ARES or will store their CO2. Could be to different stores. With Eramis, that's what we're doing with Eramis, is trying to connect as many stores to the trunk line that will help the system to become more stable, robust. So if there is a disruption, it can be taken over by other parts of the system. ARES talked about cost. If Exodus did a report, I mean, the UK has several large depleted gas fields nearby the Dutch offshore side, which can handle substantial amount of volume. And the cost of CCS is determined by 2 factors, volumes and distance. So it would be very beneficial for Northwest European industries to be able to also gain access to the UK store fields and then be exempt from the ETS. And yes, we are currently already investigating it, looking into it. And the reason is, it takes quite a long time before these kind of projects start to realize. I mean, Portos took about 10 years, taking into account 2 years of permitting appeal, but that's a topic for another panel. Aramis, again, permitting. It takes a long time to build these projects, so you have to look ahead. And I think it is benefit the European Union to have a very solid, robust transport network that connects many stores, because that will in the end increase the competition among the stores and thereby lowering the cost, which will then be good for the emitters.
Okay. So this morning and just now also we talked about north-south. I was just I was just wondering whether in Greece there would be also interest in let's say, looking at non-EU countries to store CO2. And yet again, I asked the additional question: if you want to do that, what would be really necessary from yet again regulatory point to make it happen, or it can already happen? Just curious, Katarina, whether you have ideas about that.
Between north and south, you mean?
I mean, sorry, I'm just coming to Greece because it's south.
Yes, it has, I think since the first forum until today, a lot of things have happened to the north, but also to the south. I mean, at this time we're sitting here and we need to acknowledge that Greece is almost receiving almost 1 billion in grants to develop a CCS chain with capturers, a hub, and also the CO2 storage. So this is what has actually changed, and there is tremendous momentum to realize this chain at this time.
Okay. So we have 12 minutes left. I promise to take questions from the room. Some people have put in slider questions, but I have a bit of information overload. So can I kindly ask that those people who want to ask a question, they make themselves known. And maybe I should also ask them to come just down the stairs so it becomes easier to manage those questions with the microphone. Hands up. I see a question there.
Well, thanks. Chris Davis from CCS Europe. Given Alexander's comment, I wait with interest to hear how the Commission is going to propose that there is a requirement that pipelines be built to a bigger dimension than there is actually a demand to fill them. But I don't expect you're going to answer that. So I'd like to ask, given that CO2 needs to be stored and if not transported, and there will be inevitable costs with long-term transportation, does that mean that investment in the future, in decades, is going to take place in those areas close to storage fields, ultimately leading to the premature closure of the plants which are not located close to storage fields?
I'm not sure who's going to answer this question. Alexander, maybe you want.
I was also wondering to whom the question was directed. It depends. Is the most honest answer I can get. It depends on the future volume of CCS. It depends on how much of the industry will remain in Europe. It also depends on the pace in which we can be able to decarbonize. So it's difficult for me to predict. If I could, I would bet all my money on it and retire early. It really works. I mean, for me, the most sense makes is, for me, I believe in volume and distance. And I do agree that if you are somewhere, saying in Germany, not located near a main river or rail cart, and it's very difficult or very expensive to build a pipeline, it's very difficult to decarbonize via CCS. But I think it's most effective for Europe, for citizens and for the industry, to focus primarily on the big industrial clusters, trying to decarbonize them and making a very big hit. How to handle the industries who are more far away, I think the only solution there could be trucking, rail cars, and etc. And I'm afraid that might be, depending on the distance, more expensive than others. I think there's nothing I can do about that, to be honest, if I understood your question correctly. I'm not sure where anyone else wants to jump in.
I have some comments on that. I think the way I would look at it is that storage and access to storage is one of the factors that would determine that. If I look at it from an integrated value chain perspective, electricity costs is a huge differentiator. So, the capture costs are extremely energy intensive, so it's very different for someone to be spending energy to capture in a low electricity price country than in a high energy price country, high price energy country. So that's different. Regulation is different. So, for example, if I look at the UK, there's a lot of projects happening there where you have gas-fired power plants coming in. So to the extent that these are displacing industrials or not, that may make a huge difference. Public finances is going to be another differentiator. So, to the extent that governments have funds to give either via subsidies or via CFDs versus not, that's going to make a big difference. Ability to store onshore or not, that's also going to make a big difference. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of different elements that will determine that. I think at the end of the day, the places that have the combination of all of these, plus whatever else is there, I think they will have an advantage versus others. But it's not going to be just storage.
Anybody else who would like to ask a question? It's difficult to see in the dark. Otherwise, I now declare myself part of the panel, and I'll provide over a kind of subsidiary answer to this question, because I think the question is very pertinent, because you can, at one hand, you can make a choice where, let's say, the system is developed purely on the basis of cost effectiveness, and where basically the means of transportation and whether or not a particular decarbonization option is available is determined just on the cost-benefit analysis basis, which, if you look at it from purely as an economist, this may be a choice which you can make. But of course, you can also have alternative objectives which then connect to the fact whether or not an industry which has a large emitter but has also other interests there would either be subsidized in order to continue existing using CCS chain, or whether inside the regulatory system there may be still the possible for this industry to connect, despite the fact that on the basis of that individual consideration, this would not be cost efficient. So it has to do with the question of cross-subsidies within the system, and connected to that is tariff system within the network. So that is, I'm not pretending I have an answer to this question, but I think there's an element there which needs to be reflected upon. So if there are no further questions, I had asked all our panelists to prepare a one-liner as to their most important policy ask, for which we had 6 minutes left. So I will start at the left, at Katarina's side, ladies first. So Katarina.
The most important. You
can have two if you want.
I can have two lines. Okay. I think the most important is regulatory stability and visibility, because this is a long-term project, and they start from scratch. It's not like it's a necessity. Anyway, the CCS chain is a necessity driven by policy and not by actual need. So we need, as you say, as I'm reading the panel, regulatory principles for a competitive and cost-efficient chain.
Francois, maybe not a policy ask, but what you think as a regulator would need to be addressed, basically?
I very much agree, but I will speak about another aspect. I think that the unbundling rules should be analyzed a little bit differently than what we do for electricity and gas. First, because we have to ask ourselves what will be the vertical integration. Upstream, it could be the emitters, but the best interest of the emitters is to mutualize the cost. So I don't think it will be problematic. Their best interest is to have third-party access. It could be the technology providers for CO2 capture as well. And downstream, it would be the storage owners, operators. And to me, first, there is a benefit to vertical integration, which I mean, that's not the job of a regulator to say that, but it improves coordination and risk sharing across the value chain. So that's something to keep in mind. Nonetheless, from my perspective, but if you have a different opinion, do not hesitate. I think there is something really important at stake regarding the CO2 quality, the CO2 level of purity. And it might be the case that a part of the value chain could impose a quality standard that is suboptimal for the greater interest for the whole value chain. And in this perspective, some kind of unbundling, some kind of public control should be analyzed in order to determine what is the optimal purity, what is the quality that we should set.
Alexander, this is your opportunity.
Nice. I'll be asking two and several sub-questions. First off, I would like to ask for a light touch regulation. The reason is this is an early market. It still needs to grow, to mature. In taking into account respect the grandfathering of current contracts that are currently in the market, such as Northern Lights and Portos. Also, I mean, we are currently, together with EBN, trying to develop a contract for Aramis in contact with Shell, Total Energies, Eni, and with the emitters. It would be helpful if we still have the option is to award early movers, to give them, that would be very helpful, but also to construct for a tailor-made solution in order to get over the threshold and start building the infrastructure. So that's one. Two, I would like to have very clear rules and policies regarding to cross-border. Particularly if you're going to build cross-border pipelines. For some part of that pipeline, you're not building necessarily for your own national industry, but for your neighbor's industry. We're all Europeans, we should do that, but we should have a very clear framework in it, which still allows for creativity and commercial solution.
Thank you very much. Message received.
I would bundle it under an umbrella of flexibility, particularly when it comes to funding instruments. So, for example, things like the EU Innovation Fund have certain prerequisites and certain deadlines. To the extent that these projects take longer for reasons that have nothing to do with the entity that got the grant. So, for example, there's a delay in permitting or the storage permit or whatever, right? So, introducing flexibility into these kinds of mechanisms, I think, is one thing that's important. The second thing is introducing funding mechanisms that can complement national mechanisms at the EU level when these do not exist, and that a good example of that is the Industrial Decarbonization Bank. And to the extent that this can evolve into something that can finance CCS, I think that's going to be very important. And then flexibility in terms of we talked about the double penalty. Are there ways in which the ETS can work together with the value chain to take that risk away? I think that would be very interesting.
Thank you. Last but certainly not least,
I'll finish around. What we would like to see is an integrated approach, as I mentioned earlier, which tackles the legal framework, the market ramp up, as well as the long-term foundations for the market at the same time. What does that mean? Practically, some kind of flexible or pragmatic quick start strategy to gather momentum, thinking this development in phases, but at the same time developing the basis for a long-term market structure. Also keeping in mind access to the CCS network for no-regret sectors, and also the future negative emissions that will need to be delivered.
Thank you very much. I think at least I collected quite a lot of things we have to continue thinking around, and I will hopefully try to do so, and hopefully also our public consultation will provide answers to some of the questions at least. But it leaves me then with my last question is to provide a warm applause for our panelists for the reflections they have shared with us, and hope you have a nice rest of the conference as well.
Thank you to our panel moderator, Augustine van Hasteren, and the panel participants, François Leveillé, Katerina Sardi, Julian Sommers, Aris Tsikouras, and Alexander Vink. Next on stage, I would like to invite Mr. Guillermo Martinez Castilla from the European Commission's Joint Research Center. He will take us right at the beginning of the value chain we just discussed, actual CO2 capture, as he will elaborate on the bottom-up modeling of CO2 availability and capture feasibility in European industrial facilities. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're still continuing, and we'll still 10 more minutes before the next panel. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Guillermo Martinez. Excuse me, still some noise in the back. And I'm here on behalf of the JRC, of the Joint Research Center. That is basically the scientific arm of the European Commission, where we develop all type of science-based evidence, all type of technical studies to feed into EU policy. Particularly, I'm coming from Petten, from the Netherlands, where we have 250 scientists working on different aspects of energy research, and me and my team, we focus on industrial decarbonization, so evaluating different technologies to decarbonize European industry. So today is my honor to present some ongoing work, some preliminary results of a study that we've been developing over the last year, which is basically a bottom-up modeling exercise of the CO2 availability and the capture feasibility across EU industrial facilities. I want to start basically quickly motivating where this work comes from. Also in my team, in my unit, we also published this report, which I'm sure you all are familiar with. It's authored by my colleague Drazen Tumara, who was here in the past editions, giving you all the insights about the report, in which basically we mapped the CO2 infrastructure network across the EU in terms of pipeline length and in terms of costs. And this exercise was very useful. We learned very many things. Two of them, I would say, were key for the study that I'm presenting today. And these are, first, that the early adopters have significant impact on the evolution and extent of the CO2 transport network. This is something we already heard in the panel right before us. And secondly, that the characteristics of these emitters directly influence the locations and capacities of transport routes. So based on those two learnings, we did then the following exercise, which was, okay, what are the expected first players? Who is going to be deploying carbon capture first? And then we took this second study, which if you haven't taken a look, I encourage you to take a look at. It's a Science for Policy, a 6-page brief, in which we reviewed and homogenized all the projections for CO2 capture deployment across the different EU industrial sectors. Of course, within the Commission, we are well familiar with our own projections, but we wanted to compare with the other projections out there and try to understand if there are any differences and why. And what we saw was that first of all, there were significant variations across projections, basically because they were governed by very different assumptions, very different type of modeling, etc. Actually, most of them were top-down, typically even normative, so basically fixing in the model where we want to end. And thirdly, most of them address CCUS as a whole, so as a whole industry, and if they have some kind of granularity, they do it as per sector, but definitely not at facility level. So this takes me finally to, I'm following a very scientific approach, as you can see, to my aim of today, which is to use the information that we have at the JRC on industrial emitters, basically as part of the Energy and Industry Geography Lab, which we run at the JRC, together with the state-of-the-art scientific capture studies, since that is a research area that really evolves very fast, as I'm sure most of you know, to then compute detailed facility-level bottom-up projections of the CO2 capture potential across the EU. Some words about the scope of this work. It includes not only the CO2 that can be captured from the process, but also the CO2 emitted from the additional energy requirement of the different capture technologies that we include. We consider all facilities within the EU that emit more than 100,000 tons of CO2 per annum. Again, this study focuses only on capture, so the output of this study will feed into transport and storage assessments, but this is only focused on capture. And we assess facilities belonging to 5 sectors, which are cement, iron and steel, refineries, waste-to-energy plants, and chemicals. Within chemicals, we assess nitrogen production and standalone hydrogen units. So after that, rather long background and name, now I will present 3 brief results of 3 parts of the study. I forgot to say that this will hopefully be published within the first months of 2026 in the form of a Science for Policy report. So this is not public yet, but this is basically a teaser. The first thing I will present will be the maximum capture scenario, which is basically based on the facilities as they look today. How much is the CO2 that is available when using different capture technologies? So it's a bit of the technical feasibility of CO2 capture. Secondly, I will move to the realistic scenarios that then takes into account the likelihood of deployment. So how likely is for a given facility to deploy CO2 capture in the upcoming future. And thirdly, I will present a brief summary of how much is then the cost of that capture, again, at the facility level. So regarding the maximum capture scenario, we use basically data from the ETS registry to know the emission data of each facility. We have a lot of information within the JRC on the technical characteristics of these facilities. So we try to get as much as we can in terms of, for instance, heat availability on site, of course, number of stacks, CO2 concentration in each of the stacks, etc. And then we take from the existing literature applicable and relevant capture technologies and the technical performances of these capture technologies. With that, we compute facility-level capture potential, and as I said before, included also the CO2 generated due to the additional energy generation for capture. I'm going to present results today based on sector, but as you can imagine, the model can produce these results at a facility level, so you can group them also per member state or however you want. So in the y-axis, I'm plotting the aggregated sectoral amounts per sector, per different capture, relevant capture technologies. So for instance, if you take a look at iron and steel, you see the different CO2 that can be captured when doing conventional chemical absorption, as for instance, top gas recycling with some adsorption. Someone will ask me, why will I use a technology that captures less? Well, obviously, because it does it at a lower cost. That will be seen in the cost part. And then we can also see on top, on gray color, how much is the CO2 that is connected to the additional heat production to run the capture plant. And I want to highlight 2 points here. First of all, the importance of capture technology, which typically we forget that capture technologies have very different capture rates and applicability within a same facility. And secondly, the additional CO2 due to capture can range from 5 to 45% of the captured CO2. So that's typically neglected, and is, I think, something important to bear in mind. I will move on now to the realistic scenarios. And here we use a probability of deployment function based on a method developed by the Clean Air Task Force, and then expanded with additional data that we have at EIGL. Basically, this function is a qualitative function that takes into account the presence of industrial hubs around the facility, the sectorial dependence on CCUS, potential benefit of the sector in the upcoming future benefiting from of CDR using BECCS, as well as distance to storage sites. So we think that this will be really governing how likely is for a facility to deploy carbon capture. And then we compute this likelihood, this function gives us a number from 0 to 30, basically 30 being the most likely that the plant will develop CO2 capture. Here I'm plotting the number of plants that we get for each of the scores. So then this allows us to create scenarios based on this. I'm here showing results for 2 arbitrary thresholds. For instance, what I call realistic A is assuming that all plants that get a likelihood factor of 12 or more will develop carbon capture, or realistic B, which is then putting the threshold in 18. So basically, those plants that get 18 out of 30 in the likelihood will be the ones deploying carbon capture. And then we can see how each sector is affected by these realistic scenarios. I'm plotting in the left of each sector is the maximum technical potential that I showed before, as compared to once we apply the realistic function. And we can see that each sector, the CO2 availability in each sector decreases differently. For instance, in the iron and steel, realistic B scenario is only 32% less than maximum. This means that most of the iron and steel plants, even when applying the likelihood scenario or the likelihood potential, most of them will deploy CO2 capture to some extent. As compared to, for instance, hydrogen and ammonia, we see that in the realistic B, the CO2 capture flows go down to 92% as compared to the available CO2. So this is very valuable insight when taking into account which sector will be doing what. And third, I want to very briefly touch upon the cost of capture. Today, I'm going to show only results for the benchmark technology, which is capture using MEA, chemical absorption, but we are doing this for all the technologies that I was showing before. And the cost of capture here includes both CapEx and OpEx. Regarding OpEx, we take into account, as I said before, specific numbers of how much is the heat availability on each site to be recovered as waste heat, how much is the cost of producing steam based on where the facility is located, and similar for electricity requirements of each capture technology. As someone mentioned before, the cost of capture is very complex and really depends on where your facility is located. So we try to take that into account in these estimates. And then, of course, the costs that I will show here are updated to Euro 2025. And then it allows us, we can compute cost of capture per facility, and it allows us to then sort them out from minimum to maximum in some kind of marginal abatement cost curve. We can spend hours looking at this graph, but I will just say that, for instance, we see that we can capture up to 200 megatons per annum at less than 100 euros per ton. Again, this is for MEA, which is typically the most conservative cost estimate. We see that most of the plants that are under 100 euros per ton are typically within the chemical sector, waste-to-energy plant and cement, and those above 100 would be more iron and steel and refineries. So my time is over, so I want to conclude with some last implications and next steps. First of all, that technical and economical data of novel capture technologies is key for accurate infrastructure planning. So I encourage all of you technology developers out there to really publish as much as you can of the performance of your technology, because it can really feed into large-scale infrastructure planning, as you can see here. Secondly, that this also applies for emitters. As I said before, I have here assumptions on how much heat can I recover in each side of each sector. So the more we know about that, the better we can plan. Thirdly, that the energy associated to capture is often neglected, and we saw that in given sectors and countries, this can represent a large challenge or opportunity. And last but not least, this work, as you can expect, is part of a bigger picture, and it will fit into more detailed infrastructure planning, as well as to evaluate different policy options. So thank you very much.
Thank you again to Mr. Martinez Castilla for his very interesting presentation. This brings us to the last discussion panel of the day, not the last session though. Continuing on the fundamental role of regulations to unlock and service the CCS sector, the panel will discuss the road to CO2 transport infrastructure deployment via permitting, planning, and regulatory risk management. To moderate it, please welcome on stage Hans Bolzer, Associate Consultant at Trinomics. Mr. Bolzer, please come and introduce the panel members.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Kalispera. My name is Hans Bolscher from Trinomics Consultancy. We have offices in Paris, Brussels, Rotterdam, and we work on policy consultancy. Myself, I work on CCS since 2005. And it's really nice to see so many faces that I know already, but it's even nicer to hear so many new projects, and I'm really inspired by that. And I want to come back to some of the words that the General Secretary said this morning, Ms. Paliaruda. She had it about how important CCS was to keep the momentum and that it was complex. I would say it's not important, it's unavoidable. If we want to get even close to our goals, CCS is going to be a cornerstone. It's unavoidable. Momentum. We had momentum before. We had momentum in 2010. Then we had a financial crisis, ETS prices collapsed, and it was gone. We cannot afford to lose momentum again. This is the last chance we have to make CCS work. And thirdly, she said it's complex. Yes and no. In 2004, we injected the first CO2 under the North Sea in the Dutch K12. 21 years ago, without any technical problem. So is it complex? Maybe getting all the beads together to make a nice string is complex. But technically, it's not complex. It's money-wise and policy-wise maybe challenging, but if we're doing it already for 21 years without any problem, I dare to say it's not that complex. So there is something else that we have to solve. And that's what we're going to talk about with my panel. I would like to invite all my panelists to the chair, please. All together. All 5 of you. I think we have a very interesting panel. We have 2 emitters, we have 2 regular grid operators, and we have a user sitting here next to us. And I've asked them to introduce themselves because they know themselves much better than I, who they are and what they stand for. So, thank you. We start with Ms. Maria Ritegali.
Very much. So I'm Maria Ritegali, the CEO of DESFA, which is the natural gas transmission system operator in Greece. And let's say, as a company, we have together with our partners in Apollo, promoted a significant project as part of the integrated PCI project of Prinos, that is the construction of a midstream solution that encompasses pipelines to connect the big emitters with a liquefaction facility that is planned to be installed in our regasification terminal of Revitussa. The most important element of this project is the fact that by looking at a hub solution, but not only at a hub that can aggregate more CO2, but can also exploit the cold power of our regasification terminal, we are looking at a technology that can significantly reduce the cost of liquefaction. And so when we talk about let's say, transport infrastructure, what I think is very important is not only think about pipelines, which of course are our bread and butter, but also other part of the transport value chain, meaning liquefaction or regasification, and shipping, which, let's say, for many countries, and this is certainly the case for Greece, is an important part of the transportation value chain.
Thank you very much, Maria. Samuel.
Yes, thank you. My name is Samuel. I'm German based in Norway, just to untangle the confusion about the accent. I'm representing Norsk E-Fuel here today, which is a Norwegian project developer for eSAF, which is an e-kerosene for the aviation market. We have projects all over the Nordics, that's Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And all these projects combined, we have CO2 demand of 700,000 tons annually by the year 2032, so that's not marginal, that's not small. What is a bit new about this industry is that we're kind of a second generation CCU, where we really go beyond just co-locating. We actually leave the nest of the emission sources and go to where the power is available, go into attractive power bidding zones, and also leave the timelines of some of these projects that might just not go forward. That also means that we need access to CO2 networks. We design our plants liquid CO2 ready, so that we can receive CO2 by ship, truck, or train, or even pipelines. As a CCU industry, we commonly agree that you need to electrify what you can electrify, but it's inherently difficult with aviation. You cannot just electrify a BE 737 or any single or double aisle aircraft of today. And this is also what our first off-takers agree with. We have Norwegian Air, Cargolux, and Boeing as our first off-takers of these volumes from these plants to commit to off-take in the first 10 years. As to why we are here, maybe quick, maybe a bit of an odd one on this sofa. We often see that the current situation of climate, the climate situation is that we are in a sinking boat and we are using CCS to bail out water, but we also, at the same time, need CCU to actually stop the new inflow of virgin fossil fuel into the boat. So we need these patches as well as the buckets. And whenever we design new upcoming and emerging CO2 networks, we need to make sure that they are accessible for both of those.
Thank you very much. Igor.
Hello, Igor Moszyński, Executive Director for Orlen Group from Poland. For those who are not familiar with Orlen, but perhaps some of you had the opportunity to drive the car around Poland and you see our petrol stations. We are predominantly fuel producer, processing crude oil into fuels also and petrochemical products. We are also a company that is a dominant player on Polish natural gas market, also present in the upstream business. What brings us here also as the company that was nominated in their commission decision, being responsible for creation of underground storage facilities for carbon, for CO2. We are also the company that is the biggest emitter of CO2 in the country, because in addition to our petroleum facilities, we've got chemical facilities. We own and operate also a fertilizer company. We are also present in power generation, and supply. So we have a wide range of activities that are CO2 producing. And also we are right now the only Polish company that was nominated as responsible for delivery of carbon capture storage facilities.
Thank you very much, Igor. Martin.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Martin Frinks from Open Grid Europe. There I'm the head of the business development CO2 infrastructure. Who is Open Grid Europe? We are one or the largest TSO in Germany with over 12,000 kilometers pipeline in natural gas. We want to be also the part of the future energy world. So we have done in the last weeks to take in operation our first hydrogen pipeline as part of the German hydrogen core grid. And we are one of the pioneer in Germany for CO2 infrastructure and developing it. There we are part on different PCIs and projects. One of our front-runner projects in the north of Germany, together with Holcim, a small-scale CO2 project with a pipeline infrastructure. And then we are also part of the Delta Rhine Corridor project together with Hellenic, and we are also part of the North Sea CO2 corridor together with Fluxys, and behind that with Equinor, where we try to bring large-scale infrastructure projects on the turf to make CO2 happen. And finally, we have the vision of a German-wide CO2 infrastructure, the German carbon transport grid, with a capacity up to 120 million tons in the middle of Europe to connect the countries around us and to give them access to the North Sea area. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And on the very end.
Yeah, Mark van Breda. I'm representing BASF and moreover BASF Antwerp, second biggest site of the BASF group in the north of the port of Antwerp. I couldn't have a better introduction, Hans, from you, because you're talking about momentum. Am I also representing Kairos? Kairos has a Greek meaning, and the Greek meaning is momentum, so the timing. And Kairos at Sea is one of the first Innovation Fund supported projects. And that brings me into also the interest of today, because our project was introduced in 2020. First thinking also was explained by Gilles from Fluxys, the Antwerp at Sea infrastructure. So you see we are very mature in Belgium already, have a good coalition. But of course 2019, 2020, that was another reality than we face today. And certainly for the manufacturing industries, Port of Antwerp is chemical, petrochemicals, also in the steel in the Ghent harbor. We face, of course, enormous challenging situation, and that means decarbonization is even more a challenge than 5 years ago, because it means high investments, high costs, and overall 15-year commitments, long-term commitments. So that's why I heard a lot of topics on de-risking, on, let's say, avoid the first mover disadvantage, and that's also the interest where we are.
Thank you very much. So we have panelists from different backgrounds, emitters, transporters, users. They will not always agree. I hope so. I've asked them to react to each other and not to just listen and say, oh, that sounds nice. No, we want to be a little bit interactive, because it can't be that they all have exactly the same demands. So you will hear, I've challenged my panelists to respond to each other, and that's not because they're all of a sudden very different than other panelists, but I want them to respond to each other in order to really understand what is triggering their business. And we start with you, Maria. In your view, what should be the role for EU regulation in order to get these infrastructures off the ground, especially for you here in Greece? What do you need?
Well, I've been hearing in the previous panel an extensive discussion about regulation, so I have the benefit of having listened to also different perspectives. First of all, let me say that when we look at European regulation, what it is important is to create an harmonized framework all around Europe, because we have to run the risk of having a patchwork of many different approaches and regulation that would create particular difficulties and also, let's say, competitive disadvantages depending on whether you can capture and store in your own country or you have to capture and store in another European country, whether you can transport it via cross-border pipelines or you need to transport it via ship. So clarity and harmonization at the European level is essential to avoid, let's say, those stumbling blocks that, of course, can be prejudicial to the development of many projects. But let me say, at the end, I think we all agree here that the target CCS to be successful aim at making this structure of cost economically sustainable. This is let's say an industry, a value chain that is being policy driven, is not driven by process needs, and therefore we need a policy and a regulatory structure that really create the condition for cost optimization. And de facto, when we talk about regulation, I think in this room we should agree that we are not talking about nitty-gritty detail of sometimes overcomplicated regulation, but we are talking about how to balance risk allocation and cost of capital. Because de facto, when we talk about a regulated business that can manage, let's say, the utilization risk, that can allocate over time the cost not to penalize the first mover, we're talking about a system in which there are guarantees through a RAB model or other form of guarantees that covers the midstream part of the value chain, including the storage, I would say, from, let's say, time mismatches, volume mismatches, and these allow to finance and to develop a project with a lower cost of capital. And the final goal is to reduce the cost for the emitters. So I think it's that we need to clarify once and for all and not hide behind sometimes, I'm talking also discussion we are having with our own authorities, regulated, not regulated. For me, regulated means, at this stage, a system of clear guarantees that handle some of the risk that otherwise would create, by definition, a higher risk profile for the players and higher cost. So this, I think, is something that we need to face in a very transparent way. And if there are economic differences, and I was hearing before also, let's say, the balance sheet of the different states is not the same. But we are one union. We want to retain our industries here, so we don't have to create a situation in which a richer country can allocate more to countries for differences than other countries, and this will lead at the end to industry leaving even more our continent.
Thank you very much. And Martin, you're operating also a TSO in another country. Anything else?
Not so much new, I guess, especially after Fluxus and Hellenic has also speaking today. So it's really for a TSO, the most important part for developing large-scale infrastructures is risk mitigation. It's really the challenge for the infrastructure operators to build these pipelines that cost billions of euros, and we all have the same issue at the beginning. There are not so many users in place. When it runs in the end, it is a nice game. But if it runs or stops at one point in time, we have huge challenges and problems, especially we are especially nervous, perhaps we as OGE, as a German TSO, with not a state guarantee or state backing, that we really look what our shareholders can bear, and they are very sensitive regarding risks, because there are pension funds behind that, and they need a clear framework that especially no stranded assets comes. Yeah. And on the other hand, we need a clear focus, where's the direction, what comes in the future. So will be there regulation, what is the regulation or not, but please do not too much regulation, especially at the beginning. We also saw that in Germany with the hydrogen. So my colleagues from the hydrogen side sometimes joking, we have more rules than customers at the moment, and that also does not help there. So we need place and flexibility to find solutions.
Good, that's twice a network operator. The emitters, Igor, Mark, do you have something specific that you would like, that you say, well, maybe nice for the network operators, but for us emitters, it's more important that?
You know, here, as I said in the beginning, Orlen is actually looking at CO2 from two perspectives. From the perspective of the producer, and from the perspective of the company that is going to be a storage facility operator. And from our perspective, it's important that, that we need something in the middle. Due to the geographical spread of the CO2 emitting sites in my country, one of the first challenges is to decide, okay, how are we going to transport CO2? Where exactly, whether we decide to store this CO2 onshore, whether onshore, perhaps both, and how that translates to the transport method. Should we do a pipeline system? Shall we perhaps leave something to be carried otherwise through on wheels or through the rail? So these are the questions that need to be answered. And for the time being, you know, we as a company that is from one side producing and needs to store, we still have a question mark, what's between us? And that we have already in place the regulatory framework that regulates how to be a CO2 network operator. What are the duties, you know, how it works, how to get the license. The problem is nobody applied for the license. So we still have one of the options is that we're considering is whether we should, for example, just rely on take care of our own production first, especially that we, in the neighborhood of our production facilities, we do have potentially feasible underground spaces that we can store CO2 without a huge effort to transport. But from the other hand, we have the national goal. I mean, we are nominated by the European Commission as a company that is responsible for delivering storage capacities by 2030. And that's not only for us. I mean, the size of the obligation means that we are to simply take care of the entire country. So from that perspective, it is important to us that we need to have in place the regulatory framework that bridges all these three actors. So it shows that we're going to have a system. We're going to have CO2 producers, CO2 transport, and CO2 storage. And storage is us. In order to make all this work, for instance, as a storage company, let's look from this perspective now. We need to be sure that we'll be getting CO2, right? Not only our own, but also we need more. The size of our investment is only feasible if it really flies. So we expect government to enact policy that creates this transport network that will allow us in the very beginning to answer and make financial models what transports are going to be injected, from what points we are responsible for this, and which place we're taking this to. We believe that also there's some effort that can be done on the European Commission level in order, let's say, to provide flexible tools that would allow development of the model that really works best, because we're not saying that we're just network only, right? There'll be perhaps good solution, but not necessarily.
Can you be more precise? What do you want from the Commission to make sure that you can do your planning better?
Taking into account that we are, as Poland, relatively latecomers to the picture, we would first expect a flexibility in delivery in deadlines for delivery of the storage. For us, it's obvious that within the 5 years left, we are not able to put in operation these facilities. That's for sure. So, from the other hand, we are of the view it doesn't make sense, to pay penalties for not being ready on time. As far as we can tell, talking to other companies in a similar situation throughout Europe, we're not the only one. So we think that the scale of the investment that is needed, requires certain flexibility. So our proposal is to move this deadline by 2030 for Poland or perhaps to others, or, for example, assume that by 2030 we need to reach the stage of the final investment decision. So there are basically two options. And I want to be clear, Orlen is looking at carbon capture and storage as its business opportunity. And if you go to our webpage, we have strategy displaced on our website, and there's a huge chapter on CO2 that we think that this is a good business. But from my perspective, because I joined Orlen this year, and I spent earlier 30 years working as an attorney, and part of my work was projects. So I'm very much familiar, what it takes, to put in place so many projects agreements, allocate risk to the actual place to make it fly and to make it bankable, because availability of the financial resources to finance this on our side, also on the side of the operator, we find that this is absolutely crucial.
Okay, thank you. And Mark, the oil operators are reserving space so that you can put your CO2 there. How much do you need that for your planning, and what do you need for your planning in Antwerp?
Well, I want to combine also the previous one and then come back. I think in Belgium, and it was very well visualized, we have a very strong basis. And that's also what I heard. You need, for a good basis, already a kind of winning coalition. We have not only in Antwerp and other clusters in Belgium, also in the Walloon government, one of the 8 projects of Holcim, for example, also in the coalition where we have a strong alignment with our network operators, with our terminal builders, because shipping solution is the first one, and also very good understanding and engagement support from the governments, and that's also what you need. So the first topic is, what do you want from regulation, regulatory context? If it is Europe or it's a member state, we have to find solutions on the when do we kickstart now to FID? And that is a stage I think we are in at the moment. So I see a lot of similarities, but I think what is differentiating from what I heard is we understand, of course, what is a fair rate of return for a storage operator. Here, what is the business case of a storage operator? What is the business case of someone else? It's certainly different. But at the end, it only can fly when you put the customer in the center of the discussion. For sure, we understand the business of a fair return. For sure, it is an early market that we heard. So there are early risks, an early volume risk. We need volumes, but we don't want to pay the idle volume for the future, so we have to find a solution. ETS, I heard ETS, what is the pricing doing? You have, of course, in member states already CFD systems, CCFD systems, not in Belgium. We're going to that also perhaps in 1 or 2 years. So that's also has to mature, of course, a kind of ETS risk. And then the double penalty risk. Okay, perhaps the naming is somewhat nuanced, has to be nuanced. But this is extremely important for customers. I call it the non-normal operations. A normal operation in CCS is that everything in the chain is working. If you have 1 week of non-normal operation, yeah, we cannot pay and the supplier pay, we heard it, and the ETS compliance. So I think that's one of the topics. And now the question on what are we talking about? Well, in Belgium, we're talking about now in 26, we have to, 26 at least, or latest, 26, we have to make a final investment decision for the first wave. The first wave is 1.5 million tons in the port of Antwerp, BASF Air Liquide, and 1 million tons from Holcim. That's 2.5 million tons, a very interesting customer, I would say. Certainly also for shipping. The storage availability, I hear it, the north and the south, but there are not so many options we have. 2030 is very close. If you go back to execution of a CCS chain, you need about 3 to 3.5 years, exploration phase, building a ship. So that means that 26, 27 is the year, is a decisive year if you want to come to the ambition of the NZTI 2030 targets.
Yeah, so from both of you I hear it's about getting this FIDs for first movers, make sure that with guarantees or whatever that there is a system that starts moving, and from there we can take it, but it's get it all started. That's the big challenge. And then my question to Samuel, you are in the CCU. That's a little bit another world sometimes, because you don't want to get rid of the CO2, you want to use it. What do you need from the CO2 infrastructure, and where is your interest to organize it in a way that you can ensure your access to CO2 in the future?
Yeah, what we need and want is, I would say, Maria's words of harmonizing. We feel that there's a lot of driving a wedge between CCU and CCS, which is really unnecessary. There's a lot of beautiful synergies that are to be had in CCS and CCU. You use the same infrastructure. In fact, we're actually talking to a lot of CCS projects that struggle to find storage in the early years, and because we have the mandates in our back of aviation, Refuel EU, which is mandating airlines to blend in bio, as well as synthetic aviation fuels from 2030 on, biofuels even earlier from this year on. We have the mandates and we have the market to do this production, and for this production you need CO2. So there are synergies and early volumes to be captured and to be used. So a CCS project could, for instance, you temporarily divert some of these volumes into a CCS project in the early days. But also, if you look into a waste incineration plant, you could capture the full stream, store the fossil CO2, and send the biogenic CO2 to an CCU project. So a lot of this could be happening, but policy is not aligned, legislation is not aligned and not harmonized. So in fact, we could actually not do this construct as of today, where you split these two volumes and separate them into CCU and CCS. So really harmonizing, not penalizing. A lot of times CCU is really excluded from funding, from national as well as European funding. We've only seen now the first time after 2022, when the Innovation Fund has been inaugurated, the first time that actually this year CCU ESAF project has received funding in a large call window, which should really not be the case.
Yeah, and for instance, things like quality requirements. In the CCU, you have the, let's say, the higher level requirements like you have for e-fuels, but if you do mineralization, you could do with much lower quality requirements. How should that be regulated then? Because in the pipe, there is one CO2 volume.
Right, so we are part of the Oslo carbon cluster, which is really the beautiful idea of using what has been built up for the waste incinerator in Oslo, which has received governmental funding for capturing and sending this to Northern Lights, to build up intermediate storage in the harbor and really use tie-in points, which I think is really important when you get national and European funding, that you have tie-in points that go beyond the grant awardee. And there, the first time we turned up at the harbor, the idea was that we built one storage tank for CCU and one for CCS, and this shouldn't really be the case. You use the same infrastructure for both industries, and you do the carbon accounting afterwards. And you agree on a certain quality and guarantee, and we can do the additional cleaning afterwards when it lands into our intermediate storage tank on site.
Okay, let's...
Very pragmatic.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to work, because we need it. I'm going to Martin. Martin, OGA has developed this huge network. Let's go back. Yeah, it's a complicated setting. You have this map with all the CO2 pipes in Germany, and super impressive. But there are hurdles on the way. It's not that easy to get there. So what is the biggest hurdle that you have to take, and what can we do to take it away? What is your biggest challenge to get started? Oh, the couch is breaking down. Careful.
Another hurdle here. Yeah, I guess one of the biggest points for us is the coordination. We speak about here that 1.5 or 2.5 million tons comes there in Antwerp in the first phase. That is a huge volume, but for building large-scale infrastructure, that is not enough. So we need, as we estimate for the first project now in North Rhine-Westphalia, for Delta Rhine Corridor, North Sea CO2 Corridor, our assumption is that we need roughly 10 million tons for one of the corridors to make it happen, and then it makes not fun. So the fun comes later. And that is the challenge, and for that we need more or less to hold the timing, that we are set, okay, we want to get them in operation in the early 30s, that we more or less need binding contracts in the next 2 years from the customers that bring us 10 million tons, and that are binding contracts with us, with Hellenic Fluxes, for example, with the storage operator, the offshore pipeline, and so on. And what we should not forget, we show in the past the line, what are the carbon capture costs? Yeah, that is a big point, but the difference for the CO2 value chain is, to comparing with energy-based value chain, transport is a significant factor of costs in this chain. And as how larger or as bigger my distance to the coast and the storage is, as larger is getting this factor. So in some cases, in the value chain cost, transport will be done up to 40–50% of the value chain costs. That could be a huge factor if we cannot realize large-scale infrastructures to decrease the pricing of the transport.
Okay, you're basically saying two things. You need better coordination, critical for you. Well, that's what you're all here for, to talk to each other and to help each other out. And you need 10 megatons, otherwise you cannot take FID. So in the room, people from German industry, 10 megatons, that's what you need. Can we get to these 10 megatons? What is the biggest thing that your potential off-takers tell you?
Yeah, security and planning for all of us. That is what I see or what I get told by the emitters, by other players. They need the trust and they need the planning that everything comes as foreseen and no one finally bets on the wrong horse. That is very important, that we have a clear ETS, that we know where it stands, in best case, roughly in the mid-next next decade. That is important for all of them. And then that the first project comes in place. It is much more easier for an emitter if, in my view, if a large part of the whole value chain is in place, or it is fixed that it come in place. Because it's a moment we have too many variables in the business cases, and everything is changing every year. So for example, we in Germany at the moment, we have 4 options. We can go over Belgium, or via Belgium, we can go via Netherlands, we can go via the German North Sea directly to Norway, we can go via Denmark to the onshore storages. Then the emitters have in mind, oh, in some years the Danish onshore storage is in place. They are cheaper than the offshore storages. Could I wait? Should I wait or not? And that makes it not easier. So to make some pillars fix can help a lot in the developing.
Breaking the channel of uncertainty. Yeah. Igor, and for you, what is it for you that is the most complicated in getting it started for you?
Already touched that issue. First of all, my colleague is actually in a very, very convenient situation comparing to us, because he knows that for the storage he goes offshore. We don't know that. And this is one of the reasons.
You can go onshore, that's much cheaper.
But the question, as I'm saying, look at our location of our industry. So, and for us, for instance, there are certain regulatory legal bottlenecks in offshore that are connected to the Hellenic Convention. For you who don't know, this is convention entered between all the countries that are sitting on the coast of the Baltic Sea about the protection of the Baltic Sea and the bottom. And this convention, European Commission is also the party to this. So, and this convention says, okay, no storage of any waste on the bottom. So the question is, where is CO2? Is a waste, and putting this under the bottom of the sea, whether it fails under this convention or not. So we don't know if we are in a situation where it just takes legal interpretation on whether parties to the convention should sit and change it to make it totally clear. And from the perspective, for instance, of the actors, especially banking institutions financing CO2 projects, is absolutely crucial. So why can't we change that easily, the convention? Because perhaps it looks to be the easiest solution. Russia is a party to this convention. So we can't hardly expect Russia to support us in that field, or perhaps we even don't want to sit at the same table with this country. So from the other hand, Poland is a little bit, faces the biggest exposure, because some of the other states with the Baltic coast have an option going to the North Sea, for instance, Denmark and Germany. So they are not pressurized to shop for the underground storage in Baltics. Also Sweden, you've heard this morning, they prefer to load it on ships and send it to Norway, right? So they're also not necessarily interested in going and shopping for onshore storage. For us, as the opportunity, we are the company that is for 3 decades doing upstream activities in Polish exclusive economical zone, producing oil and gas. So we have certain capacity, we have certain experience. We think that this will be probably a preferred option even for us, for a significant part of it. But from the other hand, still don't know. So when somebody approaches us and tries to make a decision, tell us what your plans are, I said, we can't tell. We are really in the legal bottleneck, and somebody needs to solve it.
Okay, thank you. And if the others who want to comment on that, on what is the biggest problems to solve?
Well, what Martin said sounds very familiar to me, because this was a similar situation which we had 2019-2020. Also in the Antwerp at Sea Coalition, the Port of Antwerp has about 20 million tons of CO2 emissions, chemical cluster, a lot of CO2 intensive industries. There we also built the first coalition in making a feasibility. What if we can reduce 50%, 10 million? Now, when you saw the graph of fluxes, we collect also the discussion with other industrial clusters, also in the Loon, where we have cement and lime industry very strongly, connecting towards one vision. And that's important, I think, the clear vision, the clear strategy. For Belgium, we also have to go abroad. We don't have to discuss onshore, offshore. We have to go offshore, let's say exit from Belgium. And therefore, let's say the 30 million tons, which is behind the manufacturing industry in Belgium, the first, let's say 2.5 is now in discussion. On the other hand, to add, yeah, what I said, the customer in the center, that this does not mean that we first make an FID for the backbone in Antwerp, that we make an FID for the terminal, that we make an FID for the ship, that we make an FID for the storage. It's all in one FID. That's what I mean. So binding commitments and so on, I know that is a chicken and egg discussion, but you can only take one final investment decision because you have a lot of relations between the storage and shipping and the terminal interface and so on. That is reality, of course. So I think that is important to look at from a CCS chain perspective on the overall cost and versus the ETS pricing.
Okay, thank you. I got a question from online. I want to bring in some, I don't know if it's in the room or online, I can't see that. And that is for Orlen, that if you see that compliance with Article 23 is an obligation, that means getting permits for storage and having contracts with the emitters, being ready to inject, would you then still say that 2030 deadline is unfeasible?
Yes, still.
Still say that?
Yes, still say. I'll say. You know, now I'm going to repeat that. You know, I just compared that. You know, in Norway, it took 10 years from the feasibility study to the first commercial load under the Atlantic bottom, and we are just doing feasibility studies. So we are in the same place where Norwegian were 10 years ago, and as I said, we have many more challenges. Connected with the fact that, you know, I fully, you know, you ask us not to agree with other panelists, but I fully agree what I've heard from this gentleman on the side. You know, it takes entire chain, right? So we need to reach a commercial sense and make into, you know, contract framework that is actually fits all, right? So storage company, transmission company, and CO2 producers. They need to be, you know, all of them have to go to the boards and say, okay, this is financially feasible for us, it makes sense, we want to commit for this for the long time. So this is not 1 year deal, you know, we're talking about long-term arrangements. Again, we also need to be sure, because, you know, there are also many factors, especially production side. We need to be sure that our customers for CO2 are still there in 10 years from now. Right, so they are the kind of businesses they're producing now, but perhaps in 10 years from now, other regulatory issues or commercial issues will force them to change their business or even shut it down. And transmission operator and a storage company stays with assets that are not producing cash.
May I reword it like this? Without anything additional in support, 2030 is not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Okay,
I'm going to reinforce that. And again, it is not because we don't want to. It's because we're facing a number of regulatory and commercial challenges that we need to undergo.
We leave it there. Maria, to you. Do you see anything that is like the most complicated to overcome?
Well, let's say each country has its own peculiarity. In the case of Greece, we have a bit of a catch-22 dilemma to solve in the sense that, let's say, we have, of course, we are not talking about the 10 million tons, but we have, let's say, big emitters which are concentrated in the Attica region, which have in excess of 4 to 5 million tons. And the only storage project we have heard before from Caterina has a potential up to 3 million tons with a lot, of course, of investigation still to be done and permitting. So it means that it's clear that some of those emitters will be able to take an FID only if they get capacity for storage in another country. And so in this moment, we are all waiting to understand what the capacity allocation rule will be. And only at that point in time, because when you are invested in a midstream, you will not make an investment if there is not a simultaneous investment from the emitters and from the storage. And not last but not least, we need also shipping, and shipping can be an important cost or cost optimization instrument. And also for shipping, let's say, technologies are still, let's say, options are still under discussion about mid-pressure, low pressure, and depending on the distance, this can have a very, very big impact. So let me say, it's very difficult to say that there is one single thing. Let me say, honestly speaking, there are many things that we need to align. We need to take care about risk allocation mechanism and, let's say, have the flexibility built in the financial instruments by the European Commission, Innovation Fund, for not running the risk of losing the work that is being done, which is tremendous from many players, many operators, emitters, only because we cannot meet theoretical deadlines.
Thank you. I've got another question from the room. It's to Samuel. Do you think that CCU is sufficiently properly taken into account in the planning of carbon capture and transport infrastructure and in the legislation?
Come again.
If CCU is enough taken into consideration when they are now making all the infrastructure legislation and the infrastructure planning?
No, I didn't understand who they meant by they, but I agree they don't. It's been usually, I live in Norway. Obviously, I've learned to appreciate CCS. There's been a lot of work been done on that the past 20, 30 years in Norway. But it tends to be a bit the bias of looking at the climate issue as like the only tool in the box that you have is a hammer, and then every climate issue looks like a nail. But you actually should use the full toolbox, and that is also CCU, where you can actually avoid bringing new fossil fuel and fossil emissions into the circle. So yes, I agree that's mostly been excluded from sitting at the same table and talking about legislation and aligning legislation so they fit together.
Okay, something to consider to all of us. We're going for the last in-depth question sorry, I'm now missing your first name, Mr. Van Breda, sorry, Mark. There is a timing issue involved for the Commission. We all know we have to get kick-started, we have to get slowly started, and there is a huge market we're all hoping at the end. What makes that for a difference in the regulation? For the regulation now, in 10 years, in 20 years?
Well, first of all, on short term, I think it has mentioned in previous speakers a lot, the first mover disadvantage when it comes to cost effectiveness and de-risking is crucial. And when you don't get it from the ground in big industrial clusters, I understand that it's getting even more difficult when you're far away from exit points. I would ask, because what was not mentioned, I would come back to a little bit another question. What is the purpose of decarbonization now for companies like BASF and the manufacturing industry? We are decarbonizing to make a better world, to make our customers more sustainable. And as you know, the chemical industry is in the beginning of a lot of industries. So if we're talking about decarbonization of ethylene oxide or hydrogen or ammonia, you know that this molecule ends up in a sport shoe, or it ends up in textile, that it's end up in diapers, in windmills, and so on. That is, at the end, a low-carbon market or a net zero product market, where with 50,000 products of BASF molecules, we can offer that to have a reduced carbon purpose. And I think that is important from EU regulation. Everything what has to do with lead markets, with critical materials, with ETS, with CBAM, I also heard it, this is crucial, because that can bring, of course, the European industry back to business. I can have a very interesting project, but the project economics, going to a business case, you need, of course, the business. And the business is the low-carbon market for us.
Thank you. And Maria, for you, if you look at this for short term and long term, do you want any differentiation from the Commission?
Let me say, as has been discussed before, also with respect to the maturity of the value chain, in this moment we are certainly at an early stage, so we need to have a sort of regulation that is balanced for the phase of the industry, where, let's say, we needed to have a flexibility with respect to, let's say, how to start negotiating with let's say, the emitters which are more mature, allocating to the capacity not on the basis of, let's say, strict regulatory approach, but at the same time, today we need clear de-risking mechanism. 20 years down the road, of course, if we have a more mature and liquid market, at that point in time we can have a regulation that can become more strict with respect to incremental capacity allocation, tenders for short-term products. So it needs to evolve simultaneously. So we cannot start overburdening. We cannot have more rules than molecular in this case. We really need to have a look at how the industry, for instance, the industry of gas was introduced as a single integrated business model. The pipelines were built when there were no consumers in a certain country because there was a political decision to introduce natural gas and to replace more polluting fuel, being coal, being oil and naphtha. And then 20 years down the road, has been liberalized, or even 40 years down the road in certain countries have been liberalized. So we needed to try to look at how this can be rebuilt, not with the approach of a vertically integrated system, which in any case for a CCCO2 cannot apply, but at the same time helping to reach what are country or European targets through policy instrument that really can involve the private sector, sharing the risk in an appropriate manner.
Thanks very much. We're getting close to the end. I only have a few short questions with snappy answers. First, for Martin, there is a question from the room for you. Are you interested to run the CO2 network for the whole of Germany, or are you going to share it with other TSOs?
If it's possible, we do it alone. No, yeah, I guess work sharing is one of a part of our DNA, especially for German TSOs. And we also working at the moment on a cooperation with ONTRAS. But we have to check it 1 year long with the German agency for, what was the word?
That sounds
competition, right? Yeah, that was not so easy.
Thank you, very clear answer. Okay, for all of you, last question and only very, very short answers on what should the Commission absolutely do, only one thing, and what also, maybe more important, what should they absolutely not do? I start with you, Mark, at the end.
Really protect the real early mover CCS projects because they made a lot of engagement and we need de-risking, we need time to execute.
What should they not do?
What they should not do is put their head in the sand and don't listen to the different projects for the final de-risking.
Clear call. Martin.
What should they do? Yeah, make possible that the first large-scale infrastructure projects and value chains can happen.
Okay.
Be a little bit brave for it. And what they should not do, I would say, yeah, over-regulation, absolutely. I guess too much regulation at the beginning in a market that doesn't exist doesn't help.
Clear. Igor.
Be flexible and help us to achieve the goals that you all want to achieve. And adjust the policy and legal requirements to the particular situation in particular markets. So, of course, I know that I'm going to voice that, we would like to very much welcome, the move of our deadline for delivery of the storage capacity. If the case of don'ts, don't punish us if you're not ready by 2030.
Don't punish us. Samuel.
Yeah, I think we should just get started with the CCUS. The question is a bit, will there be CCUS in 10 years? I think most of us in this room will probably say yes. If there's a player defaulting, there will be another player stepping in and taking over this CO2. So really just get started. We need CO2 capture to take FID in order for us to take FID. That's a really important one. What they should not do is, I think, if they take their own ICM strategy for Europe in 2050 series, then from this 450 million tons captured in total, 200 million tons will go to CCU. Then we also need to have this, equal access to infrastructure funding and so on.
Very clear call. Maria?
Well, difficult to add something, so I can only repeat flexibility, because we are in uncharted waters, and so let's say we will need to adjust the timing, the ways in which the various projects will be implemented, and a clear European-wide framework with the proper de-risking mechanism for the first movers that are sharing the burden of making this happening.
Thank you all very much. Before, I would like to give my personal do's and do not as well, and that is fully based on the ETS. Please don't weaken the ETS. Strengthen the ETS, make it, combined with CBAM, a strong thing, because that's the cornerstone of any business case. All the rest is nice. Without a strong ETS and strong CBAM, CCS and CCU are lost. And that brings us to the end. And I want to give you a warm hand from our panelists. Please stay seated. I'm going to give the floor back to Mr. Temmers, and he has an important announcement on the workshops. So please stay seated. You can go. Thank you very much, everybody. For the picture.
Thank you to our panelists. So I would like to make an important announcement for the workshop. So we will break now for coffee. Unfortunately, it will have to be a short one because we are running behind. So 15 minutes, if you can be at the workshops at 4:15. So the workshops are the following. You should have registered and you know which one you're attending. So workshop number 1, which is titled CO2 Market and Infrastructure Legislative Framework, will take place here in this room. So easy for those of you who are attending this. Workshop number 2, Delivering for Strategic Projects Supporting ICM Infrastructure Deployment, will be held on the -2 level at the new Stage 1 hall. It's basically where we had our lunch break. Okay. Workshop number 4, it has slightly changed theme. Instead of being on the local communities, now it will cover safety considerations in the deployment of ICM infrastructure, and it will be hosted in new Stage 2 hall, also -2 level, where we had our lunch break. So these last 2 rooms are next to each other. Last, the workshop number 3, EU ETS as anchor for the CCUS value chain, experiences from front-runner projects and lessons for the future, will be held in the Omega 2 complex. This is the only room that is not in this building. You need to go up to the main entrance, turn left, then left again. You will see the signage. You will go down some stairs, and you will find it. And after the workshops, at 6 p.m., we'll have a cocktail reception at the Arts Lounge in the level -1. So this concludes our session from here. I wish you a very good workshop session. I would like to thank our minister, Mr. Papastavro, for his message, and my co-host, Ms. Pagliaruta. And I look forward to seeing you at the cocktail reception, and then again here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 2. Thank you.
The doors are closed and we get started again. If everybody can get seated. Yes. Thank you all for joining this workshop. This workshop was apparently so popular that we got the big room, so thank you for that. We will be talking about the study that we are doing at Trinomics on the CO2 market infrastructure legislative framework. And the Commission has asked Trinomics. I introduced myself already. I'm Hans Bolscher and I work with Trinomics, sorry. The Commission has asked us to look at scenarios. How could we organize this framework? What are the options? So we are not the one making choices. We're just putting different options with preferences and not with preferences, with their, a little bit looking at the impact and how they could stick together to make coherent packages of policies. So you won't be hearing too much of me because my colleague Andrea Finesso will present the project. But first I would like to give the floor to Suzanne Seles, working at the Commission. Why are we doing this project? How does the timeline look? And what do you really, really need to know about this?
Thank you very much, Hans. Good afternoon also from my side. Indeed, I work at the European Commission in the team developing the legislative proposal for the CO2 markets and transport infrastructure, and I will give you some context and explain how the Trinomics study and the workshop today input in the process, in the work of the European Commission. So my colleague Augustin in panel 3 already hinted to it, and many of you know, but let me recall that in 2024, we published the Industrial Carbon Management Strategy. And in this document, with your help, through public consultations, we identified the challenges and barriers to developing an industrial carbon management value chain in Europe. And in the strategy, we also committed to actions to address the barriers. And one of the actions was to develop a regulatory framework which allows the emergence of a well-functioning internal market for CO2 and CO2 transport infrastructure. And that is what we are currently working on in the Commission. Now, the aim of the regulatory framework, just to summarize very quickly, is, first of all, to enable us to develop the necessary infrastructure, both transport and storage infrastructure, in a timely manner and in a cost-efficient way. Second, to give access to all emitters in the hard-to-abate sectors to this infrastructure in a non-discriminatory, fair and transparent manner. And thirdly, given that many of the member states that we discussed with state that they would like to use CCS as a decarbonization pathway, but currently only very few have storages on their territory, we need to enable cross-border transport of CO2. So with these aims in mind, we are facing a big challenge, which was discussed partly already today. We need a regulatory framework which, in parallel, can provide for flexibility for the ramp-up phase to enable the early projects to develop, but at the same time already provide this long-term regulatory certainty to create trust into the market and into the value chain. So this is a big challenge. With this in mind, we developed as the first step the call for evidence document, which we consulted upon in the summer, and by mid-September we received 180 responses, and thank you very much to all of you who participated in this consultation, which gives very important input for our work. Currently, we have a public consultation running on a detailed questionnaire, and if you look at the questionnaire, you will have an understanding already what are the issues we would like to address in the regulatory framework. And I encourage you to answer the questions or part of the questionnaire as you wish. The deadline is 9 January 2026, and this will be also very important for our work going forward. The next step for us is to develop the impact assessment for the initiative, and that's where the work of Trinomics, the study, and today's workshop as well comes in very handy. So we consider this workshop also as part of our public consultation process. And afterwards, the proposal, as you can see in the European Commission work program for 2026, the timing of the proposal for the legislative initiative is the third quarter of 2026, together with other proposals coming out under the title, The Energy Union for the Next Decade. So I wish us a very good discussion today. Thank you very much for your participation, and I give back the word to the colleagues.
Thanks, Suzanne. And just to be clear, this is a workshop, this is not a panel. That means, maybe we can get the slides up now with the agenda. Who is controlling the slides? Are we controlling them? Not really. Yes. Stay put one moment. In a workshop, your participation is very important. So if we look at the agenda, there is almost 50 minutes for Q&A. And that's really important. We want you really to engage, say what you need to say towards the Commission, towards us, to make sure that we reflect as much as possible the reality of the market of all the different operators. So be bold, be brave, and come with a lot of feedback. But before we go there, I will ask Andrea to present the project and tell us what we've been doing the last 4 or 5 months.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for taking interest in this workshop. It's good to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Andrea Finesso. I'm a public policy consultant at Trinomics. Indeed, over the past 6 months, we've been working on this study for DG ENER together with Ricardo and Guidehouse. A dedicated team of analysts that are not here today, but it's me and Hans that will present to you the main findings of our study that is still ongoing and for which we hope to get some additional input from you today. So, of course, it's the end of the day, and we appreciate that you're all here. I apologize in advance for potentially repeating some things that have already been said, but hopefully also we'll be telling you something new. So, starting off just by setting the scene, explaining a bit the logic behind the the main considerations that we've been gathering in this study, and then getting to the, let's say, the core of it, which are the policy framework options / scenarios that we've been developing in collaboration with DG ENER and that we are considering at the moment and sharing with you today. So, briefly, introduction, why are we here? We want to ramp up CO2 transport and storage. Why does it matter? It is indispensable to reach the EU climate neutrality targets by 2050. The current challenge is that the CCS deployment targets are very far away from the current levels. Of course, we've also heard that today a couple of times. There are targets and then there is the harsh reality of things. But we'll also get there, I believe. What are the main challenges? What are the main bottlenecks? Currently, we lack a strong business case to invest in capture infrastructure or capture projects, and at the same time, there is a lack of a coordinated and integrated transport and storage infrastructure at EU level. We often refer to the problem or the dilemma, so-called chicken and egg, but that is the lack of coordination between the various points of the chain, emitters that do not invest in capture projects because they don't see the infrastructure ready, and vice versa. So the objective is to break this cycle. This results in, when we look at the regulatory framework currently available in the EU and by extension the EEA, we see a situation characterized by fragmentation. As a cornerstone, the CCS directive is key However, it presents some challenges, first of all, in terms of transposition by member states, which concurs to this fragmentation, and then the unavailability or the gaps of this regulation in not covering some key aspects, detailed TPA, tariffs, liability, and then overall interoperability and integrated cross-border rules. Across the EEA, some countries have more advanced regulatory frameworks than others, and beyond EU rules, beyond EU legislation, there is also international there are international treaties that are ratified, not always consistently, and bilateral agreements that further concur to this fragmentation. When we look at markets, and this has been quite an important focus of this study, markets and competition. First, looking at markets for CO2 injection and storage, we face a market in a very early stage of development. We also are faced with a very particular market. It's a policy-driven market that offers decarbonization pathways to hard-to-abate sectors, to industry. The main, and we'll come back to this later, the ETS is a major element in the deployment of CCS in Europe. However, as it was already being pointed out today at multiple times, the ETS is currently insufficient in providing the right signal to invest in capture projects. Again, regarding fragmentation, most of the projects are currently clustered around the North Sea, which poses an issue of equal access to storage by either countries or regions located far away from this location, as well as landlocked countries, which then opens the opportunity and perhaps the need for coordinated planning. Specifically on competition on storage, we observe very high entry barriers in terms of capex, but also in terms of lengthy, often complex permitting and land use procedures, and overall technical complexity. This results in incumbents, oil and gas majors typically being the first movers in this field. They can leverage their current position. However, this might result in the long term in uncompetitive market structures. Then there is a question of competition of storage with the alternatives, CO2 utilization, as we talked about earlier, electrification, fuel switching. These are all considerations that we try to include. And finally, as mentioned before, the pressure of the targets that are currently that we currently look at. Now turning to infrastructure, transport infrastructure. Here we are mostly looking at, or primarily looking at pipelines, infrastructure that is characterized by very high upfront cost regarding investments, economies of scale with an inherent monopolistic dimension. Then we have shipping, provides different cost structure, more interesting in terms of upfront costs, but then more unpredictable and more costly on the variable side of things, but then provides an important advantage in terms of flexibility of routing. And then there's not only shipping, there is road, rail, barge, and it is still unclear what role these alternatives will really play in a competitive integrated network. For the moment, early projects tend to be vertically integrated. This has been very beneficial in pushing for these first projects, but yeah, the situation also poses in the long term potential risks for competition. That could be foreclosure, lock-in effects. For this, there is a potential need for or there is the need for guaranteeing some basic market rules, third-party access, potentially tariff rules, and avoiding overall discriminatory access practices and in general strategic market behavior by actors and first movers. All this calls for some sort of oversight which could be at EU level, and this is also something that we are looking into. So moving on to what we have developed in terms of options to look at, in terms of potential regulatory framework, we can look at them in terms of scenarios, in terms of archetypes of element that form a coherent whole. These are the options that we have been looking at. We start with business as usual, serves as a sort of baseline against which we can assess the other options. This includes essentially the legislation currently in place. Then we look at a full regulatory framework. This includes the strongest level of intervention at EU level in this field. Then we look at a slight variation of the previous one, where we focus on improved conditions for storage specifically. Then a fourth type that foresees a phased approach, a transitional flexibility of rules to incentivize first movers. And finally, a final scenario that looks at a government-led approach where most of the design and planning is left to member states. Very briefly on business as usual, this, as we mentioned, only includes the current legislative tools and instruments. That includes the ETS directive. As we know, very, very important for CCS and CCU, includes exemptions from the EU allowances for CCU and CCS projects. However, so that provides some sort of indirect need for infrastructure, but does not directly influence it or gives a direction to it. Then we have the CCS directive, mostly focusing on storage, provides some basic principle of third-party access, but does not go into detail on specific rules. We have then the Net Zero Industry Act, mandating oil and gas producers to contribute to storage, and also defines a principle of fair and open access to storage, but again, lacking specific applicable rules. And finally, the T&E regulation, making CO2 pipeline and storage projects relevant for projects of common and mutual interests. In this first scenario, we are not directly intervening compared to what is already there. In a sort of trajectory, we would see continuing on the current path, so likely on a cluster regional aggregated approach, where harmonized rules at EU level are patchy, fragmented, and sometimes lacking for things like network planning, unbundling, tariffs. Resulting in the currently observable fragmented landscape. So, for the first regulatory framework, full regulatory framework, as we mentioned, this foresees the strongest level of EU intervention. We start with the network planning, which will be coordinated at EU level based on national planning, with national regulatory authorities sort of being responsible for ensuring that these EU principles are well applied. There would also be the need of a EU platform that would provide visibility for supply and demand of transport of CO2. In this scenario, we would foresee the full immediate application of market rules. The reason for this is basically to ensure regulatory clarity from the offset. This would entail regulated tariffs for transport and storage, and vertical ownership and bundling, as well as legal unbundling at the horizontal level. Private companies would operate within these regulated frameworks, and indeed obligations would be enforced by NRAs. Then we're looking at a slight variation of the previous scenario with a focus on storage. Here the idea is that storage is an essential or the essential element in this chain, the end point of it, and storage needs to be ramped up, let's say, with higher urgency, while making sure that it is aligned with fundamental market design principles. So this translates in a greater level of flexibility for storage, specifically for storage operators, and lighter requirements. So here, for example, we would foresee a negotiated third-party access in combination with the revenue asset-based system. And then horizontal unbundling would be required only, for example, at account level to encourage investment from incumbents, which are likely going to be the first movers here. Regarding transport, conditions wouldn't change from the previous fully regulated scenario. As this second variation of the full regulatory scenario, we're looking at a phased approach to incentivize first movers. I think I heard this, something similar, something like this model a few times today, but the idea is to have a transitional phase with relaxed rules. The timeline is not per se necessary, but something like 10 years of giving still a clear roadmap of where regulation is going and when rules are specifically coming into place. In this scenario, member states would be left with a choice between regulated, negotiated TPA, as well as less stringent rules regarding unbundling. There will be the possibility for tariff discounts, and this would also imply some sort of accelerated procedures for permitting, one-stop shops, fast tracks procedures, and even could even involve some capacity building to accelerate permitting. Another sort of area of flexibility could be in the in allowing for bundled products during the transition phase to support integrated business models as first movers, while, yes, always in combination with some sorts of safeguards from the EU, ensuring third-party access as principles, and NRAs providing some sort of ex-post control. And overall, yeah, streamlining of permitting procedures. The final scenario that we're looking at deviates quite from the previous ones, as sees member states as the main actors. National authorities would plan CO2 in synergy with the national energy and climate plans being already developed. They would plan their own infrastructure and potentially also own it. Here, in this scenario, is quite, or comes in a sort of distinction between private and public entities. Member states make sure that infrastructure is built and developed according to their timeline. And then, for all other market rules, member states are left with a margin in the choice of the specific measures that they want to put into place regarding TPA, tariffs, unbundling. And then in terms of oversight, again, NRAs will play a key role, and here there could be foreseen a sort of leniency or more lenient approach for publicly owned entities versus private networks. Again, the principles of third-party access and basic market rules would be still guaranteed, with NRAs making sure that these principles at EU level are applied in the member states. On top of these scenarios, we're also looking at what we call no-regret measures. So these are sort of transversal measures that would run across all scenarios or independent of the scenario selected. Of course, depending on the scenario, these measures are either already included in it or need to be emphasized. But of course, we start with market rules. Here we're not talking, of course, about CO2 markets, but rather infrastructure capacity markets that can be, where capacity can be traded. Here, market rules promoting transparency and fairness would be guaranteed. Another no-regret measures concern regulatory oversight, which sees a key role for national regulatory authorities. Cross-border trade, not always sort of integrated in all policy scenarios, but some sort of instrument should be put into place to guarantee coordination between member states, particularly in the government-led scenario. Interoperability of transport modes, we've been focusing mostly on pipelines, but it is key to have a system that allows for all transport modes to be integrated. This includes technical rules, information on CO2 specifications, as well as methods, protocols to exchange information between operators. De-risking has also been quite an important topic today. Won't go too much into detail, but indeed guaranteeing to investors a fair return and making sure that projects hit the ground. We have derogations, so this is already embedded in the framework that foresees a flexible transitional phase, but here we would have some exemptions, some margin of flexibility provided on certain rules, again, to incentivize first movers. Then, of course, permitting is key, and providing fast-track procedures and things like one-stop shops is a recurrent theme also in our chats with the stakeholders, and also capacity building activities. And finally, certification to sort of ensure the integration and coherence with the rest of the EU policy framework. And here, making sure that this regulatory framework is in line with, for example, the CRCF. This would provide revenue generation on the market for CO2 removals, for instance. This was a lot in 10 minutes, but yes, I hope that this can engender discussions for the rest of our time. And I give back the word to Hans to moderate the rest of the session.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Give him an applause. Yes, he deserved it. And you will see when the report comes out, of course, this is very detailed with all the pros and cons, and there is much more about it. But basically, writing down scenarios is the easy part. We, together with the experts in our teams, with Ricardo and Guidehouse And with the Commission, we draw up scenarios and what would be then the conclusion. The difficult part is for the Commission now to choose and to see what is best from these scenarios. And that's where we're going to need your help. That's where we need you to tell us what type of scenario, what type of regulation you need or you do not need. To start with a very simple question, and we're going with raise your hands for everybody. Who thinks it's really important that the Commission comes with more regulation? I'm going to ask it to everybody. So the rest doesn't want regulation? Of course, it depends on what regulation, I realize that, but some type of regulation. Who thinks, and I want everybody to really think, who thinks you want more regulation from the Commission? That's quite a majority. Are there people in the room who thinks, please, no regulation from the Commission? There are a few as well. Give them the mics, they have to explain themselves.
Hi, Kirsten Bouwens, Equinor.
I can't hear you.
Oh, do I need to?
Close to your mouth,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, so first of all, when you say regulation, I'm talking about...
Can you present yourself?
Yes, Kirsten Bouwens, Equinor.
Equinor, okay.
So when you say regulation, I'm hearing access regulation. You spoke a lot about that in the presentation. I think at this point in time, it has been said a lot earlier today, we're still developing a market, right? So we're not there yet, we're just getting started. And I think I have two reflections, and I think it's most important to, before we look at all the options, to see what's the problem that we're trying to solve. And I think for storage, the slide said we're facing high entry barriers, we may not have a competitive market. I would wonder if that's true, both from a theoretical perspective as from a practical perspective. I think from a theoretical perspective, if we're looking at entry barriers, we're looking at high economies of scale, very high costs, market differentiation options. So from an economic perspective, I wouldn't be sure that there is actually high entry barriers. Also from a practical perspective at storage, you see there's a lot of different companies looking for licenses, developing projects. So also that to me shows there's possible competition. And if there is competition, we may not need rules. And I have similar reflections on transport, but maybe I'm speaking too much already, so let's leave it at storage for now.
Okay, but is this not a very Northwestern European point of view? Look at the rest of Europe.
I have some reflection on that as well. I think if you look at Northwest Europe, I think what we've done well is that we said CCS is important. We've allowed for storage, we've allowed for transport, so it's actually possible to store and transport. I think that's the barrier we should first fix as Europe, to make it, at least get rid of the legal barriers, and then develop the market, see where we're at, and then talk about
So
regulation.
you don't need any guarantees, any support from the Commission?
Definitely, so that's why I said I'm focusing on economic regulation here.
Okay, so at least you need something. That's not nothing. Okay, could you give the mic to her? You were very quick in saying, yes, we need more. So why do you not agree with her?
Yes, because I'm representing an emitter in Germany.
Could you name your name and company, please?
Yes, I'm Sarah Andres. I'm from EEW, Energy from Waste. We run 17 waste-to-energy plants. Most of them are located in Germany. And we have also started to initiate first projects, also one located in Germany. And my perspective is that the emitter has to pay for everything in the end. We have to pay for the entire value chain. And I think we should be in the focus, of everything. And in our business case, transport and storage, in the CCS business case, make up around about 60% of the costs per ton of CO2, with the transport being kind of, the biggest part in the cost structure. And I see that in terms of building business models, we need maximum flexibility, because it doesn't matter how we make it happen. As an emitter, we have to make it happen. We have to make the business case possible. And that means maximum flexibility in the business case, but also minimize the costs for storage and transportation. And one big issue that I see is that there's too little harmonization, which also means fragmented transport, which increases costs in between the countries. But of course, one other option that I also see is to minimize the distance for transport, to make onshore storage possible as much as we can. And I don't see us storing in Norway. I'm very sorry, considering the costs that I saw that are required for transport to Norway, it's too much. Nobody will be able to pay for that.
Okay, interesting. So we have an emitter who says, please, a bit more regulation, because I'm afraid...
Regarding transport, you know?
Yeah, because I'm afraid of transport and storage, and we got a storage operator says, we don't need that much because we can provide already. Are there more opinions about who needs more regulation and why? Someone else who put up his finger that we wanted more regulation. Now people get yeah.
Okay, I'm Dimitrios Mendrinos from the Center of Renewable Energy Sources and Saving of Greece. We're working on an international project with the Greek stakeholders of CCS. What we have found is that the stakeholders want to have time limits in permitting. They need to have clear CO2 quality standards so that they know what quality should be transported and what can be storage. They need to have regulations on what is a leakage, how much can it escape to the environment, and what measures should be taken. And in order to achieve community acceptance, monitoring is very essential. Also, it must have independent oversight with local community participation and should be transparent. So these are the findings of our work with Greek stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, so you want regulation in order also to protect the civil society?
In order to achieve societal acceptance, because we have many projects in Greece where local opposition is very strong, and I come from the geothermal industry, and the whole industry has stopped because of local opposition.
Clear. I'm going to the two speakers here. Huh? Some people want regulations and some don't want regulation. But you are working on making regulations, Suzanne. Why?
Well, thanks for the question, but basically I tried to point out that the industrial carbon management strategy was developed together with the industry. We had several public consultations and discussions, so that's where our mandate comes from. And we see that with the business as usual option you presented here, Andrea, we don't see the projects taking up. It's clear that projects can take up in the member states or in the countries surrounding the EU where there is subsidy from the member state, from the government. But if subsidy is lacking or it's not clear who to subsidize because we have different decarbonization pathways we can choose from, then the projects need further support. So what we can do from the Commission side is work on the elements which are not just financial support, be that the most important in many stakeholders' view, but what are the other measures we can undertake to help the industrial carbon management value chain to take off? And here we see room for regulatory measures. That was what Andrea presented on the different options. So probably it's also interesting to go into more detail in which direction we should move.
Yeah, we go there, don't worry. Okay, so there will be... So, one more comment here.
Hi there. Just to reflect on
your name, please, and your company.
Yes, I'm Nikos Mantzouvas. I'm ex-governor of the Greek Recovery and Resilience Facility that has been financing the carbon storage of Prinos, among other things. Just a reflection on the point of the colleague. I think it's good for all of us to understand if and what is the gap before analyzing measures to address the gap. Meaning, we have targets, okay? Based on these targets and assuming that we need and we must follow them by 30 and by 50, what is the storage capacity that we need in Europe to have, including Norway, I guess? Where do we stand and where is the gap? We need to understand that. I'm not very clear where we stand on that, because if there is not a gap, then there is really an issue. no one will develop further storage capacity if there or are under development out there and face the possibility of being empty at the end of the day, not having a market. So it's good all of us to understand if there is a gap. If not, if yes, okay, we'll see. But then it's the issue of transport. So if we have enough capacity, but the real problem is the cost of transport because someone in the south needs to transfer it up in the north, and the capacity is there. Perhaps there are other tools that we could develop to facilitate this transfer. But very basically, is there a gap?
Okay, I think GRC, are you still in the room? GRC, no, but the GRC study shows there is plenty of storage possibilities in Europe, even in the most enthusiast scenarios. Storage volume is not the key issue. What is a key issue is where are you going to store it? And you bring me exactly to my next question, because if you want to regulate, you have to know a little bit what you want to regulate. And it depends very much whether it goes all in the direction of the North Sea or it goes all over Europe. If there is a lot of land-based storage or everything goes to the offshore storage. That makes a big difference if you dream of a total interconnected CO2 network in Europe with pipelines across from north to south, or you think, oh, it will be more locally, it will be more Southeast European hub, a Northwestern and a Southwest European hub. That's all possible. And so my next question to you for raising your hands, who is expecting that in 20 years from now, there will be a CO2 network connecting the whole of Europe, north, south, east, west? Okay, there are at least a few, so let's give them the floor to explain why. Do we have a mic here?
Thank you very much. My name is Steen from the port of Hirtshals, Green Port, Scandinavia. And the role of the ports, whether it comes to export or offshore storage or import storage, will be very relevant. And I see that that we'll build on the experience from the TNT and the TNE when it comes to the CCS. So we will have a new branch that we have to develop on top of these two initiatives. And I think it will develop through these ports and through the networks that are already established.
Okay, that's really, really nice, and that makes a difference in what type of legislation you develop. There was another one here in favor of, with the mic, please. There was another one.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Lina from Bologna, Europa. And of course, part of this is also being positive, right? And optimistic. We are, after all, here to work on a market legislation to enable that development. But I do think that what we're seeing is we know that one country cannot do this alone. We know that we have to work together. We know that storage capacity is spread. We know that emitters are spread. We know we're going to have to be creative and flexible when we're looking into how to do this. And I think when we're looking into that and we're seeing how many who have shown up here today, when we see how the Net Zero Industry Act is developed, kickstarting this by 2030 with 50 million tons, when we see all of these developments, I do think that there is reason to believe that we will have such a network. But I want to highlight that I don't necessarily think it's going to go from south to north. I hope it will go in many different directions and that there will not be this market concentration necessarily in the north, especially, of course, if we don't have a full integration in the EEA of the market rules in the EU.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. There is a question over there. That's good. You make me walk a little bit, otherwise I get stuck there.
Good afternoon. I am Zoe Kapetaki from TNO. I would like to go one step back to the comment before about the gap. It is indeed, I believe we all agree that there is plenty of CO2 storage availability. Where the gap comes, as it shows, is on the development times. So when this CO2 storage will be available to actually receive the CO2 that will be available. So what I see there is a gap and a risk on stranded CO2. And this is something that I believe it's very important for the Commission.
For the legislation, what impact does it have on the legislation?
There has to be a way to shorten those development times to align the CO2 availability with the availability of the storage.
So speed up the development of storage locations.
Or find other creative ways to do something with this CO2.
Yeah, but we're not going to delay emission reduction. We can't afford that. So we must do something to speed up the storage places. I'm coming back to you, Andrea, now. One of your scenarios was specifically looking at the storage, making storage better accessible, faster. What does it, yeah, it's on, don't worry. What does the scenario say about that on the facilitating the storage part? And is that going to help her problem?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Now it's not on anymore.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I will try to respond and also kind of reflect on what was said before as well on the, because when we talk about timelines, I have the impression that we talk inevitably or also about, CO2 volumes. So the mismatch that you observe between the current timelines is actually the mismatch between the CO2 volumes. And yes, so I think in the different scenarios, try to address this, but just in different ways. And so the one that you refer to, the one focusing on storage, privileges storage as the segment of the chain where this problem emerges from, or where this mismatch emerges from. On the other hand, for example, the transitional flexibility scenario that looks at a phased approach sees that incentivizing first movers across the whole chain is important, and then allowing for that integrated approach then fills the gap and fills that mismatch. And then coming back to what was said by Kirsten, I think on the let's say sort of the discrepancy between a theoretical approach and a more practical considerations of the things. And I think it comes back to this problem that we just talked about, so these different timelines and in these different volumes. I don't think that the scenarios that we discussed are very theoretically developed, but I think that they become practical once we have these relevant CO2 streams. They are theoretical, or they appear very theoretical now because we are not there yet, and because when we compare the existing real-world scenario now with these scenarios, we think, yeah, this is very theoretical, but the idea is to have a long-term regulatory framework that can manage a higher volume of CO2 and a higher stream of CO2.
Yeah, okay. And I think, working with him together in the study, if you focus on the storage side, you will facilitate this problem a little bit. Not completely. There are still problems to match the in and out, but at least that kind of legislation will help there a little bit. I see a question over there.
Yeah, thank you. Ava Pernot from the Zero Emissions Platform. The reason why I was trying to send the mic over to the gentleman over there is because he's actually done a study on the gap when it comes to storage in Europe. Toby is a little bit shy, he doesn't want to put his hand up. But he recently, also with Andrew Kavanagh, who's here today, but I think in a different workshop right now, they published a study looking at the projected storage capacity by 2030. On the aggregate, there is a shortfall, but also geographically, if you look at Southern Europe, about 5% of the planned capacity is below the line of Brussels, essentially. So in practice, there is a huge problem there. I also want to come back, I think, to Kristen's point. I think it was very interesting at the beginning. So what we really think about storage development is really a dichotomy between onshore and offshore development. So there are a lot of projects and different companies that are planning offshore, but everything is pretty much 10 times more difficult and more expensive to do it offshore than it is to do onshore. And if you don't believe me, you see emitters now who are actually just going ahead and doing their own onshore storage projects and integrating them vertically. It's becoming more of an option. And I think what Kristen's point was right, was that the biggest barrier to it right now is that in a load of EU countries, it's illegal to do it. It's impossible to even go out into a field and without, well, maybe you might not get arrested to do it, but you know, you're not going to get able to build a site. I think really when we're removing legal barriers is probably the single biggest thing that this framework can do. And with that, it will enable more competition. But I do think maybe looking at offshore and onshore is probably a wise separately is a wise option.
Promoting more onshore storage, making sure that that is going to happen. It is already happening in 2 countries. France has an onshore project. Romania has an onshore project. It's not neglected, but it could really change the picture of options, and therefore that's really relevant. Who was the man that you thought was too shy? He has the mic now.
Thanks for that. No, we have done a lot of work on this storage.
Sorry, your name and the organization.
I'm Toby Lockwood, Clean Air Task Force. Yes. We have done a lot of work on this storage gap, which we have done briefs on over the years, and also this recent journal article. But yeah, it felt like a little bit getting off topic maybe, although you know, I think closing this gap is the aim of you know, everything we're doing. I suppose I would take the opportunity to ask a question more on the economic regulation, or express my concern. I think we're hearing a lot of different aims from different actors in the value chain in different parts of the EU. I'm interested to know how flexible this EU approach can be. I mean, to give an example, we've heard that storage in the North Sea may be competitive. There will clearly be locations that in the near term have monopolistic storage, like maybe these sites we have in the Mediterranean, or even such a local onshore storage site. And I think there's an agreement that onshore pipeline networks will be natural monopolies. I think there's an understanding that we will have some at least negotiated third-party access for those, and that's already happening. But we already see that fragmentation there, you know, different approaches in different member states. Can we have a framework which allows for this? Changes over time and space?
That's a very clear and important question, and I know you work a lot on this. So to you, Suzanne, can any framework create enough flexibility? Can it create enough? We heard during the whole day also the fear of over-regulation. I'm not so sure that's real, but how can you address that?
Yes, I believe so. And I think we did this in the past for energy market regulation, creating flexible regulatory frameworks. There are choices we can leave to member states, so the EU-level legislation can also limit itself if necessary, and that's the consensus, to higher-level principles, and leave it to member states to detail out how it's implemented based on the market development, based on the structure of emitters and storage operators, storage availability. It's also possible to develop further rules as we go ahead, go forward. In the energy sector, we have the examples of network code developments where we develop further legislation once this becomes necessary. So there is a lot of way for flexibility. There are, just to give examples, exemptions and derogations which expire, for example, if an operator is connected to a broader pipeline network. So yes, there is a lot of possibility for flexibility, but in our view, it's at the same time important to be clear in which direction this legislative framework is going. What will happen when we get to further harmonization?
So that's basically 2 issues. The one is, where do you want to end in the end? What is your view of the end market? And then it's how to get there. That's 2 things that have to be split. Chris, I think you're probably the only one in the room who is working as long as CCS as I've been working on it. So I'm really curious to have your opinion.
Thanks, Hans. I'm not against regulation. I didn't stick my hand up.
No, I noted it. That was a bit
you know,
shocked.
I mean, but we have the CCS directive. The Net Zero Industry Act has been enormous. You know, however it works out, it's really hit the issue, the need to resolve the chicken and egg issue and try and make sure we get some storage capacity actually developed. But I remember seeing the JRC study, which came out, I think, last year, with this comprehensive map of pipelines all over the place, and I thought, this is fantasy land. It's just, you know, I just don't see this happening. Maybe I'm pessimistic. You know, maybe I see the 280 million tons and the ICM communication, and I'm skeptical about it, even though I will champion it. You put on a slide one of the options being transitional flexibility. But that's what we have at the moment, of course. I mean, we've got at least, across Europe, at least 6 countries now actively, or at least 6, actively taking CCS forward, all doing it in slightly different ways. Different financial arrangements, different specifications, no doubt, for pipelines, project by project. And certain governments, of course, like the Danish government, making bilateral agreements with other countries to allow CO2 transportation between them and potential storage of that CO2. So that's happening. So at the very most, I would have thought we need light touch regulation, or at least maybe the Commission just having an organized set of technical forums to ensure there is technical discussions about these matters.
But if I may challenge you, you say 6 countries already have. That means 21 countries don't.
And I think that when we're calling for regulation, what we're actually calling for often is for the Commission to somehow introduce some sort of measures which will force member states to do what they should be doing anyway. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's not necessarily, where you see CCS happening, it's because there is political will from the governments to make it happen. It's the political will that's missing in most countries, not the lack of regulation.
Clear statement. Thank you. That's why he was a politician. He knows how to formulate this stuff.
Okay, just to reflect also on the point from the emitters. They say we cannot pay for everything. And consider that someone is located near a storage facility that works, near Norway, near somewhere, and someone is located in Malta, in Cyprus, in Zeus, and needs to have huge transport cost to have the storage there. This is creating an uneven play field for the industry. So a point that I was thinking as I was considering that point could be that the European Commission in general buys capacity and then setting the price by buying that capacity from the storage, also buying transport cost. And to be, in a way, optional for the member states, for the emitters, to choose that route or to select their own. That's just a reflection that I was considering, how to break this cycle. And the European Commission, as a big buyer, could play that role.
So then the Commission would be actively getting into the market and make sure if someone wants to opt for long-distance transport, that they would pick up the tab for that. That's an expensive tab to ask, but I understand the logic, because one way or the other, we have to break the chicken and egg problem. And this legislation, of course, is meant to make sure that on-land storage is possible, that there is connections possible, that there is cross-border transport possible. It is meant to create that facilitation to the market, even if people are skeptical, and I heard over-regulation, but without regulation, we see where we stand now. Something needs to happen. It's economically, partly, but apparently also more, because a lot of people need more. Now, that's a question for you. If we want to break this chicken and egg, then where can regulation be most effective? Is that on the storage side? Is that on the third-party access side? Which element that you've heard would really break this chicken and egg problem? And she's running with the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Lukas Reichenberger, Open Grid Europe. So pipeline operator, I guess in this round we didn't have a pipeline operator yet, but one of my colleagues was on the last panel on regulation. And I think The question that you led was in the last round. So what is the future? Is determining the cost of transport, which supposedly are one of the biggest positions. And also is the question, what decisions need to be taken now to come to the optimal system? So when we don't have onshore storage yet and we have to calculate with offshore storage, we need to take into account the capacity risk for these big pipelines. We wouldn't need to do that if we could store onshore in any way. So that would be a different pipeline system. And I think it is very important right now to give the right instruments to come to this final decision. So to give the right cost calculation to lower the cost for the emitter, and I absolutely agree that the emitter is the most important part in the whole value chain, not necessarily the target of the regulation, but the most important part of the value chain, because he has to enable everything behind. And from that point, we have to see what would be the optimal system and how can we enable each step and which tools can we give at hand to make that possible. Also, keeping in mind that we need to work with what we have right now, so offshore storage, and try to make that happen, because that will be the fastest way in the near future.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you. I want to ask the room, who thinks there will be onshore storage in the next 10 years? You see, it's not only offshore that we have to look, and the regulation has to be able to adapt for the onshore as well. It's really critical. You raised your hand. Yeah, I see you. We'll come to you later.
Yes, I'm András Csapó from Danube Carbon Storage, and we are developing in Hungary a project. We have the 2 onshore licenses already. I think we were the second one in Europe. And we have a slightly different opinion. So our business model is that we are looking for the source, the emitter, and trying to find the location, the storage right there. So we don't have much cost of transport. And I think we really believe that that's how it's going to work. So just coming back what you said, thank you for the applause. So I just can't believe that it's economical from southern Germany to get to the North Sea something. You have to cross highways, rivers. It's possible, of course it's possible, but it's going to cost a lot of money. So what we believe in, that the regulation should make a business case for that. And if there is a business case, many companies are going to develop it. Oil and gas companies going to develop it. They're going to lobby in their own country. They're going to take care of the national regulations. And I think if you want to see 100 onshore projects, then you have to create, and I know that's hard, a business case for it. And if there is a business case, people will make it happen.
In the end, that also always works like that. But I really liked it, what you said, that's start by developing project not only with storage, not only with transport, not only with an emitter, but bring them together, and the closer, the better. That's indeed, given the current situation of that there is only storage available mainly on the North Sea and on the and towards Norway, that's very attractive because they are already there. But there is so much options onshore, and that will be so much cheaper. So we really have to keep on looking into that. The gentleman behind you.
Yeah, thank you. Michiel Maertens, Flemish Energy and Climate Agency in Belgium. When Chris was talking about those few countries that have regulatory frameworks in place, Belgium, or the Flemish region, is actually one of those. Don't worry, it's not something we're pleading for across Europe. It's something we implemented because, in our view, we have a specific situation. Lots of emitters, no storage. So we wanted to aggregate those volumes via appointing a carbon net operator, which has been done. But to us, we sort of recognize that there's a balance to be struck between creating a market with sufficient competition, which is of course very important for the emitter, but not hampering those front-runner projects which are necessary to sort of kickstart that market that we want to create eventually. So we don't want to sort of export our idea of very regulated, tariffs and technical regulation and ex ante sort of regulatory hurdles for the projects that are already developing. But we are mostly pleading that we sort of listen to the emitters that need to get their project across, and that we sort of implement some planning, definitely in the early stages, so that the emitters have access to different pathways where they can store the CO2 and the transport, setting in place the transport that is needed to access those storage sites. Definitely in an early stage. So if the question was, what do we need at this moment? I think transparency and the different paths that we can take to store our CO2 safely. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Andrea, could you put back the slides with the 4? Do you have it there? It's here. Oh, someone is doing it already. With the 4 options. I'm going back to the 4 scenarios that we looked at. I think for the Commission, business as usual is not going to do it. They will simply say, for the rest of Europe, it's not flying. We see we're going too slow. We need to do something. And we have now had these 4. Just some popularity vote. Government-led infrastructure build-out. Who thinks the national governments should be in the lead, and from there it will grow naturally? Who would like that scenario? He likes that scenario. He may explain. Sorry, can you show all your hands so that I know more people who look at that? Okay, explain.
Hello, I'm Michael Thomadakis from VESFA.
Greek.
Yeah. Well, one could say a lot about what we are listening today. First of all, as I'm quite sure our colleagues from the Commission know, there is not a one-size-fits-all solution for Europe, wish it were. The experience we are facing currently in Greece, and as you heard, probably we are among the 6 countries that were mentioned, is that without a centralized solution provided by governmental institutions, because no other can guarantee the de-risking of the infrastructure that needs to be developed, without that cannot happen. Now, I'm not quite sure that this means that the government-led infrastructure, so a state-owned, let's say, utilities should develop the infrastructure. Probably this is not the best model, but we certainly need a strong intervention from the government for projects to happen. If you look at the examples around Europe of what goes on and what doesn't, and probably one of the most, let's say, specific examples about that would be the UK, where they had 3 efforts to do something. Now it is the 3rd effort that first failed. It were the government that stepped in, provided the guarantees necessary, provided also the regulation necessary for things to happen by private entities. So just to come back to, without the government intervention, nothing will happen. And allow me to say that, well, we may have storage in Europe, but it's physics, so it's not, let's say, easy to say that because we have storage in Europe, we don't need regulation in Greece, which has no storage. So, and I remind to all of us, for me, there are 2 main reasons for regulation: to prevail market failure and to prevent market power.
Dominance, yeah.
So this is the golden balance the Commission and the legislation has to strike. It's not easy, also because there is a 3rd parameter, the CO2 price. These are the 3 elements that are going to define what is the mixture of competition, regulation, and pricing we can reach in every part of Europe. So my strong belief is that without government-led, it's government-led, not government-owned, infrastructure development, nothing will really happen.
Clear position. I'm coming here. Government-led, would that be something that is, I'm not going to ask you to say what you're going to choose because we're not there yet at all, but how do you look at that in a European context?
I mean, as you say, Hans, it's very early to say anything further than what you presented today here about the options. We are open and we have an open mind and listening to these discussions. We liked the option government-led infrastructure build-out as one of the options among the four, as a good comparison. Of course, the question is what governments think about this and how we can finance also in the member states where the budget is more limited.
Does government-led also mean that they pay the bill, or they still want the Commission to pay the bill?
Well, okay, probably I jumped already ahead because I say that if the Commission has to pay, then member states have to give the Commission the money to pay this. So this is always a very interesting solution to propose, let the Commission buy or be the biggest buyer or so on, but we use the budget from the member states, so that's clear. So we are, as just said, we are very open and happy to continue the discussion and look into the pros and cons of such a government-led infrastructure build-out, because I agree with Mr. Tomadakis that we need government buy-in for these projects to develop.
Yeah, I think that's what we all should really keep in mind. Without government buy-in, and that's what you said about the political connection, huh? It is those countries where there's a political push for it that's really going very fast. And the reason that Germany has to look offshore is because you don't allow onshore. So, hey, then you create your own cost structure, of course. So, sorry? Opt-in, okay, fair enough. So there might be in the future, but I recall there were states that put it in their in their law that no CO2 under my ground. So it is political in the end, and that's absolutely true. So we need something of a buy-in. Who is in favor of developing a full regulatory framework, of course with flexibility and timing on how to get there, but to prepare something that is ready for 2040 with hundreds of tons of CO2 being transported? Who would like the Commission to go that road, and why? Andrea can. Go back to your slide. Yeah.
Yes, so almost as an extreme scenario on this spectrum, you would have the EU, the highest level of intervention from the EU, starting from network planning, that would be coordinating at EU level, and then basically the high level of regulation on all other measures, in a nutshell.
Yeah. So it's very much EU-led. For instance, the EU saying, these member states need something, they don't have storage. How can we help them to get to a storage site? How can we organize, like they do in the gas, 10 years ahead, planning for CO2 infrastructure, an obligation in gas? That kind of thinking is in that scenario. Is there then anyone who likes this scenario? Bellona does. And there's a new voice over there. Please give her the mic.
Thank you. I am Maria Psalti, and I'm representing Motor Oil, a refinery which implements IRIS project in Innovation Fund CCUS project. And as an emitter who resides in Greece, where there is a scarcity of storage capacity, of course, we would like a full regulatory framework so that we can find solutions in Greece or in neighboring countries under visible terms and predictable.
Thank you very much. I have one more topic between you and the cocktails, and there is some music and dance, so I'm not going to stay too long. One more, Bellona wanted to make a comment. Sorry, I forgot your name. I remembered Bellona.
Thank you. Yeah, since we got a shout out, I feel like I should explain myself. So indeed, of course, we would like a regulatory framework, an appropriate regulatory framework. And I do agree that this might be seen as a bit extreme on the spectrum of things. So I just want to highlight that the fact that we think we need a full regulatory framework doesn't mean that we still need to assess where do we need to enter and when do we need to enter. It doesn't mean that we need this from the start. But unfortunately, when you have 4 different categories and you have to choose one, I would like to say at least this should be the starting point of what's possible, but then making sure that we are flexible in terms where we see that the market is functioning well on its own.
A slow build-up to a beautiful CCS future. Thank you.
My name is Frederik Pieters. I work for BASF Antwerp, but I have been working on CCS projects Antwerp at Sea and Cairo at Sea for a long time. And I'm quite shocked if I read full regulatory framework. What's completely missing is competitiveness. I found the results of the study of the Joint Research Center extremely interesting. The cheapest CO2 to capture is from the chemical industry. But in the same study, they said we expect that 98% of the CO2 will not be captured. So what will happen with the CO2? Or will they continue to emit? No, all these plants will close down. And that's actually what's happening now. In the last 3 years, 20% of the chemical production capacity in Europe has shut down. So I'm completely missing competitiveness here. So it's really an inward-looking regulatory framework, looking only at the EU, but not giving a thought about international competitiveness. And maybe for some industries like cement, it can work because they compete only in a range of 250 kilometers, but we compete in a range of 25,000 kilometers.
Clear point. Suzanne, you forget the competitiveness. Draghi, you didn't read Draghi.
And it's a very good point, but you know how the European Union works. We have several legislative frameworks which come together and all together create the framework we act in. So what we are talking about, and probably it's good to step back, Hans, one step, and then just remind us, no, in the narrative, remind us that we are talking here about an enabling regulatory framework to create an internal market with the main objective to put in place the infrastructure necessary and enable the financing of this infrastructure and access to this infrastructure. There are other regulations and initiatives by the Commission, and absolutely important to mention that also by member states, which enable competition and other elements which are necessary. So this is also true for the discussion. I'm very happy about the discussion, but I would like to caution. I'm not absolutely sure that with a legislative framework we develop, we can oblige member states to allow onshore storages. So here it's more like I'm calling on you, stakeholders, to discuss with your member states, because with the principles of how EU legislation is created and developed, we are not necessarily in the position to oblige member states to that. So there is
a strong role for member states.
Member states' responsibility is also very important. Yep. But I really invite you to look at the ETS, and we had the slide with the existing legislation, ETS, CCS directive, 10-year regulation, and so on, then ZIA and the CBAM, which we will see. So all that together should be looked at and see where is the competition part. This is a very specific legislative framework.
Okay. One last question to you. I haven't heard this afternoon in this workshop the word cross-border transport and the need for something to organize that. You're going to tell me something.
So, Markus Rosenthal from the Carbon Management Association in Germany. Exactly, cross-border, that's the reason why I also think we need to go into the direction of full regulatory framework. We need harmonization, standards on which kind of CO2 we have in the pipelines. Germany is now having a law, will come up now, allowing CCS, and that means with all our neighbors, especially Netherlands, Denmark, UK, they want to offer us storage, and we need to do something. And Austria wants to import CO2 to Germany to get it across to the Netherlands. So all that needs to be done. And one last point about it. If we wouldn't have had EU regulation, the oil and gas industry wouldn't have submitted any facts or numbers how they want to store CO2 until 2030, because there was no law in Germany. So it was very helpful to have this EU lead.
Thank you. So yes, please, EU, act on regulation and act on cross-border regulation, because that's what's going to hamper us most. Mike, over here, please.
Peter Christensen from CO2 Hub Europe, NGO in Denmark, working on establishing Denmark as a European hub for CO2. One thing we haven't touched that much on is it about third-party access on pipelines. And I think pipeline, and especially the backbone pipeline, is a special case where third-party access has to be regulated. In Denmark, we've tried with a regulation where negotiated third-party access and ex-post control, and it's just made it uninvestable to make the pipelines available. So I think pipelines, especially the backbone pipeline, needs clear regulation to make it investable. Otherwise, it won't fly.
Thank you. Also a very clear statement that we can take home. I want to give the two speakers a last comment and last reflection on what they've heard. Suzanne, you first, and then Andrea.
Okay. So thank you very much. It was a really interesting discussion, inspiring, and we went into much detail, which I'm very happy about. I noted a couple of points, but basically I talked about onshore storage. Flexibility is a keyword, which we heard several times, and I think this is absolutely also how we see the development of the legislative framework. We did not necessarily, or I did not necessarily clarify that, again, we discussed member state funding or EU funding. I find that this might be very limited if we rely only on EU funding. So we will need the member states on board for finding financial support mechanism solutions and guarantees schemes. And I wanted just to recall, because now you showed the 4 options and we discussed a little bit about options, so just to make it clear and put everybody at ease, that we will develop an impact assessment as a next step. And in the impact assessment, someone asked about problem definition. In the impact assessment, we will very clearly define the problems we would like to address with the legislation. We will underline it also with the numbers. And we will discuss several options in the impact assessment. These might be these options, might be a bit of a differentiation of such options, but we will go into pros and cons of those options further.
Thank you very much. And you've been working now for 6 months in researching all these options. And have you heard anything that you think, we really have to take that into account?
Well, I was happy that there was not a complete outraged reaction, so that's always positive. But no, I would say that the offshore-onshore dimension and also the volume/timeline, I think, yeah, we also had the chance to talk about it a bit during the breaks today with some of you. And yeah, in a future potential impact assessment, this is a dimension that could be integrated, because I think, evaluating these options and comparing across them could benefit from looking at how, for example, they would behave in different timelines or in different volumes, CO2 volumes. For the rest, I think no. I also agreed with most observations made, and it's just a very complex subject matter, I think, and striking the right balance is not that easy, but this kind of discussions helps to bring a clarity, I think.
Thank you, Andrea. I want a big hand for the two people working so hard on making it happen. And for all of you, it is all about bringing all the different elements together. And therefore there's cocktails that really helps in connecting people, connecting your problems. Cocktails and music downstairs. Thank you very much.